Hello friends, welcome back. Are you ready to build a complete full stack web application from scratch? In this video, I will take you step by step through developing a feature-rich application using .NET Core 8, Angular 18 and the powers of Microsoft Azure. Watch as we integrate key services like Azure AD B2C for authentication, SendGrid for emails and Azure Functions for backend logics and many more, all while deploying seamlessly with Azure DevOps CI/CD. Let's dive in and see what you can build. Hello friends, welcome back. I'm planning to start a full stack development course which will cover all the latest tech stacks. I will explain you in a minute. And the course name or the application name is Online Course Enrollment. Alright, so that is what I'm going to do. Friends, you might have seen a similar full stack development video in my channel. This is the restaurant table working app. We have a wonderful architecture for this and it's just a 7 hours course that completes all of these tech stacks, right? So if you have already seen this video, probably you would have liked it. Let me know in the comment section if you really liked it or not. And I'm going to start a similar one, but this time what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this application end to end on a agile basis. Like agile basis means we'll be developing this application start to end in parallel, like UI, backend, whatever is required for this application to complete on a daily basis or something, we'll be covering like that. So it's going to be a combination of all the mixes. So let's take a look at what this application is going to do. The objective of this application is it's basically an online course enrollment, like how you see Udemy or any other website which offers you for learning by like enrolling into the thing and learning those kind of things. That's completely such a platform. It will have the instructors who can create a course like me, and then viewers like you who wanted to study, they can come and enroll the course and follow along the course, finish their studies and get the certification done. Those kind of concepts, right? The key feature of this application is we will have the user management, which is securing the user registration, authentication and profile management using Azure AD B2C, business to consumers, because this application is kind of a business. Consumers are all of the students or anyone who wants to learn. That's why we will use AD B2C. The course management, like instructors like me or any instructor can actually create a course and have courses with multiple sessions, videos, documents, everything is used in this, and then it could be either an online or an offline on-demand course. We'll have the enrollment done by the students. They can track their progress, get the certification done once it is done, and then payment integration also I'm going to introduce. I haven't never done this payment stuff in my videos. Like I'm going to use the PayPal or the Stripe to use as a payment gateway, and then the real-time communication I'm going to use Signal also I have not covered. I'm going to cover that. Like it's going to be a small chat that's coming with the Signal users and instructor can chat. So I hope you'll be curious to know how the Signal works with the .NET Core, right? So that's the interesting thing. So notification, we'll be using some SendGrid for the notification. As we progress, we might use some advanced Azure services for pushing the notification into your mobile and other those stuff. Content delivery, like we will be either it is a live session or a recorded session which will be stored in the storage account. And then what else we have some monitoring insights. We will use Azure services for that. Security, we will be using all the sensitive information in most secure way. We will use Azure Key Vault. And then this application is going to be present in Azure DevOps for the code base. Of course, you will have access in your GitHub repository, but I'm going to set up the CI/CD pipelines and all of those things in Azure DevOps. Okay, so this time we're going to use Azure DevOps as the source code. So follow along with me. You can do those things in your own credentials and logins. And then technology stack, very important thing. Like we're going to use Angular 18. I'm going to start with Angular 18 standalone type of Angular, right? We are not going to use ng module at all, or maybe ng module combined with standalone, but definitely new things that you're going to learn. And backend, of course, .NET Core 8 is the latest one, so we're going to use .NET Core 8, EF8, and then we'll be using our local SQL database, and in real time it is going to be a Azure SQL database. Authentication, as I said, Azure AD B2C storage account we are going to use for the media files and all of those things. For the in-memory cache, we'll be utilizing for the caching, logging, Serilog, application insights, notification, like I said, SendGrid, real-time communications. We're going to use the SignalR. Deployment strategy is Azure DevOps with Azure Web Apps, app servers that we will be using. Serverless functions we're going to use Azure Monitor for setting up alerts and all of new features that I will be introducing. Source code, like I said, Azure DevOps, not the GitHub is there for you guys to take the code, but I'm going to use Azure DevOps as the primary thing. And then not only that, right, so as we progress, as we succeed, we will use the containerization, Docker stuff, workflow automations like Logic apps, which are all of these things are new. Payment like Stripe or PayPal, all of these concepts are new. I've never covered. I'm going to use that opportunity in this application. So benefits, right? What are we going to benefit with this? It's scalable. This application scalable, secured, security, usage experience, flexibility, automation, and a lot of things in this application. But what are you going to get benefited? Let's say you are good at UI, or you're good at backend, but you like to learn and make yourself as full stack developer, right? This is the right course for you guys. Like, I'm literally going to start very basics, very little prerequisites is required for this course to start with, but if you know some basics of HTML and JavaScript, and you know some basics of programming in C#, that's more than enough to start with. I'll be using all of this latest tech stacks. And building end-to-end application in a real-time scenario, right? As if this project was there in your company, how people will do in agile basis, right? So like parallel development, UI, backend, setting up the real-time environment, bringing up one by one features into the application. That's what I'm going to do. So do not skip any video. Start and watch and code along with me every single video. Trust me, at the end of this course, which will be taking at least a month, but I will be very consistent in giving you recordings. But if you follow along with me, I'm telling you, at the end of the day, at the end of this course, you'll be like, you can claim yourself as full stack development. You can claim yourself as full stack developer, and you can add a very good weightage in your profile, in your resume. That will be very helpful for your job and career. So not only that, last but not least, in case if you guys feel that you wanted to talk to me live, let's arrange some live sessions where you can ask any questions, or maybe a weekly ones live. Let's go. So every week that we teach something, you can get ready with your questions, ask me all of those questions in the live video that we go. Probably a week or 2 weeks once we can do that. That will help you guys to clarify your questions. Again, if not, you're always there to comment on the comment section and ask me more questions. So feel free, and I hope you're very excited, and let me know in the comment section what you feel about this application and the idea of becoming a full stack developer, right? Alright guys, so I will see you in the very first video of database design for this application in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This video is part of full stack web development series, and in this video I'm going to cover the first part, which is the database design of our online course enrollment application. In the previous video, I gave you an intro of the application and what kind of concepts, tech stacks are going to be covered, and I hope you were excited. And this video is all about the database design. You don't need to know anything. I'm going to start from the scratch. So come, let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you. So don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. So what do we need as part of this video? We are going to use Azure SQL Server. Azure SQL Server. SQL Server is basically structured query language. They are also called as RDBMS. So RDBMS is nothing but relational database management system. The data are related to one another. That's why they're called RDBMS. So our data is organized. So we are going to use the SQL Server as our database. So as part of this video, the only software that you need is SQL Server Management Studio, SSMS, and you should also install SQL Server Engine, database engine. Okay, so go Google it, say SQL Server downloads, you will end up in this place. Once you end up in this place, as of this recording, SQL Server 2022 developer full featured version is free. So download it, install it. You can do either this one, or to just quickly start with it, do this. Do a download of an Express edition, which I have also installed in my local, and just follow the next step. And you will also go and so it's going to download. See, once you finish this, at the end of the installation, it will also ask you, can it install SSMS? SSMS is like the Visual Studio Management Studio IDE. This is the place where you connect to the database and do further steps. So do install these two. If you have already installed, well and good, we're going to start our database design. So what we are going to do is, we will assume two things. One is, whoever is watching this video, they have no idea about SQL Server. I haven't touched anything in SQL Server. Fine. The whole purpose of the full stack development, web development courses, the whole purpose of our full stack web development courses, anyone who comes in should be able to learn everything that we do in this program, like in this course. That's my intention. So I'm going to do some basics touch on the SQL Server, and then I will jump on to the design of a database. Okay. Now, like I said, database do have tables. In RDBMS, tables are located in the database. Alright. So tables are nothing but rows and columns. What you see here is one of the table, and it has rows and columns. Columns describe what it is, and rows are the data for a particular for a set of data, there will be a row, right? So rows and columns are all called tables. Now each column stores some data, and that some data is of some type, right? So if you look at this, by looking at this, I can see the first column is called course ID. They're all numbers, so it should be an integer column. Second thing looks like all text, so it should be a varchar. Right. So when we talk about int, varchar, and all of those things, you remember when you're programming in C# or something, you have a lot of integers called bool, int, string, right? Those kind of decimals. They are called data types. A type of data is what? Data type. Right? So we denote, like we represent a data in a particular type. So in this case, we have some integer, some text, which is varchar in SQL, and then we have something like decimal, we have some dates where it shows about the date and time. So it's all about that, right? So we know some basics of what is database, what it has a table, right? So the data are organized in a table in a rows and columns format. Okay, now let's jump on to some basic SQL. Okay, so let's before I dig into the database design, just let's for understanding, right? In order for you to create a table, you will use some script called create table. Whatever you see blue color, they are called the SQL type, like they're all inbuilt one. That's why it's showing us blue color. So create table, syntax is create table, table name, open the bracket, close the bracket, inside this parenthesis, whatever you have is all called column definition. Okay, so in our case, we have user ID column, we have display name column, first name, last name, some email ID, and another column, right? So we have a table, we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 columns. So in course table we have more than 6 columns. Right now we know columns, we know what it is saved, like user ID is basically a number, display name is again a name that you want it to be called as a user, and first name, last name, email ID, all of those things, right? So Now next comes is the data type. How you have to define is create table, table name, the column name, space, type. This represents what type of data you store. So in this case, it's an integer type. We're going to store integer. I'll come to this identity. Similarly, if you go through all of these things, it all says n_var_char. Alright, this is the type where a text like alphanumerics are stored. And if you specify what is the maximum characters can be stored here, that's where you say n_var_char of 100, meaning I cannot save any letters, any number of characters more than 100. That's what it says. This is 50. This is good to have these kind of denotion so that we restrict the data. We don't allow the column to have more than what it is supposed to have, because it is going to allocate some space behind the scene in the database. So we don't want to do that and mess up, right? That's why we have these things. So column name followed by the data type. And the data type can be different things. It is integer, n_var_char, all of those things. We specify what it is. And if you see 128, why 128? If you wonder, my intention is to store a GUID, G-U-I-D, a GUID inside this column. The GUID is always 128. It cannot be more than 128. It cannot be less than 128. That's why I specified as 128. Next comes the next part after this. The type comes the constraints. We are saying not null. You should have something when you insert into a record. If record is a combination of a row with many columns, we are saying not null means it cannot have a null value. I'm saying none of these can have a null value. Everything should have some value. Great. Okay, somebody doesn't give the display name. Fine. That's when something comes called constraint. Constraint is replace if you do not have a value. We are saying create a constraint called default. When I say df means default. That's the the standards that you follow. Default constraint. So we say constraint df underscore table name underscore column name. That brings up a unique constraint name. Okay, and then say default, add a name. Add whatever you wanted to be a default. So I wanted to have guest as default. So for good, so we have done everything here. Let's go through this identity. Identity means unique, and when we specify identity of 1,1, which means starting from 1 with the difference of 1, it will start adding the numbers automatically. So 1,1 means this column will have 1 starting with 1. Difference is 1. So 1, the next number is like addition of 1. 1 plus 1, 2. I can keep adding 1, 1, 1. It keeps continue. What if 1,10? Fine. The first one will be 1, and 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, like that. So based on what you give, but the good design is to have this 1,1. So we defined it. So for all good, Karthik, what else is there in SQL that for me to understand? I had to have no idea about SQL. Great. The other two concepts that you wanted to know as part of this design is primary key and foreign key. Primary key means a key which is unique to a table. Unique means it cannot have null. That's one of the interview questions, right? Primary key cannot have a null value. There are other keys called foreign keys, unique keys. Unique key can have null value. Primary key cannot have a null value. I'll repeat one more time. A primary key cannot have null value, but every single value on a given column is unique. Unique key means it can be unique and it can also have null. So null also considered as a unique value. We're not going to have any unique key here. We need to have a primary key, so we defined it. There are two ways of defining primary key. After this, primary key is a constraint, so we can say primary key. That's also possible. I wanted to give you a different flavor, right? The different flavor is define at the end, say constraint, and then followed by the constraint name. We are going to create a primary key. So pk underscore user table, like the table name underscore the column name, and then say primary key, and then you specify what is the primary key. Now we know about what is table, how a table is created. Table will have columns, column will have its type, that's called data type, and then it can also have some constraints. and that is what we learned about a creating of a table. Now we know at least basics of table, right? We know something. As I go further, I'll talk about foreign key, but now let's consider our database design. Now, how do you design a database? For that, you need to first understand what is your application doing. Okay, in our case, the application is online course enrollment, which means we have a website which is going to have some users coming in. So user information is there. User might have some roles, which means some role information should be saved somewhere. And then user and role are related, like your user can have some role. So there is another table called user role that comes into play. What else? We have some course listed, so some tables called course where all the courses are listed, and then some enrollment information where the enrollments are listed. Payment is involved in the application, so payment tables are going to come, and all of those things, right? So that's how you start thinking of how to design, right? So basically what you're trying to do is you're going to organize your information about your application into different tables. Okay, that is the goal. Now I'm going to start with one by one. Let's delete this. Right click. I'm going to first show you the design, and then I'll go and show you the SQL for that. Go to design. I mean, you may not be doing this as I do, but once I give you the script, you can go and do this exact thing, right? For this database, I already have created all the tables. So let's go and understand one by one. Okay, all I'm going to do is I'm going to first talk about users. So let's pick up 3 tables and show you why those 3 tables are required. So I'm going to cancel that, expand this, create user profile, roles. Great. So now these 3, let's understand this. Okay, so I'm going to clean up all of these things. Now let's understand the 3 tables. The table which we called as like user profile, all what we are going to do is save some user information. We are going to use Azure AD B2C. So user information is actually there in Azure AD, right, in our tenant. But we wanted to have some linkage, and we wanted to know who that user is. Anyone who comes in who wanted to be register, like who wanted to view the videos, they have to be enrolled with some course, even if it is free course, right? And then some instructor course coming also has to be enrolled. So everybody who wants to utilize this has to be a registered user. Simple. Which means we have to save some user information. So this table is, well, all what it is doing is it is going to have a unique ID, which is identity column, that's always called as the table name's ID, table name. So user profile ID, you can also call it as user profile ID, and then bunch of other properties. We already saw that, right? Now let's talk about roles. A user or anyone who inside this application have to have some roles. Based on their roles, the privileges on the application will differ. I as an instructor will have a different privilege. Admin who's administrating this application will have a different privilege, and you as a student will have different privileges. So there is something called roles. I need to first save some information about what roles are available. So I have a role table which has an identity column of role ID and a role name. That's it. This table will just hold only that information. And now the user profile, which has the user information and the roles, needs to have some linkage. Where do you put that link? You need to link these two, right? Meaning when I am registered, my information is here. I'm an instructor. There are 3 roles: instructor, admin, and student. I need to be assigned with the instructor role. For that, I need to have another table to store that information. Great. That table is called user role. It's a meaningful name which we say it's a user's role. So user role is here. All what I'm going to do is I need to create a column which is identity column unique to the table. So that's why this is coming as user role ID, table name followed by ID. Next to information here is called role ID and user ID. Okay. Role ID is something that we are referencing this table. User ID is something that we reference in this table. Okay, sounds interesting. Now I'm going to do something like this. This role ID belongs here. This user ID is nothing but here. If there is a user, he might have a role, and the roles should be present in this table. It's called inner join. So let's say I have this display name. I don't want these things. I just want to find the user with what role. So I can pick up like this also. I'm gonna say okay, and let's see what happens. Great. There are 3 users, and this user has a role ID 1 and role name is admin. This user has role ID 2, who's instructor. This user is a student. That's how you put a piece of information into different tables, like you organize information. Okay, now let's go quickly take a vote. Now let's go and take a look at the code. That will be more important for us, because this concept, if you understand, the next set of concepts you will understand. So we learned about a table creation constraint and for like a primary key and another thing, right? So let's talk about the other 2 tables. Role tables, which is I always will have the table name followed by the ID and its identity column to make the unique key of this table. Good. Role name, we define just admin, instructor and student. So 50 is enough. It should not be null. So for good, this is just a constraint of a primary key for this table. So for good. Here comes the next thing that you wanted to understand. We have a table called user role. Again, table name followed by ID, and that's an identity column. So for good, role ID and user ID. These 2 are referencing other 2 tables, but we are saving it in a separate table. When you do like that, you can have to add a constraint called foreign key. Foreign key means a primary key in one table can be another table's foreign key. So foreign key in a table, in other words, foreign key in a table is nothing but a primary key in some other table. So we can call this as parent-child table. This is a child table, this is a parent table, and this is a parent table. Okay, so user ID is coming from a different table, role ID is coming from a different table. But if you closely look, user ID and role ID, they are nothing but the primary key of these 2 tables. You see this? This is the primary key of this table, this is the primary key of this table. So always primary key can only be a foreign key. But can I define like that and leave it? Will that become a foreign key? No, absolutely not. We need to have a constraint. So we know how to create a primary constraint. Now the next thing is again constraint. Because it's foreign key, naming convention is fk underscore table name underscore column name. Foreign key, and then we are saying whose foreign key here? User ID here. User ID here is a foreign key, and we are saying, hey, refer this one in another table called user profile table. And where do you want me to refer this in the table? Again, there is a user ID in this table. This is referencing that. So we are saying foreign key of what column followed by references the table user profile, and in that go and refer this column, right? This is the primary key, like the primary key of this table. Like that, if you define it, this becomes a foreign key. So we know some basics of all of these SQLs, and so the rest of the tables is going to be the same. I will quickly show how it is designed, but all what you have to know is about a table creation, primary key, foreign key, constraints, why we have to have tables like that to store the information. That is our overall goal. Okay, so I'm going to quickly show you the rest of the tables and explain it. The rest of the the SQL script is going to be same. And before I forget, at the end, for every single table I have added some dummy data, like just to start with the application, right? You can go through it. It's basically, if you want to insert into a table, you use insert into table name, provide the column names, and then values of this is a syntax basically. As long as you know the syntax, you're well and good. So I will give you more syntax and other details in the description, but I hope you understand this. So let's take a look at the rest of the tables. Alright, so based on the current understanding, now you know how you can relate a table. Now let's take a look at the rest of the entities for this application. On my screen, you can see we have the initial role, role and user profile, which are linked to each other because user will have a role should have a separate table, and user profile is the user's information stored, right? Now we are referring to this application all about the courses and enrollment. So let's assume I am listing a list of courses. So I need a course table, and you can see the course table is here. The course table will have its own course ID, unique ID, a title, a description, a price, course type. I'll come here for a second. Course type, seat available, duration, all of these things, right? So in this, there are few columns. They are all primary, like they are all foreign keys, which means they are primary key of some other table. Let's see what are those. We have another table called course category. Course category means a course that can be a programming, data science, design. They're all called categorized to courses, right? So those information will be in this table. So when a course is being published by created by an instructor, the course belongs to one of those category. It has to belong to one of the category. So that's why this course category table's primary column, which is category ID, is a foreign key in this column, and you can see this here. Now, what else? A course is published by an instructor. An instructor can be again a user which is registered in the application, which means we have an instructor table separately, which will have more than the basic profile information. For example, in this table, I have first name, last name. Maybe first name, last name here and here is going to be duplicate. That's okay. We have some biographic information, which is like having a max care of var care of max, which means I can write my own biography if I'm an instructor. Again, this is having a user ID as the foreign key, which is coming from this primary key table, right? So any user that has to go through this user profile, but if we have to enhance, we can add such table where this table is meant only. So basically, if I'm an instructor, I am a registered user in this table. At the same time, I have more information in this instructor table. Why am I talking about this? Because the instructor ID is a foreign key in this column, in this table. A course can be done by an instructor, so we need to know who's that instructor and his all information, right? So if you go all the way through like this, you will see instructor's role could be an instructor, right? Or an instructor could be an admin as well. That's a whole different story, but basically they are tied up with some role. Now what else? We have another 4 tables. Now there are other things, like if there is a course, people will come and say, criticize it. Oh, good. Oh, not good. Okay. All of those things, they are all going under something called review. So we have a review table that has somebody reviewing it, which is nothing but the user. So that's why we have user ID, and we are referring to some course where the review belongs to. So that's why it's a course ID. Course ID, again a primary column here. User ID comes from the user table. I just didn't put this linkage so that it looks nice, but basically there is a link like this. There's a join from here to here. When you design it from this design table, like the SQL design, it will show like that. But basically remember, user ID is a foreign key. The primary key is coming from here. Only a registered user can do a review. That's what all about. Okay, we can have extra checks that the user is supposed to be enrolled, only then he can review it, right? If I have not gone through the course, I cannot review it. It's not fair to review it. I have no idea about the course, so the user should not review it. So those kind of things we'll talk about when API comes. How do you validate such things? Those kind of things we'll implement. Don't worry for now. Other than that, there's a rating, comments, and one was that reviewed, right? So that's it, this table. And then let's finish these 2 tables before we come to the session table. Or let's go to the session table. Session details are like, if I say Angular full course, Angular Frontend Development, it's not just one video. maybe that course has multiple videos combinedly called one course. Where do you save those information? There's the session details. For a given course, there are like 10 sessions happening. So all the 10 items, 10 rows will be inserted here. They're linked to a course ID. That's why this table is separate. Okay. And if I upload 10 different videos, you'll have 10 different URLs, video orders also, like what is the order to which the user has to study. Can I study in any order? May not. You can study, but you may not understand, right? So that's why there's an order of the session. There are two more tables, last, enrollment and payment. Enrollment is something to do with who's enrolling, the user, right? So enrollment table will hold information of a user who's enrolling to a particular course ID. So enrollment ID, course ID coming from here, user ID coming from user profile, when that was enrolled, whether the payment is completed or not. We haven't really gone through all set of payment tables. Don't worry, we will progress that when we come to the payment. But for now, we just say it is either completed, pending, or successful, whatever it is, right? And then there is some payment information. It talks about how much they paid, blah blah, all of those things. So to start with our online course enrollment application, we just have 1, 2, 3, 7, 10 entities, 10 table. We're going to start with our application with the 10 wonderful tables, and this is how you should design a database. And I hope you enjoyed this video and you did learn something new. So you have learned a basics of SQL, how tables are organized, what are primary keys, what are foreign keys, what are constraints, how you need to write scripts to write tables, how you can insert some data, how you can use the query design view, and you know how to design a database itself, right? Great. So stay tuned. I will definitely start publishing one by one. The next video will be soon released. So watch, go practice this. All of these things that you're seeing will be uploaded in the GitHub repository by the time you watch this video. I'll give you every single details in the video's description. Don't forget to check it out and practice. Everybody can count. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel. Pass on this information to your friends and whoever you know. Spread the word. It means a lot to me. I'll see you in the next video, guys. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. You're watching a full stack development video series. This is episode 3. We are building online course enrollment application using Angular, .NET, and a lot of Azure services along with the DevOps. So in this video, I will be walking you through how to set up the .NET Core Web API in your local using Visual Studio and other setups, and we will also go through some fundamental concepts that is required for this video. So if you're new to this and if you have not subscribed to my channel, do subscribe to my channel, and if you haven't watched the previous videos, I will give you in the description, and go ahead and watch that. So without delay, come let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you. So don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. So what is the goal of this video? Is to set up the required software for the web API to be built. So we will be looking at that, like we'll be seeing a Visual Studio 2022 and then .NET Core 8 SDK installation, followed by we will be creating a project, and then we'll understand how the .NET application works, .NET Core application works, services, middlewares, and etc. And then we will also create a layered structure to address the separation of concerns like industrial standard code. And then followed by we will be installing the packages to the project that is required for this project, and then we will be creating the entity models based on the previous video where we build a database for our application, right? So based on that, we will be building the entity models, and then finally we'll be configuring the DB context and see how EF core is able to talk to the database. And that's what all of these things will be covered in this video. So come, let's dive in now. Alright, so in order to install the softwares, go and search for Visual Studio 2022 community versions. That's the free version and that's the latest one. If you go here, if you click on download, you will be able to download it for your OS. Okay, if you're using Mac OS, please download according to that. But this is the setup that you need to do. After that, you need to search something called .NET Core 8 SDK, meaning we are going to deal with .NET Core 8, so you need to install that SDK separately. Right now 9 is in preview. Look at this. 8 is in the solid long time support. It's supported until 2026, so we will start with the latest one, 8. Go here and click on 64-bit version, right? So which is it will download and install this SDK. Now that's it from the API perspective. So only these two. So open up the Visual Studio 2022 and click on new project. Once it comes, it will ask you to select a template. So we're going to search with Web API. Basically .NET Core Web API. .NET Core itself can work on the Linux machine, not just Windows machine. Okay, so if you select Web API as a filter, and the first one that comes will be the one that we will choose. Select next. Choose a location where your project needs to be there. I'm going to put it under a particular location where I used to do it. So I'm going to click on next after giving the name, and then you choose 8 as the version and do a check mark on all of these things. Basically we're not going to build any minimal API because it's a real controller, so it has to be like that. So just choose all of these, whatever is shown on the screen. So like for the controllers, we want anything to be on a separate classes. We need the Swagger OpenAI support. That's what it says, right? So once you're done with this, right, this is the project, it will come. And basically what we are going to do is, if you come here wherever it was created, I'm just going to remove a redundant folder. So basically there are 2 folders inside, so the same name folder inside a folder, right? So you really don't need to do it, but I'm going to do it. So I'm going to close this and go inside this. I'm going to just move this one level above so that there's no same duplicate folder. Okay, really, like I said, you don't need to do it, but I just don't like it, so I'm doing it anyway. Now this is the project, it is opened. Now what you are going to do is, we are going to go through all of these things, like at a high level, what is this .NET Core. So if you double click on the project, whatever is seen here, this is a place where it talks about what framework the project is, what kind of other settings are here, and there is the packages, right? NuGet packages that we talk about. Those packages are being listed here. By default, Swagger, the Swagger one, which is the open API documentation thing, that's by default installed as per the template. And this is the default controller that you can see. We will talk about this controller in a moment. Basically it has some methods and all, and then the next one that you need to understand is the settings. App settings.json is common irrespective of any environment, and if you see something like app settings.development.json, that's for the development. And coming back to the program, there are 2 concepts under the main program class. That's one thing called service configuration, and the other one is called middleware. If you have worked on .NET Core 3.0 and all, it used to have 2 different methods separately, but these days it's not really meant to be like that. So as long as the first one, right, the first one is a service where you configure the dependency injection. Dependency injection is nothing but interface based implementation, and based on which interface implementation you're asking, the constructor will give us the dependency injection, right, an instance of that class. That's called, so those kind of service configuration, anything that is all service configuration will come here, right, within this region. And after that, the moment you see build, which is coming as an app variable, that's called middlewares. Okay, I will talk about more about the middlewares and all, middleware concepts and all, but just for a high level, right? And then when you launch this application, if you go to the properties and launch setting, you see there is something called ASP.NET Core _ environment. That's the variable name that is being used by the .NET Core app, and if it is mentioned as development, it will look for app settings.development.json. Okay, so that is how it works. And you see this, there are 2 ways of running this application. One is the IS Express, which is inbuilt by the Visual Studio. The other one is the basic HTTPS one, right? That's built and that's running only because of the .NET Core application. It's called Kestrel servers. Now the moment you build, you see the 7005 that's coming from here. So because we choose to have this HTTPS and then we ran it, that's where it's coming. And the moment you click try it and then see, it's returning data, because it's returning some dummy data, right? Really just to make sure the application is working here. Like this is a place where it is returning the data, and we're going to clean up all of these things. But let's go one by one. If you see this one, right, this is the service for the Swagger endpoint. So builder.service.add endpoints API Explorer means basically those two are the Swagger endpoint. Basically what it does is it reads through every single controller and its methods, and it knows what is their signature. Signature means return type and the parameter type, and then it knows whether it's a get method or what kind of method it is. Similarly, middleware is like a pipeline where it flows through one way and comes back in the same way. If you look at this, we are telling, hey, give us a nice UI for the Swagger where you can explore the APIs. At the same time, we have a if condition where show the Swagger endpoints only when it is a development environment, not after deploying to stage, production, or any other environment. That's what it means. Alright, the next thing is let's create this project very industrial standard. So I'm going to right click and add a new project. This time I'm going to choose as libraries. Okay, there's only one web project. The next 3 projects will be libraries. The moment you choose library, choose as C# and then give a name. I'm going to give 3 different things, right? So one is .data, .core and .services. Those are the 3 layers that we are going to build. The first layer is the data layer, and then choose 8 as the supported version, and then click create. The project is created. It's a plain empty library project. Okay, it doesn't have anything. Now we have to create 2 more projects. So basically we have 4 layers: API talking to service talking to the database, which is the data layer. In between there's another layer called the core layer where we put all the models and entity models, like all of those POCO classes will be there. So what you're seeing on my screen is creating 2 more projects. One is for the services, one is for the core. Again, I'll repeat, core is meant only for keeping the database entities, which you will see now. Service is the place where you write the business logics. Okay, so there are 4 layers, and if you go to the place where the project was created, you can see those 4 projects coming right away here. And in the previous video we talked about database scripts, so I'm going to move that under the data project. So when you go to GitHub repository, you will see the database scripts under the data project. All right, so there are 4 projects. Now what we are going to do is, if you click this, I'm just verifying whether it is in the build mode. Okay, so everything looks good. We don't need to build the script, and we don't need to copy this to the output directory. So everything looks good. Great. I'm just cross verifying it, right? So this is the script. If you guys have not seen the previous video, this is the database script, and we already executed this, and we have a local database. If you're not, feel free to take this and execute in your local so that you will get the database. Now next thing is adding the NuGet packages. So right click on the project and go to the NuGet package and go and say browse. We are going to install entity framework core.sql server. As of this recording, for the latest 8, it is 8.0.8 is the latest one. So I installed the latest one here. Alright, now this is one way of installing, right? Now if I know what packages I want, which I already know, I can come here to the project, like literally double click on the project, come to the place where there's an item group and there's a package reference. Here, if I put whatever packages I wanted to install, it is equivalent of putting it into the NuGet package. Okay, because at the end of the day, when you finish, when you give this code to someone, right, nobody will have packages. Nobody's going to do the NuGet packages the way we did. When they build the project will pick up the package details from this place. That's why I'm showing you why you need to go via NuGet package, or how can you go like this directly. Both are same. We just go and do a right click and do a NuGet package only when we try to find out what version is latest and all of those things, right? If you already know, like this, I can copy paste and it will install my required NuGet packages as of this recording, right? As we build, we will add more NuGet packages. So for now, all what we have is entity framework.sql server, design, and entity framework itself. Okay, and then of course the existing swashbuckle.asp.core. So if you now build, you can see under dependency, under packages, whatever you have it on the project will be showing up here. Whenever you try to use any of the methods or any functionality within this package, it is being taken from here. Okay, now we are going to do the same work for the rest of the project. For the core and for the data and for the service. For the core, we are going to use entity framework stuff here. That's why we need these packages here. I'm going to install all of those things, and other than that, there's something called Microsoft.extension.hosting.abstraction and Azure.identity. So if you have following this video, don't worry, go to that GitHub and take this package and just copy paste the way I did so that you can follow along with me. Similarly, like I'm going to do that in the service layer also. So data we have to do, service for now we don't need, and we have added the core also. Now next is the project dependency. API project will depend on these things. Core project doesn't depend on anything. Data project, go right click, say add project dependency. Data will depend on service. Okay, and then the service will be depending on the core and data. The core and data is what the service will depend. Actually, the data will not depend on the service. Now if you build it, it will build. Owner project has some error. Okay, so I'm gonna correct it. Okay, so when you build it, it builds everything, and you see this, all the 4 projects were built. So 4 succeeded, 0 failed. Great, so build is good. All of this looks good. Now all what you have to do is I copy pasted a readme file here under the data project. Here what you're going to do is you're going to install a software or a tool called entity framework tool .NET EF. So open up your terminal or command prompt like this. Like you can open any of these things, terminal or command prompt. Terminal means basically a PowerShell script. So open up here and you copy the script to see whether it is installed in your machine or not. Okay, and if you do this, it is going to pull up the latest one. So I have 8.0.7 latest one installed. Good. After that, if you have not installed anything, there are tools and details here in this readme file. You can install it. If you want to uninstall and reinstall it, install it. Or if you already installed, you just need to upgrade. There's a script to upgrade. You can do the update also. Okay, so end of this, all what you want is, if you do .NET EF, you should see something like this. Okay, great. So we have installed the .NET EF tool. Next is we need to scaffold all the database entities into the project. Now in .NET EF, there are various things that you can do. Okay, so let's do the first thing, right? Let's right click on this core project. Okay, I'm going to go to the physical location where the core project is present, because here is the place where I need to extract my entities. So if you go here and do a CMD, actually it will open up in the command prompt directly. If you don't know the shortcuts, this is how it is. And then here if you say .NET EF, it will list down all the options. See, we have database, DB context, migrations. We are now going to deal with the DB context. Database is a separate one, migration is a separate one. All right, so now let's try this out, right? So if you say .NET EF and then say DB context, it will list down the other informations, the commands inside that. So it has info, list, optimize, scaffold, script, right? Scaffold means it will go connect to the database, and scaffold, like it will create all the models based on the tables. So for that, this is the query. Okay, query means like this is how you need to do it, and it is there in the readme file. Basically it has your server name, I mean .NET EF DB context scaffold followed by the server name, and then Microsoft.entity framework code.sql server -o entities -d. Basically it will create an entities as a folder, and it will do all of those as a separate classes. Okay, so once you execute that, if the connection string is correct, it will build, and you can watch here. See, right side, I'm keep hovering my mouse. See, there's some folder came, and all of these 10 tables that we have it in our database also came. One of this is called online course DB context. DB context also it will create. So let's understand what is this. DB context is something deals with the database, and that's from the entity framework code. So any class that inherits a DB context can be treated as a context. Like you can use that as a DB context. Okay, so if you see here, online course DB context is just a plain class that inherits DB context, which means it has to override its public property, like the public constructor. You can see line number 14 to 17. That's the place where you pass. So here if you see, what are we doing this, we are getting a constructor with that an option and then passing it to the base class. Base class is nothing but the DB context. Why do we want this? Basically, in order to connect to database, it needs the connection string. The way we configure here is you can send the connection string from the program.cs so that you don't need to hardcode anything here. That's why line number 15 is super important. Line number 15, 16, just understand that we are passing the connection string options like the database option from the program.cs, and then it will go and connect everything there. The next thing is DB set. Every single table, if you want that as a model and talk to the database, it should be DB set and of that table name. If you see there are 10 tables, that's why you see DB set 10 times. All one thing is called one table. So we have 10 tables, we have 10 DB sets of this. So first one is the course category, enrollment, all of those things, right? So we have 10 tables. Now we understood what is DB context, what are those DB sets. Because we did through the scaffolding stuff, it hard-coded the connection string, we will remove it. Last but not least, the one which is showing as on model creating, basically what it has is any definition that is there we define in the database for the tables, like primary key, foreign key, default constraint, that constraint, this constraint, relationship between the tables, all of those things are actually written here. So entity framework code knows by reading the database how to write these things. So it actually generated these things for us. In case people who want to follow the model first approach or code first approach, they have to write like this, which will be converted into the database table schema. Okay, it's same. It's vice versa, right? From there to here or here to there. But the configuration has to be matched and it has to be precise. Any mistake will screw up the database. So we are following database first approach because 99.9% of the company will have accessing database and you'll be working on those things. It's not like you'll be doing something brand new unless you do it for yourself, for your project, for your own business, right? That's my experience. It's very rare. Even if they rebuild a new application, the database is going to be the same. So it is very unlikely that you will have you'll be starting anything new as a database. I haven't seen my last 15-16 years of experience. Anyway, now that's why we are following database first approach. Let me know in the comment section if you have other way around, like if you always feel a model first approach is important. We will also accommodate that in the video. Great. Now we have all of these things ready. Great. Now what we did is actually we moved that piece of like online course DB context class from the core to the data project, because this is supposed to be in the data project. Okay, because we scaffolded it, created that, but we moved it, we changed the namespace, everything looks good. Now we will clean up whatever class is not required. Now let's minimize this, everything looks good. Next is the connection string setup. If you go and click on development.json, see basically I said, right, development, if you run it will read the connection string from development. So I'm going to copy paste connection string and DB context. Do not change the name. Connection strings has to be connection string, and then DB context is something that you can change it. So here is the place I give. If I go and copy paste a different one in the production or keep it empty, which you will see when we go to the Azure deployment. Okay, so it will take the connection string according to the environment. Now go to the program.cs and first we will create a variable called configuration and we will assign builder.configuration. This is nothing but I configuration. If you are familiar with .NET Core lower version, I configuration is the one is coming from the builder.configuration. Now we're going to set up, or I would say we're going to wire up the services for the database connection. So we will say builder.services.add DB context pool. There's two things, add DB context and DB context pool. DB context pool will reutilize the opened connection. That's why it's better to use DB context pool. And then you pass the DB context name, which is online course DB, and then you pass the option. In the option, you will be having a place where you can define whether the SQL or MS SQL or Cosmos DB or whatever it is. In our case, it is SQL, so we will say option dot use SQL server followed by pass the connection string. How do you get the connection string? From the configuration, if you say dot get connection string and pass whatever that name, in our case it is DB context. If you have given some other name, you pass that name here. Okay, line number 22, DB context has been passed because the property name in the app settings.development.json has db context. That's why. Now after this, I'm going to also assign an option called enable retry mechanism. Basically, there will be some place where it, due to the network connection or something, database doesn't open up immediately, but when you reconnect again, it will open up. Or I would say a valid situation is if you use a SQL server where you can pause the database, at the time this will be very very useful, because very first time when you hit it, it will wake up, and then after sometimes only it will come online. So for that, this will be very useful. I will show you that when we go to the Azure SQL database. Now we have done that, right? Last thing, we're going to test this db context connections thing is all perfect and it is talking to database. What do we do that for that? So come to this controller. I'm going to inject an instance of the db context just to give you an example to make sure this is working. The way we are writing is not right, and we will be deleting all of these codes, okay, especially this controller. So in order to inject, go to the constructor, say online db context, and then click on control period. It will give you option, choose the field or the public constructor. It will create like this, and then here, don't worry about these things. I'm just giving an live example, or I'm showing you how to access the db context to see, make sure everything is perfect, your application is working end to end. Okay, so db context dot, it will give you all the tables here. I'm just going to randomly choose one table, get the data, and return the data. If the db connection is correct, if it is able to talk to the database, you will see the data coming up. So run it, try it out. First time it's going to take few seconds. Boom, we got the answer, which means it is able to talk to the database and it is able to get the data. If you have achieved this as you follow along with me, which means your project is up and running, ready, all the configuration is perfect. If not, go take a look at my code. It will be there in a separate branch, so that we know which episode is for which code. You can start wherever you wanted to start. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video, guys. And if you have not subscribed, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, leave me a thumbs up, and then if you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. I'll see you in the next video of this episode. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development series. We're building online course enrollment app. This is episode 4. In this video, I'm going to show you how to start with a new project, and then we'll walk you through the application, the default template, and then a basics of components, and we'll build a couple of components and see how the UI looks with. So this is just to start with. There are a lot of stuff to learn. So without delay, come, let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you. So don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. So let's take a look, right? This is how we will end up in the end of this video. So you'll see a good website like this. The home page will have this kind of a carousel, and then few more pages that we will build, and I will show you how you can utilize these components, how to build this kind of a nice stuff, right? Later in the course, we will be putting this into different routes, a lot of stuff, right? So this is what we are going to start. I've named it as a Smart Learn by Karthik. Let me know your opinion. This is what the application I will eventually deploy like that. So first is the installation stuff, right? So if you go to this Angular installation, see this is the prerequisite. You need to have the Node.js and the text editor and the terminal. So the first thing is nodejs.org, download according to your OS, right? So I'm using Windows. I'll be downloading it. You can change this to whatever OS you have and then download the latest. As of this video, 20 at least is the LTS version. Next is Visual Studio Code. If you already have it, well and good. If not, code.visualstudio.com. It's a free version. After you install both, open the terminal, which is the PowerShell. If you put terminal, whatever is opening is called Windows PowerShell. Now here, we are going to use a command given by the Angular to install the Angular CLI, right, command line interface in your local machine. So npm install -g followed by that name will give you the installation of ng. Now just to verify you've installed, ng -- version will give you the ng version, which is Angular version, npm version will give you, and then node version also. Okay, so these three things you should have like that, and then installation is done, well and good. So now what we're going to do is we're going to use the Bootstrap 5 CSS, like basic CSS. We're not going to use any templates. So in order to get the Bootstrap 5, right, this is the website, this is the official website. If you know the history, this is from the Twitter company, which is now X, called as X. Anyway, so we need to use this CSS and the JS bundle, and we are going to start with a new application. So open your place wherever you want to start, and then say ng new followed by the project name. So I'm going to give this project name as ng new online course UI, and then it'll ask you what kind of CSS that you're going to use, right? I'm going to use CSS, and then this is something important. I will say no because this is a separate concept called server-side rendering, which will be like kind of, it will do everything at server side, and when the browser wants to render it, it don't need to parse anything. Okay, so we will talk about that in a separate concept. Anyway, so now we are going to switch the directory to the project that we created, and then use code space dot. So that will open up the Visual Studio Code inside the project location. Okay, so that's the shortcut. So once it opens, it's gonna be like this. I'm gonna expand it. Let's go over the default template which is created. Okay, so you can see something called node modules. That's the one which is installed after the project was created, and something called source under that app. So see, right now there's only one concept called one component and some default sites, and this is the index.html which is initially loaded. Okay, and you see this under the body there is something called app root. We'll talk about those things. So that's the starting position, right, starting place. And then package.json will tell you the dependencies, the script that we need to execute, those kind of things. So right now we're using Angular 18, so that's why you can see all these Angular dependencies 18. And there's another concept called Angular.json. This is also the Angular configuration where you can customize, you can have the styles, scripts, and different environment configurations and all can be done here. Okay, and if you go to app.routes, like we enable the routing, so it has just created the route, but it doesn't have any routes. We will add it later. And then app.config.ts, this is the place where we configure the application settings. Now the first one is component, right? So if you see a class that is decorated by a name called component, that class becomes a component. Component is nothing but a piece of code, a piece of logic, right, which can be reused. So basically it will have CSS, HTML, and some logic. So logic is written in component.ts, and then it will have its own HTML and CSS. So let's go over the properties. Selector, this is the name that you will use to use this component. So the moment you say app root, this component will be utilized. Standalone tells you true or false, and we are going to use the standalone. Standalone is like it doesn't need to be a part of any ng module. It can be its own, like he himself is the hero, right? So that's why standalone is it's easy to develop, no tightly coupled things. Imports concept will come only for standalone is true. Okay, so where you import other components, modules, and all of those things here itself under the component itself. Okay, and then there are two more things called template URL and style URL. There is something called template itself. Like template means where you can write the HTML in this place itself, and if the HTML is too much, you can separate that as a separate file, and you can say template URL. So if you see app.component.html, that's the file that is being pointed from here. We are saying, hey, for this component, HTML is all located in the app.component.html. Similarly, app.component.css will have all the CSS that is related to this component. Okay, and then inside this component, like you will have the variables and all other logics that we will talk about as we move forward, but this is the default code that was generated. Okay, so in this whole template we have only one component called app component, and that is where everything is loaded. If you see the default template, it is giving some Angular information. So all of those things, right, from the top till here, we don't need it, meaning it's just a template. Okay, so this place, line number 336 is called router outlet, where the routing comes into picture. Basically imagine this, right? Router outlet is a placeholder. Based on the routing mechanism that we will define, this is the place where the components are dynamically loaded. So in a website, if you see, side navigation and the top navigation will always be there. Inside center of the content alone will keep changing, right? That is what it is. So we will have our nav bar, we have our header bar and all static like components. The other routing comes into this kind of a router outlet concept. Okay, so we'll see. And then you see any file that is ending with .specs.ts is all called unit testing files. Okay, great. So we have some understanding of these things. Let's start creating the component. So go to terminal and create a terminal. Here you have to use either ng serve or so ng serve. Basically ng serve is the place where you will start the application. You see this? You can either use ng serve directly or npm run and you specify what script it is start. That will eventually kick in and say ng serve, and this is what default port is. Okay, so default port is 4200. You saw the component, the home component was having some CSS. That is what it is. So we are going to change that page into this kind of pages. We're going to dismantle all of these things. We're going to create how our end output is. Okay, so that's the idea. Now, in order to create a component, you can do it from our existing terminal or leave the terminal as it is running and create a new terminal. Okay, so you can go from the top, create terminal, or in the side you can create. Now there is something called CLI commands. So ng space generate space component followed by the component name. That is one way of generating the component. The short form is ng space c followed by the component name. So here component/core means two folders. So inside those two folders, about this component is created. You see this? The CLI command is able to create as the component, and whenever the component is created, there will be 4 files: spec files, HTML, CSS, and TS file. Now we created 2 components, right? We created a home component. We created, what do you call that, like about us component. So how do you use this component, right? We know what is components are. Components are nothing but a piece of a small HTML that is rendered. Now in order to use a component, you select the selector, go to any of this HTML like this, and then you can specify the component here. So let's say I am selecting this, removing it, or default content. Here you can say anything that will be rendered there. So let's see. I wrote Karthik here, right? So Karthik here came, all of those initial code went off, right? Now here you can use the components. Let's say app-home. See, the error went. Actually what happened is, if you go to component.ts, you will see the import of a component was automatically done by the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so the component has to be in the import, and then once you commit, like you can see the home component coming here, right? So what happened is, a piece of information that is stored in the home was displayed. Now the first idea is to bring up the nav bar. See, whatever I'm going to use in this project is like purely bootstrap file. So as long as you know CSS and HTML, well and good. So in order to get to the same UI, we need to use the CSS and the JavaScript bundle in the index.html. The reason I'm placing script in the end of the body is, if you put the script in the starting, it will block the whole page until it is loaded. Okay, anybody's internet is slow, they will see some bad experience. Anyway, now we create a navbar component, same thing, ng generate component. Now what I'm going to do is, right, I'm going to go to this navbar component and use the default navbar example given in the bootstrap documentation. You can always customize, but I'm just telling you from where I'm picking up these codes, and then later I'm customizing, right? So if I copy paste that piece of code, to the navbar HTML like this. Not exactly, like I already did that, so I'm going to use that navbar HTML. This one has just the pure HTML, and then we need to copy paste some CSS, which I did. Okay, so for you guys, if you ask me, hey, where is my CSS? Yes, of course you will have the code ready when you watch this video, so feel free to take the CSS code from those components. Okay, so now the data is not coming. Why? Because nav component is never selected here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the nav component on the main app component. Okay, so app component is the parent. Now from there only everything is loaded. Okay, so I'm going to put the app nav bar here. See, this also got imported. Now after you put this, you can also put as many as other components, but let's stick to it. So all my idea is, after the nav bar, which is taking the full width, I'm going to put everything in the center of the screen. So class container, right? Container is a CSS class. You can read about it in the CSS, like the bootstrap CSS. It is going to bring up all the stuff in the center. You see this? We got an nav bar, and in the center we have the components. That's why the home works is in the little bit in the side. You see this? It's all in the center, right? So container means all of those things are placed in the center of the screen. Great. So next, tab bar is coming, right? Next is home page. So in order to build a home where we have this carousel, right, we can either use bootstrap, or I am going to use some package called ngx bootstrap. See, ngx bootstrap is mainly built for this Angular. Very good. They are up to date with 18, and it has a lot of good components that you can use handy, like the carousel, accordion, progress bar, model, this, that, so many stuff, right? So I'm going to teach you how you can use external packages as well. In order to use that, you need to install the package. So I copied the command npm install package name -- save. -- save will save the ngx bootstrap package in the package.json. You can see here. See, it's added here. Great. So we deal with the latest one. That's why we don't specify the version. It's added, and all what we have to do is we just need to know how to make use of it. So they have given an example of how, like, what, based on which component you're using, you need to import those modules into our modules. We're going to use the carousel component, which is carousel module. So this module, okay, we need to import it in our Angular application. So since we are using Angular 18 standalone, it'll be a little bit different where you will import this. Okay, so for ng module, they have given example of where to import all of those things. If you follow the documentation, you'll be able to succeed, but ours is standalone. So in order for us to succeed, we have to come here, app.component. Remember, we do not have ng module. This is standalone. Here we have to provide something called import providers from. You need to specify the module here. I'm going to use the carousel module, so I will use carousel module.forRoot. Done. Come to home component and import the carousel module here. Great. So this module, the moment you import in the home component, anything related to the carousel, you can use it in the home component. So I'm going to copy a piece of code which they have given as an example. You see this with animation. Let's copy this. I'm going to copy this. You can feel free to modify whichever carousel you want so that you will learn. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to paste it in the home component.html, and then if you look at this image is not there in the asset folder. We do not have asset folder itself. So what I did is, to get to that image, I actually already downloaded that image and kept it in this place. So it is there inside the skills. Okay, so now I'm going to use the images that is inside my project. Like, remember, you will not have it. You put your own image or copy it from wherever I'm giving it. Okay, so I'm going to go inside this and then do quickly bring up the images. Right, so the fifth image. Okay, so I'm going to copy paste these things and then change the image name so it displays different images. Okay, you see this? images is not coming. Okay, this is because the Angular application is already running, if you remember, right? So any modules or any assets that was recently copy pasted will not know. It will not be in the output directory, meaning it has not exported temporarily in its built content. How do you solve this? Go to angular.json. Under the assets, tell Angular that copy the asset folder also. You see this? Whatever I copy pasted, that's a configuration that we are saying, hey, copy the asset folder also, and then stop the server and start the server. Okay. Now what will happen? It will pick it up. See, it's coming. Okay. So this is how you have to solve. You should know what's going on, and then you can solve it nicely. So we were able to do this. Now I copy pasted few more HTML just to bring up some nice stuff. You see this? Okay, this doesn't look good. This is all because of the CSS. So I copy pasted the CSS, and you see this? Now it looks good. Okay, so let's go over and tell you. So go to this home.component.css. All of these HTML is loaded there. You see this? All the skills you need in one place, and then the CSS is in the component. And the CSS are in the home.component.cs. Now, next is we're going to build a page called plans and pricing component. Okay, again, plans and pricing component is pure HTML. It doesn't have anything to do with Angular. Okay, so whatever you're seeing is the plan.pricing component. So that component can be imported into another component. It's like component inside a component. Okay, that's possible. So I am going to do that. Okay, instead of copy pasting the plans and pricing component content inside the home, I am putting that into a separate component, and then in line number 37 I actually use that component. So the home component will render its code as well as the code which is inside the plans and pricing component. Okay, so piece of code, another piece of code. So from the UI perspective, it will be like all of the HTML showing up, but actually we are going to reuse it. So later, right, when we have to put into the routing mechanism, we can make use of this component in multiple places. So if I open up the UI, you can see the pricing and plan and pricing component is showed here. So this is our first step. I hope you enjoy this video. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends. Don't forget to follow the complete series. You'll be the one of the best full stack developer after the series is done. Alright guys, I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We're building the online course enrollment application. This is episode 5. Alright, so the goal of this video is to get to know how you will build the first set of get endpoints for course and course category, and we will be talking to the database using the entity framework code and a lot of tips. So without delay, come let's get started. Alright, so I have opened up the project, and the first thing that we have to do was to clean up all of those mess that we had in the last episode. So I'm going to clean up all of those classes and all the default controllers and models that we don't want. So let's do it. I deleted all of those things. So let's start fresh, right? So first thing is you need to first create a repository. So in order for us to proceed with endpoint, you'll be talking to the controller, servers, and the infrastructure, the data layer. So let's first create the methods and other things available in the infrastructure. So I'm going to create an interface called iCourse category repository. So we will always come from back. Repository first we will finish, followed by the servers, and then only we will have the controller code coming into picture. Okay, now the repository, I'm going to add a method called get by id, and the return type is the course category. So these two methods, okay, so I have two methods. One is returning one course category and then list of course category. So first we need to implement this. So whenever you have an interface, you need to first implement this. So implementation class should be the similar name, like except the I. So it's going to be a public class name, followed by you will inherit the interface that will force you to implement the methods. So the moment it comes, control period, and then you can select the options, it will implement this kind of a code, right? It's basically refactoring it. Now in order to bring the constructor, CTOR, put a tab, it will give you constructor. Here we need to inject the DB context. Online goes DB context. The one that you saw is called primary constructor. Okay, so in .NET 8 you can write it in primary constructor. So I made a dependency injection for the constructor, so for good. Now in this, what we are going to do is we are first going to see how the synchronized method is going to work, and later I will quickly tell you how we will start using everything as asynchronous method. Now let's recap. Whatever you saw is the primary constructor, that's why it is like this, and it's available from .NET 8. Now if you say db context dot, all of the tables will start appearing, and we are dealing with the course category table. So course category dot find. Find means it's a synchronous method. If you pass an ID, it will go and look for the primary key on that table. So in this case, if you pass number like 2, it will go to the table and look for where ID is equal to 2, like category ID is equal to 2. That's what it is going to do. Okay. Now we got the data, and it is basically saying, hey, you're passing an ID, you may or may not find the data. That's why it is nullable, right? So that's why the data is showing as green color down on line number 19. So basically, we don't know until the query is executed, the particular ID is present or not. That's what it is doing. So remember, find is a synchronous method. If you pass a number, that is equivalent of going and finding a record based on the primary key. Okay, this is something that you should remember, and this is based on the entity framework code. Okay, now what we can do is we can go to this interface and make this as optional, like nullable. If you put a question mark, that becomes a nullable. Now there it is nullable, so we will change the signature here. See, the error went off. Okay, so that's what basically this means. So the reason I'm showing all of these things is for you to understand some fundamentals, how nullable and not nullable is working. Okay, so that is what it means. Okay, so if I pass a number and it is not present, it will return a null. The moment you see a question mark, this method can return null also. Now similarly, if you wanted to get all the records from that particular table, db context dot that table name dot to list. To list means it will literally take everything and convert as a list. Okay, and it is returning a list of course category. Now whatever you're seeing is all synchronous method. I really don't like synchronous methods, so we are going to learn about the asynchronous methods. How can we do this? Let's comment this out, and I'll teach you easily how asynchronous methods are used. Okay, so while I'm going to do that, I will also tell you there are good videos that I have made on async await and C# and .NET. I'm gonna give you that in this link. You can take a look at this link or in the description. So I will quickly go through how you will implement in this .NET Core Web API. Okay, so let's go to this interface, and I'm going to comment this out. Okay, so I'm going to keep all of this commented code only for your reference. We're not going to use it. So I'm going to comment this out, and I'm going to change this into asynchronous, and from then everything is going to be asynchronous. Okay, so public interface, that interface name. So I'm going to change the name. Okay, it really doesn't matter. So basically the name, the reason why I changed this, any asynchronous method will always end with a word called async, because that tells the user, or it's a standard, basically tells that this method is asynchronous method. And one more condition, it should always return a task of t type. Okay, so here if you look at this, task of course category, task of list of course category, so everything is surrounded by a task. Okay, so task, all of those things detailedly I've explained in this async await video. Please don't forget to watch that video. And just to speed up this process, I'm going to at a high level explain what is async await, how you can use it. Now let's implement the implementation class for this course category interface, right? So what we are going to do is same thing. We have the class, the repository class, course category, and if you remember the previous one, I showed you how primary constructor comes, and this time I'll show you a regular constructor. Okay, just to give you a different flavors, whichever you want to use you can use, but primary constructor is only available from .NET 8. Alright, so if you look at this, see, I'm putting control period, and it is asking me should be a field or property or a primary constructor. See, I made it as a field this time. Okay, both are same. It's really not different. Now, coming back to the first one, every time every method will have synchronous and asynchronous. You see this? Instead of find async. Rest and all is going to be same. But if you look at, I'll hover it and show you. So what will happen is when you do a find async, it is also going to return a task of t type. So we'll convert this as task, and if you hover on the data, it will show you task of course category. Okay, so that's what the asynchronous methods will do. Now remember one thing, as long as you don't need the data immediately, you don't need to use a word called async, okay, or await. Async, await, you don't need to use in this method signature whenever you don't want the data immediately. The moment you use async await, immediately the data will be retrieved and the calls will be suspended there itself. Okay, so I will show you an example in the upcoming repository, but for this time we don't need it, so we are returning a task of course category itself. Similarly, for find like toolist, dot toolist async is there, and dot toolist async doesn't need any of these things. It is already returning a task of list of course category. Great, so these two methods are done, and this is all coming from Microsoft.Entity Framework code. Okay, so for good, so we built the repository. Now what we are going to do is we need to call these methods from the services. So we need to create the services here. So we need to create a services here. I'm going to create a course category services interface as well as course category service implementation method. Now here is the thing, service is meant for writing business logic, which means our application may or may not have deft, like very heavy business logic. Maybe in the upcoming thing I will put it, but for simple things there is no business logic. And one more thing you have to remember, we should never ever send any of the entity classes directly to the customer, meaning to the endpoint. Your entity class, which is a table definition class sitting inside the core, should never be exposed directly in the controller as the model. Remember this. Okay, so we are going to build some models, and that model is what is exposed in the outside. So what does it mean? What is the difference between these two? Basically, entity class will have a lot of properties, but customer may or may not be interested with all the properties. We will limit only certain things showing up. I'll give an example. So for the course category, okay, first let's create a models folder under the core, because the core project is common, right? That's why I'm putting this model here. Okay, so I'm gonna create this is also called view model kind of thing. Okay, so we are going to create a model. Just to differentiate, I'm giving a name called course category model. Okay, here if you look at this, see it has I collection of course. We don't need to expose that. Instead we will expose only the properties that we are interested to send. The UI is expecting only the category ID, name and description, doesn't really expect anything else, right? So we are not supposed to expose. See, imagine in the real world, in real application, tables are very huge. A lot of properties will be there. Okay, our application is straightforward, so you don't see like that, but there will be a lot of properties. We should never send it. Okay, so that's why we are creating this. So we know now why we have to create this, which kind of classes we have to export it, like expose to the customer. Great, so we have created this course category model. Okay, property seems to be same, but don't worry about it. Now I'm going to copy paste the method signature. So task of course category model, this time I'm returning a different model, not the model which is coming from the repository. The names are same, but the written type is different here. Okay, so now remember one more thing, I might create the classes in same file. Generally speaking, in production ready application, interface should be in a separate class, like separate file. Implementation should be in a separate file. Okay, so just for our understanding, I'm doing it here, but when you do by yourself, please create a separate file, at least in your project. Okay, if not in the learning phase, it's okay. Now I will inherit this class, and then control period will refactor and implement all the definitions. We got those two methods. Here in the constructor, we need to inject the instance of the repository. You remember, we need to call the repository, so we need to inject the repository here. So icos, see, it's not coming, right? So what is missing? Let's fix whatever we did mistake. If you go to service, it's only having dependency on the core project, whereas it needs to have dependency on the data project also. Let's verify the data. Data doesn't have anything. That's good. Data doesn't call anything. It just calls the core. Okay, so far good. Now let's try to inject the repository. Now it's coming. icos category repository is coming. Give it a name, control period. It will give you this kind of option. Choose the third one, field, property, anything is fine. And you have that. Then we will use this category repository dot get id async. But see, I cannot return this. Why? The return type is of core.entity.model. The return that we are doing is different, so we cannot do it. Here you need data, right? This is the place you need data in order to do something. This is where the async await comes into picture, because as I said, async await is the keyword that we will be using in order to wait for the data. The moment compiler says here, okay, I'm going to write the async await, give me a second. The calls will be suspended, the compiler knows what to do, all of those things. So simple asynchronous implementation is very simple. If you see a method with async keyword, like async as the method name, okay, put an await keyword there in front of the method, and in the signature you need to use something called async. So I'm going to comment here itself so that you know what we're doing. So when we need data, I'm going to repeat. So right, whenever we need data, we need to use await keyword in front of the calling method. And whenever await keyword is there, you need to use async keyword in this method signature. See, async await. Compiler knows what to do. This becomes a asynchronous method, right? So now we got the data. We need to now return a different types of model, right? The data that we got on line number 35 is course category. That is from entity. What we have to return is course category model. Okay, so that's the difference. So now you use this keyword, we got the data. Okay, so now we will say we can directly say return new course category model, like the return type, and then we reassign the properties. See, category id is equal to data.category id. Now if you do keep tabbing, right, Visual Studio code, the Visual Studio itself is bringing up all of these features, so it knows what is the property and it is bringing up all of this data. See, now what we are doing, data is showing us like the error. We will change it, but here also same, right? We are converting this to async await. So here what we will do, same thing, we will wait for the data. The data is equal to the category repository dot get categories async. This method will return a list of that model. We will await for the model, and then we will return the list. Okay, so it's going to be same. So what we can do is data dot select. See, dot select is an link queue extension method for this kind of a class. So you can use dot select and then specify new course model. You map this and then dot to list. So if 10 data is coming, link queue will take care of converting into 10 list of an array, and then it will return the total list, like it will return the list. Okay, it's as simple as that. You can assign this to some variable like this, right? And then you can return model data. So this will return list of a course category model. Okay, great. Now, though it is returning data, this is still an asynchronous method. Okay, because the method is having task of return type. Now, before we do anything, right, what we have to do is we need to first configure these two as a dependency injection. Go to the program.cs. Okay, go to program.cs, and then here you need to configure these services. One service is for the repository, one is for the services. Now when you configure service, like instance of service, three type, I'll explain you. So builder.service.add scope. Add scope is one type, add transient, add singleton. I'll explain you the difference. This is one of the interview questions. Add scoped means when a request is hit, till the request is completely processed and returned, only one instance of a requested class will be given. Transient means when the request comes, if a same type of interface has been like injected so many places, different instance will be given. Singleton means only one time for the whole application. So do not use singleton, do not use transient unless it is required. We will always use add scoped. This is the perfect configuration for the services. So we're going to use the add scoped. Like I said, the transient, singleton, you see singleton and scoped is there. So we're converting these two into scope. Now next thing is adding a controller. Click on controller, click on API controller, give it a name. Okay, so when you give it a name for the controller, here in our case it's course category, so I'm gonna give course category controller.cs. that's the file name. Okay, the controller name is course category. Great. So by default it is creating, this is called route. So if it is prefixing API / controller name, here remember controller name is just course category. So our endpoints will look like API / course category / something. That something is nothing but the method name, the action method name. Okay. And then remember, a class that is inheriting a controller base will become a controller. So this is a controller. So we again inject a constructor. In here you need to invoke the service, because controller is calling service is calling repository. That's why we have to come in the reverse order. Same thing, you can use primary constructor, you can use the field constructor, the dependency is done. Now the next thing is, let's get started with what is web API, microservices, difference between these two, and what are the important HTTP status code. When I go through this video, please, I will also cover important interview topics. I myself an interviewer, so I know how to ask, I know how to evaluate the candidates. So at that point of time, right, based on how candidates are responding, we can easily judge, okay fine, he or she is sufficient enough, they can pick it up, they're good, they know some knowledge. So be patient, I will explain you important thing as we go. And so what is web API? Web API is a set of protocols and tools for building software applications. It allows different software systems to communicate with each other over the web. Web API exposes endpoint that can be accessed via HTTP methods. There are these 4 important HTTP methods. So let me explain. So this is just a definition, right? So web API is basically, you split this web API. Web API. API stands for application programming interface, and we're dealing this with the web application, so that's why it's called web API. So in short, for you guys to understand what is web API is, basically web API is nothing but a functionality that is written in the server side. Like you ask for it, it does something and give you some response. So you send a request, it is going to give you a response. The response is always going to be, most of the time it's going to be in the JSON format. And very important thing, web API deals only with the data. It doesn't return any HTML or anything. They deal with the data. It's a lightweight thing. All right. So that's the at a high level of what is APIs stands for. So when we talk about it's a tool building for software application. Basically, you will have some application like your mobile. Everybody these days have mobile applications. You have mobiles that has a lot of applications, right? It talks to the backend without you knowing it. It exchanges the data, and then the data is what you see on your app. So for example, the primary purpose of the web API is to enable the interaction between the disparate systems. For example, a client application, right? You could be our UI application, which is in React, Angular, or any mobile application or anything. Client application means a application which is facing the customer. Okay, they can interact with the server to perform certain read and write operations. It's called CRUD operation, and that is what this web API is. So what are the components? Components, there are a couple of things. Endpoints means basically a direct URL that is unique across the web, and that URL, right, it's where your resource is present. So for example, if you want to get some product, it's going to be some domain name, let for example learn smartcoding.com/API/products. If you access this URL, you're going to get some data. Okay, whether the data is protected or not, don't get into it now. Basically an API which will have a unique URL. If you access it, you're gonna exchange the data. And there are a couple of methods that can be used in terms of web API. They're called HTTP methods. Okay, and like get, post, put, delete, those things. Now, important thing you should also understand is web API deals with a protocol called HTTP and HTTPS. The preferred way of doing is HTTPS, Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secured. SSL layer will be included, which means the data when transfers from your place to the server to this place, like the back to the client, the data is actually encrypted. Nobody can tamper the data in the middle of the network. That's what is important. So web APIs are always dealing with this HTTP protocol, HTTPS protocol. They're secured and they can be accessed via internet globally across the world. Anywhere you are in the world, you can still access that over the HTTPS in the browser or wherever the mechanism is. The next thing is request and response. We already spoke about it. You send a request, you're gonna get the response, and the response, generally speaking, it will be in the JSON format. If at all clients wants an XML format, it can send an extra header to the request. Hey, give me in the XML format. Our web APIs are clever enough to convert it into XML format, right? So that's also possible. So that is what called web API. Okay, so in a typical web application, right, like we already saw in my channel, a big one called e-commerce application. There'll be several endpoints to deal with products, orders, users, cart, this, that, so many things. They're all just an example. Each one of those things are called functionalities. Now let's talk about microservices. Okay, so people get confused with microservices and web API. I know for sure a lot of people get confused, right? They think both are same. Microservices is nothing but their architectural design patterns, right? They are called architecture. So basically a microservice is a small independent service that does one thing well. It's a part of a large architecture where multiple microservices work together to form a complete system. Let me give an example. Consider the e-commerce application. If a company A builds an e-commerce application, let's say for themselves, right? They build a small e-commerce application for themselves where there's only one project. They build every single thing in one project. Now the project is very big, being big, like it could have reporting, address, orders, products, cart, wish list, this, that, so many things in one single place. If that business gets grown, that application will be deployed several instances in the computer, which means you're just duplicating every single pieces of code into multiple places. Consider this, right? If when you go to Amazon.com or Flipkart or whatever, wherever you belong to, right? If you go to Amazon is the best example. You go to Amazon.com, what do you do? What do we do? We go browse the product. We go inside the product and see the product. How frequently you're gonna order the items? How frequently you're going to go to the address and change your address? The frequency of these things compared to product search or product related stuff are less, right? Which means only the product thing, it's needed more attention, more load. So microservice, what we will do in terms of microservices, we split this big application into chunk of small independent application. If you remember, in our e-commerce application, we have 4 different microservices, right? Product, orders, wish and cart separately, users separately, user profile separately. Why? Product is a microservice that does all product related work. Similarly, orders, address and other. So when we bring this to the production, based on the workload, we can scale up that individual component to more instance. For example, if a lot of people are using product APIs. Product API is what needs to be scaled up. When we say scale up, instead of one instance, multiple instances they will deploy, so load can be evenly spread and it can be handled. Whereas address change and all is comparatively less. People will be calling those kind of APIs very less. Not everybody is going to change address every single time. So that's the concept, right? We split the big application into small chunks that becomes an independent services. Okay, so that's called microservice. So if somebody asks you, do you know microservice? Yes, you should be knowing. After this video, you should know what is microservice. All right, and somebody knows, ask you about web API, you should know what is web API, that which we are going to build now. So whatever I explained is what is in the scope, basically breaking down the application into smaller loosely coupled services, and each services will become its own microservices, like microservice. If you split, micro means small, services means basically it's going to serve something. So that's what it is. Okay, so that's the scope of the microservice. Example, I already discussed all of these things. This is what the examples that we just discussed. E-commerce is the best example that we can talk. And let's summarize. So a web API is a mean of communication over the web, while a microservice is an architectural style that involves building small independent services that often communicate via APIs. This is important, guys. If you say you're a backend developer and you know web API, you should definitely know what really a web API is, what is microservices are. Okay, they will definitely ask you. Maybe we will talk more about a separate video in this interview related stuff. Please let me know in the comment section if you're really interested in the interview stuff. I can help you guys. HTTP status code. So I'm going to be really quick about this HTTP status codes. It's always good to understand some at a high level of what of these things, so that when we get into the real hands-on coding, it will be easy for you guys to understand it. Okay, so HTTP status code, HTTP already we know that's a protocol, and it is giving us a standard status code which is already defined. So what it says, HTTP status codes are standardized codes which has already been predefined, written by the web server to indicate the result of a client request. They are grouped into 5 categories. Okay, so you send a request, the client is sending a request to the server is responding to the client. When it responds, it will always have one meaningful HTTP status code. What kind of status codes it is returning is what we are going to learn now. 5 categories. This starts with 1x, 2x, 3, 4, 5. When I say xx, it's going to be like 100. 100 and above within 200, 200 and above, 300 and above, 400 and above, 500 and above. What you need to know is, you should first know just at a high level what are these things. That's it. You don't need to memorize every single status code. One related status codes are all informational, which means you have nothing to do with it. It's just FYI, right? For your information, something like that. 200 latest status codes are called successful status code. The server is responding to the client that you gave me a request, I processed it successfully. What kind of success varies based on the different status code. We'll talk through it, don't worry. 3 is all redirection, which means there is some action required from the client side. Today there will be some URL. Okay, down the line after 5 years, for some valid reason, the URL got changed. The server can now respond, hey, this was the URL that you hit, but we changed this URL to this, please go to this URL. Okay, that's the typical scenario. 400 is all important thing. Say 400 and above, right? They're called client errors, which means client sent a request to the server is saying, hey, I received your request, but there is something wrong in your request, which means any 400 related error can be corrected by the client and can be resubmitted to make this successful. That alone you remember. Okay, 500 means client have nothing to do about it. There is something seriously wrong at the server side, and we are just saying that something went wrong in the server side. Could be anything, depending on the status code. We can tell you what it is, but client cannot do anything. Okay, that's called 500. So let's quickly go through these things. I'm going to walk you through only important things. So 100 is just informational. So let's talk about this 200, right? When you save some content, when I say newly save a content in the using web API, you should always use 201, which is called created. Okay, when you are processing a get request, which means you're sending back the data, you use 200 OK request. 202, 204 are important as well. Not everybody uses properly. 202 means I received the request, I verified it, it's ready for processing, which means you're just responding to the client saying accepted, your request is accepted. That's it. Whether the request was successfully processed or not, God knows. That's a different story, but we are just telling there are different scenarios why you need to send those things. Okay. Similarly, 204, which means for delete and all, right? When you process the request, everything is done, successful, and we are just saying there is nothing else for me to return it. Let's say you're trying to delete a record. You deleted it. Now what else you will return in that scenario? You deleted the record itself. You cannot return anything. Okay, that's where you use 204 no content. Okay. The next one, the 300 related things, they're all like I explained you, they're all redirection related stuff. And then 400 is what we will go through. But 400 means bad request. If you're submitting a form where age, name, address is all there, and then you forgot to mention the zip code and the address. Now the server is saying, hey, I received all of your requests, zip code is missing, which means incorrect or incomplete request, data in the body is incorrect. Then it will send back saying 400, hey, please fill up the zip code. That's also important, that's also mandatory. That's where the client will recognize, okay, intelligently recognize, okay, this is what the request is, we need to fill up. They can resubmit successful. Similarly, 404 means you're trying to find a resource which is not present, you send 404 not found. Okay, important status code, all of these things you remember, they are definitely going to be asked in the interviews, especially 400, 401, 403, 404. They are like super important. You should know what are those things. So we know 400, we know 404. Talk about 401 and 403. If server and clients, if server is like protected, if server detects that anonymous requests are coming, it will reject with 401 not authorized. It doesn't have header, it doesn't know who you are, so it doesn't really care about processing, so it will reject with 401. However, if you send with the proper credentials, everything is looking good, if server recognizes who you are, but you're trying to do some action which you're not permitted to do, that's where it sends forbidden. Forbidden means server understands who you are, but it refuses to do so because you're trying to delete some record or update some record which you're not authorized to do according to your role. That's where you see 403. So they're all important, right? The next thing is 500. Everybody knows in this world 500 is basically okay. So before we go to 500, let's one more thing. 409, not frequently used, but good to know. 409 is basically when a particular record is being trying to update with multiple people in support team or whatever it is, right? Real timely, same record is getting updated at the same time. If the server is detecting such kind of thing, if the server detects, it can return 409 saying, hey, conflict, somebody else is also trying to update it, right? Those kind of thing. Last but not least, 500 series. 500 is something that we didn't handle the exceptions properly, something really screwed up, exception occurred, that's where you send 500. Okay, 502, 503, 504 also common. If the servers are not accessible for a different reason, you send this 502, 503, 504 automatically. Okay, you don't need to do when you deploy a particular URL and you get into any of these 502, 503, 504 scenarios, automatically you will get it from the web server itself. That's beauty. Okay, we don't hard code and send anything like 502. All right, so now you have some understanding of all of these concepts, so let's get into building up the endpoints in our application. So the very first one that we're going to build is the get endpoint. So we know what is get endpoint. All right, so public I action result and then followed by the method name get of ID. Okay, so which means it's expecting an ID. The moment you mark this method as http get, like you have to open the bracket and then say http get, This method becomes an HTTP GET method, and you can pass you can define something like this, which will means it will automatically convert as a route ID. So route means like you need to send ID in the route. Okay, now you can use this service, the category service dot get by ID async, and if you say dot wait, basically you're converting the synchronous method asynchronous method into synchronous method, but we are not going to do that. Okay, so await wait, we should not use it here. That's a method that is used for asynchronous stuff. If you put dot result, you're converting the asynchronous method into synchronous method. That is also absolutely wrong. Okay, so now any asynchronous method you can use dot result, which means you're forcing the compiler to make this a synchronous method. Never do that. Okay, don't do that unless it is really required. We have to use asynchronous from start to end. We're going to convert this controller method into a asynchronous method. This is all crap. Let's scrap this out, right? So where category is equal to this method name, instead of result you just leave it and start using async await. This is asynchronous method I teached you already. You just need to put async and await, and return type should be always task of the t type. So here task of I action result. Now for HTTP method, get method, you have to return OK, which is the category. OK means it will return HTTP status code 200. Okay, so 200 is a valid status code where the data has been sent. But what if the ID that you received doesn't have data in the record, like it doesn't have records in the database? What happens to that? Like you cannot send null as OK, right? Which means you need to send a different status code. Remember 404 file, like not found. A resource is not found in the table in the requested data. That's why we need to check this as null and return not found result. Not found will eventually return a status code called 404. This is also important to know. You should always return the correct status code, only then the UI, the client application, can figure out what's going on. Okay, next, another method. This time you're going to return a list of course category. So we will name this as get all. Here just a get, HTTP get, there is no route parameters, and then you're calling the same method like get course categories. It will return just OK off. Think of this table doesn't have any record. Do you need to send 404 or OK? Did you say OK? Then you're correct, right? So remember always, you should never send 404 for these kind of scenarios. Okay, imagine you're trying to do a search against a database. Search means like a query search. Query is, according to the query, data is not there. It's not like data itself is not there. Those kind of scenarios and these kind of scenarios, like the one that you're watching right now, you don't need to send 404 and it's not valid. The valid result is always 200 OK. The returned item may contain value or it may contain an empty array. In this case, if at all table doesn't have any record, you'll see empty array, but obviously our table has records, so you will never see an empty array. So those two methods are good. If you run this, you should definitely see a good Swagger UI, which is reading the controller methods, and it is giving us this kind of an option where you can execute. It will come here. Let's step by step inside. F11, it's going inside. Let it go. You see this? It's going, and then it is not having data here. I'm going to hover and show you. Look at this. The method is in the execution state. It is not executed yet. Okay, that's why this is very important. Asynchronous are very, very powerful. So here also, because of the await, data was executed, and then you got the data for a particular ID, and then we are converting this data. And I'll show you one more thing. Okay, I'm going to show you one more thing, right? See, this is the the execution output. It is giving you the query that got executed, and you see this parameter is not having any value. At the rate parameter 0 is equal to question mark. I'll show you how you can see this kind of parameter values here. They are called sensitive data. Hold for a second, I will show you. Now let's got the data. Interesting. So we were able to debug it. And if I minimize this and execute this, this also should get data. See, all of this data came in milliseconds. Okay, now I'm gonna show you like, let's say we do with a number which is not present. So right now we're trying to handle, we did not handle null, that's why we got exception. This is absolutely fine, right? That's when you learn it. Now what you are supposed to do is, basically if the data is null here, we should not process this. So we will do, if data equal to null, return null, or return this. Okay, because the return type is task of course category model of question mark, which means a nullable value. Now it returned null, we are checking null, true, we return status code call 404. See, great, right? So this is what the get endpoints, and you can see the queries are coming up here. I'll show you how you can see the sensitive information. Now let's go to program where you configured the database in the previous episode. Go there and there is an option called enable sensitive data for logging. See, I will tell you why this is useful and when you should use. As we build, right, we will be writing some link queries. We assume that the query is correct, but if you want to check what entity framework is generating the equivalent SQL query, if you enable what I'm going to show you now, that will show the queries plus the parameters that was sent. This will help you to troubleshoot any issue related to the queries, and this is sensitive information. Remember, do not enable this in production, not just for yourself, even when you're working in a company. Never enable this in production. This is only for testing. See, it is clearly written in the documentation. It's only for testing and debugging, not for the production purpose. So enable sensitive logging will log those things. Let's take a look. What does that mean? I'm passing some value, right? The value was never shown before, you remember? Now let's see what happens. You see, number 3 was sent in parameters, which was hidden earlier, but now you can see that is what was substituted in the var class. That's very helpful, right? Let me know in the comment section how helpful it was, all of these tips. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to disable it. Okay, alright, so next one is we are going to build something called course related. Course is a big entity actually, right? So we're going to build some course related endpoints. So first thing is, I will create a model class called course model, and I'm going to explain you what I'm going to do. Like, basically I'm going to copy paste a model which I already built and explain you why I want all of those models. How is our endpoint is going to use it, because eventually these endpoints will be used in the next episode from the UI. I'll show you a beautiful UI. We need to have a solid and good response model. Okay, so that's why we need to build the course model first. We cannot return the entities directly. Okay, so I'm going to replace the course model. If you see, course model will have the course ID, title, description, price, course type, all of those things, right? And then at the end, I also have two more class called category. So basically, whenever I send a list of course details to the UI, I wanted to also tell what kind of categories they belong to. That's why I created a class called course category model, like the previous endpoint model, which will tell about the category of a particular course. And then I also want to send user rating model. User rating model means it's basically another model which I will copy paste now. This is to for each course, what is the user rating? Like, for example, if 100 users have rated a particular course, I want to know that 100 users rated and what is the average rating given by the user, right? If you go to Amazon, it shows, right? Okay, 4.7 rating star, and then it shows 2000, which means 2000 people rated it, and average was to 4.7. Exactly same. So user rating model will be mapped to a particular course. We will see how to retrieve this information, but this will hold the average rating from the user, and then total rating will be the number of users who rated a particular course. Remember, course can be rated only by the people who take the course or enroll the course. Those kind of logic we will implement later, right? So this one, to first fetch the data, we're still dealing with only one part of the code operation, which is just the read operation. We will deal with like the create, insert, like create, update and delete later as the course is progressing. Okay, so now I want to build a course detail. Like I need a separate model where after they select a particular course, I wanted to show more information of a course. Like one course, for example, Angular full stack development might have 10 videos. So 10 videos are nothing but 10 sessions. I want to capture those information. We already have the table called session, course session table and all. But I'm going to build a table, like a model called course detail model, which will inherit the course model, which means I'm not duplicating the code. We are reusing the model. The moment you have inheritance, all of these properties which is inside the course model will automatically come for course detail model also. That's what called inheritance. I hope you know this inheritance concept in C#. It's a fundamental hooks concept. Okay, now I have two more models, user review model and session detail model. User review model means we are bringing up all users, like each user who rated a particular course. We need to capture those information so that we can show, okay, this person named, commented this, reviewed on this date, so and so. And then the second one, session detail models are nothing but, as I said, a course can have one or more sessions. Those informations are going to be treated there. Okay, and so I'm going to put that here, those two properties. So which means course detail model will have reviews, session details along with course model complete models, because it is having an inheritance. This is how you reuse the code. Now we have set up the model that we are going to deal with the controller. Okay, now we will deal with the repository from the first. So we will build repository followed by servers followed by the controllers. So I have a repository called public, now I have a repository called iCourse repository, which is an interface. And in this interface, I have two methods. One is get all the course, as well as we also have sending a parameter called category ID. So we can filter the courses based on the category ID. The second method is I send a particular course ID, get me every single information from a particular course ID. Okay, so now let's build the implementation class. Okay, so I'm gonna use a separate class, but always you use a separate class. Okay, so this time public class a course repository, which is inheriting the iCourse repository. Now if you do a control period, it will help you to bring up the implementation like this. And then here again, as usual, we need to inject a like DB context. So first CTOR, put a tab, it will create the constructor. This is a shortcut for the constructor. Now online course DB context, we will give it a name, control period, inject it. It's a property injection. Now we are going to see the first one, the get all course async. Okay, so that method second time I'll show you because of a reason. But let's fill the course details. Okay, this is a simple straightforward one. So now we're dealing with the entity framework core. Okay, there are a lot of features. As long as our tables are structured properly, like you remember that parent-child relationship, foreign key, primary key, all of those things, so it will be very helpful. I'll show you why. So dbcontext.courses, great, the table. Now there's something called include. If you say dot include, that's the extension method of this entity framework core. Basically, if a table has a child table, you can use include and get the information for that table as well. So what this include is doing, this means it is pulling up the associated records of a given course from the category table. That's what it means. Okay, so remember like this, I'm gonna add the information here. Okay, so dot include, you can include the table if they are related to each other, and this will come only when your definitions are correct. Like for example, you have a table whose primary key is a foreign key in another table, which means you can pull up the records if it is present in the child table. Okay, that is what this primary key foreign key thing that we discussed in the DB design. If you have not seen it, feel free to go and watch the DB design, why we need that. Now what I'm going to do is, you see this under the course model, right? Let's go to course entity, like the table literally. If you scroll down, you'll see category, enrollments, instructor, reviews, all of these things, right? All of these things are basically child table. For a given course, these tables are child table which will have some information to it, may or may not. But for example, if user is there, reviewed it, it will be there in the review table. So I'm going to copy paste two more tables, dot include, get the category, dot include reviews, get me all the reviews from the review table for a given course. Like if a course has review, pull up that record. If it is not having, don't pull up, something like that. Okay, similarly, if a course has a session, pull up all the sessions for that course. The entity framework knows how to do a inner join and pull up the records. Now we will apply the where class. Okay, dot where, and this is lambda expression. Lambda expression, we say, hey, course ID equal to the incoming course ID. Okay, then here comes the thing. We need to send a model here. See, course detail model is the model that we are exposing to the controller. If you remember the previous repository, we sent the entity class in the service layer. We defined it, we changed it. The reason why we are doing this here itself is, here only we are writing the query, right? When you're writing the query, it is easy to convert into your required object model. Okay, instead of sending multiple different sets of data to the service layer, and then you do this, like, after that doing this kind of a work, instead of doing that, you can do this right from here. Okay, so that will be very helpful. So we are saying dot select, we need a new course detail model, and then you start typing the property name which is there in the model. See, course ID. Okay, so course ID is equal to, from where we have to find, we need to find from c.course ID. Similarly, title and all the other properties. So I'm going to copy paste the properties to save some time, and they're basically property matching. You see this, I pulled up all of these things. What I need to pull up is category. So category is new course category model, and then you are now going to assign a value to the category ID. See, c.category ID. C.category is a table. Under the C, there's a table which we pulled up. Remember, line number 52 is not possible. C.category will not come if you do not have line number 32. 32 and 53, 52 are very important. Like dot category can come only when you include a table. Okay, you can try that out. Similarly, we are going to pull up the other informations also. Okay, so the other information here, basically what we want is the reviews. Reviews is c.reviews. Again, review is pulled up, that's why the table is coming. And so c.review.select. Okay, so what is wrong? Let's see, this is a to list, that's why it is giving you error. So .to list will solve the problem. Okay, so basically we're saying c.review.select, and then to the required model where we assign the course ID, display name, rating, and all of those things, right? So we were able to do that. Or dot users or display, all of these things are coming. Great. Now if I wanted to order this by descending order, where the highest ratings are coming, you can use the inbuilt method called order by descending, and you can pass under which you need to make a descending order. And not only that, I need to take only the latest 10 after I order it. That's why dot take of 10 is coming. Okay, so basically we're taking the top 10 after we do a order by descending, and then converting into the to list. Because for a given course, if I have 5,000 reviews, I don't want to take all the 5,000 reviews, I take only the 10 top reviews. Okay, you can adjust this logic according to your need. But the next is the user rating. User rating, if you see, user rating involves the review table, so we are going to write that. At the moment, what I'm trying to just give a comment, like you can also order by the session details, so that the videos are coming, like the sessions are in order, right? You cannot go and read episode 9 without reading episode 8. So just wanted to order it. And similarly, course review was done, so this model is returning all of these stuffs. And all of line number 32, 33, 34, they're all like tables that you need to include, so that all the associated records are also taken and out. And finally, we are able to send whatever we wanted to send. Now we put an a wide keyword, async keyword, and you can return an asynchronous one. See, I'm returning the data itself here. Okay, great. So this is simple. Now, alright, so next is we have to get all the courses of whatever we did down, but based on the category ID. See, now there is a possibility that you can get all the course without applying the category ID or applying the category ID. In order to make the methods reusable, or like, we can have something called dynamic queries in entity framework. So if you look at this, query is equal to dbcontext.courses.includes category, and then I'm converting this as queryable. As queryable means it is just a query, and this is called deferred execution, which means it is not executed. We are building up the query as we write. The queries are not completed, it's not executed, they are dynamically applied. As queryable means it becomes a query. On top of this, you can continue to build the query. Next, what I'm going to do is, if the incoming category has value, then only I will apply the filter. If not, I will not apply the filter. So which means this method can be used for two purposes, where I wanted to get all the courses. At the same time, I want to get the courses for a particular category ID. Okay, so this is a deferred query. Just remember, link queue, in link queue, if you don't use dot to list dot anything that is converting as a primitive, concrete primitive type, until that is done, they're all deferred execution. In link queue, that's a concept called deferred execution, which means it is going to execute, it is never executed. Okay, it will execute only when it needs to execute. Remember this deferred execution. Now let's apply a filter. If the incoming category ID has value, because it's nullable, see, int of question mark I've put in line number 20. If it has value, we will apply a filter for the category ID. So now query is equal to query.var category ID is equal to category ID, which means now the query is replaced by the new query. Okay, line number 31, query will be replaced with the new query if it executes. So where the conditions are applied. If the incoming category is null, like you don't want to pass anything, this line number 31 is not executed. Okay, we're close to the closing of this video. So the next one is I copy paste the same thing, and whatever you saw in the detail is what I'm doing it here. I'm going to build the course model. This is the smaller one compared to the detail model, right? It's exactly same. So once you have it, you return the list of course model. Okay, now what I'm going to do is, we saw how we will build a similar services, right, where the service will call the repository. So I'm going to copy paste the service here. So I copy pasted the iCourse service here, and it has exactly two methods, which is intent calling the repository. Here we did not do any business logic. It's like a relay. We hand over and take over, right? We take it, and then we receive the data and return the data. Now again, two more one repository service has come, so which means you need to add that in the DI configuration, the dependency injection configuration, which is here. So I copy pasted the dependency injection configuration, right? So I did that. Like, we have four things here, like two repositories, two services. We have it here. Good. Next is the controller. I'm going to copy paste the controller as well. It's also exactly same, right? As long as you understand the first one. So we have a course controller. We have three methods. One is the get method, which is returning all the courses, right? The second one is, you can see it is the route is line number 29, right? We have the first one is basically to get all the courses. There is no restriction, no category is sent. The second one, is basically we are saying, hey, slash category, course slash category slash category ID. This category ID is what will go in the route, and I have written something called from route. So it will take it from there, it will send the category ID and get all the courses. The last one is slash details slash course ID. The moment you send course ID, it's going to take all the course, and if it is null, it's going to send you 404. Okay, so let's see, we received all the courses whichever is in the database, which we will not use it from the UI because it will be too huge, but you should know how to use it. Now if I pass a particular category, okay, like programming is a particular category, web development is a particular category, if I pass something which is not present, good, I got empty one. If I send something which is present, I got the categories, like the courses based on the category. The last one is the course ID. So if I send a particular course ID which is not present, I'm getting 404. If I send something which is present, see, I'm getting the data. So remember the previous course like courses based on the category ID, of course it has to be an empty result. So alright guys, I hope you enjoyed this video. This is the end of this video, and in the next video I'll be showing you how we will use this and build this kind of an UI, right? So we're going to call this endpoints from our Angular app and see how nicely we can build the UI. If you have not subscribed to my channel, subscribe to my channel. Continue to watch this series. It'll be interesting and useful, and you can become a full stack developer. And if you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. I'll see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, I will walk you through data bindings concepts in detail. We will see some good examples so that you will be able to utilize this stuff in the online course enrollment full stack development video series. So without delay, come let's get started. Okay, so I'm presenting the code that is useful for the data bindings concepts. So there are 4 types of data bindings: interpolations, property binding, event binding, two-way data binding. Alright, all of these concepts are very essential. They are used across any of the pages that you use. So we will talk about one by one with some couple of examples. Alright, so the first one is the interpolation example. So I have a component called data binding component. You can just create whatever you want, but I'm going to give you the whole stuff, like the whole code, so don't worry about it. All what I have is, I have something called the first name variable, which is of type string, and I have also assigned some name. Last name, again a string, some name, a variable called item counts, a variable called price, a variable called quantity. All these 3 are types number type, okay, which means we can assign only the numbers, like it could be a full number or it could be a fraction number. So we have 5 properties, right? What we are going to do is, if you look at in the left side, under the interpolation example, I have full name, total items and price, but there is no data here. So interpolations are nothing but one-way binding. Interpolation is used to display data from the component in the HTML. So I'm going to expand this and go to the HTML. Let's remove this. Let's do this live. Okay, so don't look at the other stuff, but just stay focused here. For example, here I can say learn smart coding. You can see automatically it's built and coming, the data is coming, but I don't want to hard code it. So interpolations are used like this. You open double parenthesis and close double parenthesis. Inside this, whatever you type, right? If you are typing something that is related on the component, which is like variables, then it will evaluate. For example, first name automatically is coming. So the moment I type first name, you see this, the first name started coming. So if I give a space here, there will be a space and then there will be a learn. Now, and then I want the last name. So again, same last name. So what happens? It automatically binded. So this is one-way binding. So we are taking something from component into the HTML. Similarly, if now by this time you know how to do this, right? Total items, right? So items count, and then here, okay, so let's go, I forgot the name. Okay, so we have price and quantity. Okay, so let's go here. What we will do is let's go to the HTML. Let's remove this price. So we can also do some calculation. Price into quantity. That will give you the total price. Great. So basically, when you do something inside this interpolation, it will evaluate. Angular will evaluate. These are all variables, so it is basically evaluating. Here, it's an expression. So this variable is a number into another number, that is evaluating the expression and giving the final result here. Okay, so this is called one-way binding, or also called as interpolations. Alright, the second one is property binding. Alright, so property binding, we need to use something called this bracket. Okay, so the square bracket. So property binding, what is property binding? So property binding is used to bind the property of a DOM. DOM means document object model. So let me repeat one more time. Used to bind the property of a DOM element to a component field. It means this is component field. Field is nothing but a variable. Anything that is there, a variable, or in other words, it's called a field which is in the component. If you want to bind that inside the property of a DOM. So what is property of a DOM? DOM means the whole HTML, right? Document object model. And if you take any tag, for example, here div tag, right? So this is a tag. If you do a space here, for example, h2 tag has some element called, see, inner HTML. Inner HTML is a property. Okay, class is a property. Anything that is there within that element is called property. For example, in image, alt is a property. Something called source is a property. They're all property. How do you assign a value to the property of a DOM? That is what this property binding comes into picture. Okay, so what we are going to do is we are going to do something here. So let's go to the binding and then see what we have. So let's remove this. Alright, so we have something called, we have three variables, or nothing but the field is disabled, which is a boolean type and set to true by default. There is an image URL, it's of a string type, which is setting a real the URL of an image. Okay, and again an is active field of boolean type, which is true. Great, so we have three things. What are we going to do with these three things? Let's see. Let's go back to this and you can also see what is going to happen here. Okay, now the first one is the button. For example, if I use a property called disabled, I am actually hard coding the button is disabled. You see the button got disabled, correct? But if you want to bind a property value to like the field value to the property of a DOM, all what you have to do is you need to use the square bracket and then use the property. In this case, this is what called property binding. Now we are saying, hey, this value is determined by is disabled property. Because is disabled property is true, this is getting true and this is getting set. Let's say, for example, if I set this to false, you can see what happens here. This gets enabled because disabled is not true, right? So that is how it works. Now similarly, let's go back to the next example. Here we have something called image. We need to set the source, right? So property binding, I open the square bracket src and then I say image URL. The moment I say image URL, we need to go to this data binding. Great, I got an image automatically added here because the URL, the image URL, for example, if you wanted to see what is the image URL, you use interpolation and you put the property value, it shows you the evaluation, right? Just now we learned. So this URL is being taken and put into this one. That's why you see this image, correct? Great, so you got two things. Now the last one is the status. Alright, so the next important thing here itself, the third example is there is a default active class in Bootstrap. Okay, so if I put an active class inside a class, you see this, it got changed into some highlighting color. So basically what you can do is you can assign this active, you can dynamically bring this active class by using a property. So I'm opening the data, the property binding, and I'm saying class dot active. Here active is the actual class, the CSS class, inbuilt class. Okay, so we are saying class dot active equal to is active. Is active is a boolean that is set to true, which means what it will do is, because this is set to true, it will bring this class automatically here, and that's the reason why when you go here you see this one. For example, if I set this to false, this color will go away because now there is no active class set. One more time, right? So you got to know what we are doing. All right, so we will set this to true. Okay, great. Now we learned interpolation, we learned property binding. The third and fourth is event binding and two-way binding. So let's concentrate on event binding here. Okay, so event binding used to bind the events like click, double click, mouse over, mouse move, whatsoever events to a method in the component. What does it mean is, we have something called methods. Methods are nothing but functions. Okay, so in JavaScript they're called functions. We can also say methods. Okay, so what we are going to do is we have three methods. Handle click is a function or a method that what it does is it has a property like click message. Click message is currently set to string, nothing. Okay, whenever this function is called, we are setting some data. Similarly, on input there's a function, on mouse over is a function. On input, whatever is coming, its value is set to input message. On this one, we are setting this message to a mouse's hover, something like that. Okay, so we have three functions. That's what you need to know. Now let's go back to the actual data binding example. So event binding, sorry. So event binding. So let me explain one more time. Events are nothing but an action is triggered based on the user's action. Okay. For example, if there is a button, for example, let's say here's a button, right? In general, you have something called click event, like when you click one time, and then there's something called double click event, DBL, double click. Okay, so they are all events. Similarly, mouse move, mouse enter, like whenever you bring the mouse or those kind of actions. Now for event binding, what you need to understand is you need to open the parenthesis like this and then put the event. For example, I wanted to have a click event. Whenever button is clicked, I want to fire something, like I want to invoke a function. That is what we have to do. So what we will call here is, we will call something called handle click, and then because it is a function, you need to just use the function like this. Okay, so let's go and do that example. Let's go here. You see this click me. Right now if I click whenever the user is clicking this handle click, the button is clicked, I wanted to show some message. This is the click message, right, where we assigned something. So if I click, this message came. Great. So based on this event, something got changed, and that because this is changed, automatically this binding got into picture. The Angular evaluated started giving a response here. Okay, now second thing is input. So here what we will do is, there is a default event called input, input. So if you use input event, we are saying on input, we are calling on input, and then we are sending the event, whatever is triggered here. So we are sending the event. So this is done. What we will do is we will show the message, whatever the user is doing. So here we will do the interpolation. So which means when you do something here, for example, it's fun to learn Angular. As I type, the events are fired, this message is getting with the new value, and that is what it's coming here. Okay, this is called event binding. Great. Another example, for example, the next example that we can say is here, right? When you hover here, so on mouse hover, call on mouse hover event, and we will also show what is in the, like, what is happening. So here there's a message. So for example, if I hover here, you see this mouse is hover, it came, right? Now let's say we have another function called mouse is not on it, so mouse leave. Let's say mouse leave or mouse leave. Okay, so for mouse leave, so let's go back to the component. Let's do one more thing. So here we will say okay, so here what we are saying, the same thing, we are putting a different message. So let's say hover, you can see mouse is hover because we are still hovering on it. If I leave, it should go away, and it didn't go because there were two brackets by mistake. So let's remove this, it should be only one. Okay, let's go back to data binding, hover. Okay, we are here, and then leave. See, hover, mouse left the element, mouse left the element. You see this? If I'm here, this is coming. If I leave, this is coming. So this is called event binding. Okay, the last one is the two-way data binding. Two-way binding is used for syncing data between the component and the template, especially in the forms. Whenever we use forms, like you want to type something, it will be updated in both component as well as in the element, like in the HTML. So let's take an example of that. So for two-way binding, you should remember how to use it. So for two-way binding, it is an input element where you can use the two-way binding. For this, what you have to do is, it's a combination of the second and third, which is the property binding and the event binding. So you open the bracket and then you open the parenthesis. So it is also called football, ball in the football code, whatever it is, right? So it looks like a ball inside the goal. So football goal, you can remember like that. So here what we will do is, we have something called ng model. Okay, so we need to use ng model, and then you can assign a variable here. Username is a variable that we assign, and here currently error is shown because you can see can't bind to ng model because it just says that it don't know what it is. Okay, which means we're missing something. So what will happen is, you remember this, whenever you use two-way bindings, you need to use the form module. Okay, after you've used the form module, like you have to import the form module. See, the error went away, Angular started loading. So now here's the thing. So if I type Karthik is okay, so I typed, so it got updated. What it got updated? The username got updated, but it is not shown because we don't have such HTML. So let's bring up that HTML. So what we will do is, we will type it here. Okay, so hello followed by whatever you type here. So for example, Karthik is learn smart coding. See, whatever I type, it's coming here. Similarly, for example, like I said, it's a two-way binding, right? So let's go here, let's change this. So because I've already assigned this is binded to a input property, this text box already got this value, and if I change this, obviously this got changed. That's why it is displaying different here. Okay, so that's how the two-way property bindings work. Now let's take a look at the other example also. So let's go back to the code. Okay, so the next is, we have something called input. Again, input, it's a type of checkbox. So here we will assign same thing, like we will have a different name. So ng model inside a square bracket and a parenthesis is checked is the property. Okay, by default it is false. Okay, so what we are going to do is, we are going to see what is happening. So for example, checkbox is, we are using the interpolation, we are doing an evaluation. So if the checkbox true, if this variable is true, say checked. If this variable is false, say not checked. Now let's say if I do something here, you see this is getting evaluated and the variable is getting set. Similarly, if you go and do a default here to true, what will happen? You can see here it gets checked automatically, right? So that's called two-way binding. One more last option is that we will take a look at this also. So let's go here. So here in select, what we will do, we need to get the value of the select statement, like whatever you select, right? So ng model, we will say selected option. Okay, if the selected option is 1, like here, if you look at this, here the selected option is option 1. So because of that, what is happening? The first one is getting selected automatically. Okay, and if you change, for example, let's also print this. Okay, so it will be easy to check. So you selected the selected option. See, if I change this, this is also getting changed. That's how two-way binding works. So I hope you enjoyed this video. In this video, we just learned about complete data binding concepts: interpolation, property binding, event binding, and two-way binding. These concepts we will apply in online course enrollment UI full stack development video. So don't worry, in the next video we will take a look at the directives, all types of directives. So stay tuned. So if you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, leave a comment. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, I'll walk you through every single concepts of directives in Angular. So we'll learn more about directives, so it will be helpful for us to apply those concepts and do the full Angular development in the online course enrollment application. So without delay, come let's get started. Alright, so I have already built the Angular directives examples for you. I'm going to walk you through that, but before that, directives. Directives in Angular are a powerful way to modify the behavior or appearance of the DOM elements. There are three main types of directives: structural directives, attribute directives, and custom directives. So in structural directives, there will be ngIf, ngFor, ngSwitch. Attribute directives are nothing but you can use the ngClass, ngStyle, and so on. Custom directives we can make by our own and we can start using it. So we're going to see every single stuff, right? We'll be seeing all of these things and then we'll be applying these things in the online course enrollment application. There's a full stack development video series going on and we are going to build the complete Angular application. So for that, all of these concepts are important. So that's why we're learning this. So let's dive in. The first one, this is called ngIf. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the directives example and you can see all of these directives, right? So the first one is the structural directive ngIf. ngIf is nothing but based on a condition, it will either place an element or it will remove an element. Okay, so it will remove that complete element from the DOM itself. So let's go to the directives. So directives examples here, we can see what we have. So this is the component. So what I have is I have couple of the properties, or I would say it's called fields or variables. You can name it whatever you want. Okay, everything is correct basically. So I have a variable, I have a field called show content. It's a type of boolean which is set to true. I have an items field name that is a type of array of string, which means I'm initializing with some elements, like some elements of the array. So this array has 4 items. Okay, similarly another one, selected color, which is of string type, default value is red. 2 more thing that's used for the attribute directives, but it's basically is active and is highlighted. Both are boolean, set to true and false respectively. Okay, that's it in the component. Everything that you need to understand is in the HTML. Let's go to HTML and let's see one by one. Okay, so in the HTML, if you see, I have a button. On click, what it is doing is it is flipping the boolean variable of show content to true and false. For example, if default is false, on click it will do a flip, which means it will set to true. If it is true, another time you click, it will set to false. That is what it is doing. But where is this ngIf coming into picture? So what I'm doing is, I am saying on this div element, I'm placing an ngIf. So you have to start with star, that's what it denotes, structural directive, followed by a small ng and then I caps f, ngIf, equal to the property that we need to evaluate, which is nothing but this is true or false. So if this is true, the whole element is in place. If this is set to false, the whole element will go away. So if I click here, now this whole element is gone. If I click one more time, this got flipped, which means it is set to true. If it is true, the content is conditionally shown based on ngIf. See, this content is coming. If I click one more time, it's going away, right? That is what ngIf is. So now next is ngFor. ngFor is nothing but the directives repeats the element for each item in an array. So here we know items is an array of string. So we are saying repeat this list element, like under the unordered list, there's the li. Okay, so repeat this n number of times. That what is an n number of times? It's basically the number of items in the item. So for that, star ngFor equal to, you have to say let, and then you have to put in variable of the array name. Basically what it will do is, it will take each item, put it into this, and then it will be evaluated. You remember, if you are coming from C# background or Java background, there is for each statement. That's exactly what this is doing. So each element of an array, like this item, which is coming into this variable, and we are saying this variable is, like, we are just printing this variable. That's why here you can see Angular, React, Vue and Servlet, they all are repeated automatically, which means this is like, say for example, if I copy this one more time, another 4 will come. There is a mistake here. Okay, let's remove this. You see this? Now it should come 2 times of 4, because this will repeat for 4 times, this will repeat for 4 times, right? That's what it is doing. So it is repeating. Okay, we need this also in order for us to show the categories multiple times, or whatever data we need to repeat. So this is called ngFor, and the last one is ngSwitch. So basically here, if you look at this, we have a select statement, and then we have a two-way binding. You see this ng model is a two-way binding. So the selected color is by default red, so this is selected. But if you change any of this, this gets updated. And then here is the beauty. So in order to use the ngSwitch, you can say property binding of ngSwitch, assign the variable, okay, and then actually this is equivalent of switch statement. So here we are saying star ngSwitch case. We are saying if the value was red, show this. If the value was green, show this. Similarly, if the value was blue, show this. If there is nothing, show this. Look at this. Okay, so for example, if I go here, instead of red, I say something else which is not present over there, right? See, select a color is automatically coming because there is nothing called reds, right? If it is red, this will change to you selected red. If I green, you selected green, I selected blue. You see this? So that's the 3 things that we saw are called structural directives. They're inbuilt directives. The next one is attribute directives. Attribute directives means, basically, if you look at here, this is the attribute directive example. So this is the attribute directive example. Basically, what we are doing is we are using, so for each element there is something called class and style, right? Style is basically, if you just know what is style, if you put style, 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 you can have the CSS property added here. For example, weight, font weight. Okay, so font size, font weight, we can say 600. Something will become big. You see this is getting big. So this is called style, but this is something that you're manually setting. But if you put more properties of a style, that becomes a class. So class is nothing but, like for example, if you go to CSS, this is a class. Each one of these is called style properties. So if you want to put all of these 4 items into one place, you generally use class, correct? So here in this example, what you're trying to understand is there are inbuilt attribute directives. So for example, ng class means if you put the square bracket and then say ng class and then followed by, what we are doing here is we are evaluating. So we are evaluating if isActive is true, set the active class, and if the isActive is false, set the class called inactive. So this active class and inactive class will automatically be placed inside this element based on this evaluation. Okay, that is what it is doing. So for example, toggle class here. Okay, if I click this variable becomes false. Why? On click we are flipping it here, correct? On click we are flipping it here. So if I click, this got flipped. Because this got flipped, this class got added. This class has some settings here. Inactive, see, the color is red. For active, the color is green. So basically those 2 classes are all automatically get put into this p tag. That's why the color is automatically changing here. Okay, now similarly there is another call called ng style. Ng style, like I explained to you, ng styles are property bindings, like each property of a given class. So we are saying background color, if is highlighted is set to true, background color, set the background color to yellow. If not, set to transparent. So if I click this, it becomes yellow and the text is normal. See this, the color is changing only because based on this, whatever we flip, this class is having a value called yellow or a transparent. These 2 values are applied based on this flag. Okay, so that is what called attribute directives. The last but not least is called custom directives. Custom directives means this itself is a directive. Anything that you add to an element is a directive, right? So what we are going to do is we will create a custom directive. So in order to create a custom directive, you can say ng space g space d, which means directive. Ng generate directive name. I created a directive called highlight directive. In highlight directive, what you need to understand is, see, this is decorated with the directive attribute here. Okay, so for component it will be component, right? Similarly for directive it will be directive. There are 2 things in directive, selector and a standalone. This is Angular 18, so we are setting standalone to true. Nothing to worry about this directive. So the directive name is app highlight. Users within the square bracket we have put. So remember this, I will tell you where we have put this. Okay, so there is something called host listener. Host listener is wherever this is getting placed, it is listen to these events. For mouse enter, mouse leave, it is going to listen to the event and it is going to set its background style to the color based on what event is fired. So in order to use this directive, okay, so for example, what I do is I go to this example, and if you look at this, this is the directive name. I directly put this directive name to the one of the p tag, which means if I hover, look at in the left side, if I hover here, this is changing to yellow, correct? Because I'm hovering here, this directive is applied. If I apply this directive on this one, what will happen? Can you guess? This is also getting changed, right? That's the beauty of this custom directive. Okay, you can do certain stuff based on the custom directives if it is not available with the attribute directives or the inbuilt structural directives. Structural directives is to change the structure of the DOM. Attribute is to change the behavior of the DOM. Custom directive is to do whatever we want. Okay, so I hope you enjoyed this video. You learned about directives or different types of directives in this video. We're going to apply this directive concepts and then the data binding concept that we learned in the previous video in our Angular full course development video. So stay tuned, and if you like this video, do subscribe to my channel. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. If you're interested with some specific videos and if you're looking for something specific on Angular 18 or below, let me know. I will make such videos. Alright guys, stay tuned and I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We're building online course enrollment application. This is episode 6 and this is completely from Angular concepts. In this video, we'll be covering some part of the whole developed application and I'll show you step by step of how to start with Angular and then what are components and all of those things. So even if you don't know Angular, you'll be able to catch up. We'll take a look at the demo of what we're going to build and let's get started. Okay, so like I said, in this whole series, we will drive as it is done in the real time, right? So in general, in company, what will happen is, when we build the UI application, there will be somebody called designer who will design the UI UX. Okay, so they will closely work with the business and the product team, and then they will come up with a design which the product team likes. Once the design is ready, the mocked ready, like it could be a real image or whatsoever, they will then pass on to the developers, like developing team, and then the developer team has to take a look at that and start developing exactly how it was. So let's do this in a good way, right? So in this episode, there is a set of requirements. Let's read through the requirements and then let's go on build and satisfy the requirement. Now, the requirement says, build the following screens while backend team is building the supporting web APIs, which means they are giving us a UI which will, like, they're telling us how to build, and they're also saying there's a separate backend team who is building the APIs to support the data, but while they do it, just start building the page. Okay, build a page that shows the category details, preferably to show as a cards, which is like bootstrap cards, in horizontal view, and it should be scrollable. Great. Second requirement, on click of a particular category, take the user to the course list page where you show all the courses belongs to that category. When you show that, show some course metadata, some good pictures of that course, and then auto align 3 per row. Okay, so we will revisit this page. And then they're also saying, click on that view from this page, take them to the course detail page where you will show some basic information of the course. Okay, so and then that is what they're doing. They also said, do this too much of detailed work later for this page, but just build something basic. The next is update the navigation section to support the view, so which means the nav bar in the top. And then for this, the user don't need to be authenticated. It's a anonymously accessible web page. Great. So requirements are good. Okay, so what does that requirements translate into? Let's imagine this is the mock screen which the UI UX team gave us. Okay, or even there is no UI UX team. Sometimes some project doesn't have it. This is what they want. So what we have to understand is, this is the card. So they want to show the categories in a horizontal scrollable way. This is what they want. Okay, when you click on a particular item, take them to the page where you show the courses available for that category. So the category here is the Cosmos DB, and what do we have like that? Okay, so let's go back, and what else? Let's say we have to click on category, cloud category, and we can list down whatever the courses under that category, and like 3 in a row. This is what they said. They also said pictures for each course to show them very nicely, which is also coming. So these are the pages that we are going to build. And then when you click on a particular item, you take them to the beautiful page where they'll be able to see the details of the course. We may not be building this whole stuff. We might build some different UI. This is the deployed version of the UI. I will leave this UI to you, but I will show you how to get to this page and show some information, and then I want you guys to try that. Okay, so now in order to succeed in Angular development, if you really wanted to learn and grow your career, I really tell you only one thing: you have to do all of these things by your hand. Having the code in the reference is okay, but if you don't do by yourself, you'll not be able to succeed completely. You have to write the code by your hand. Okay, when you always learn, you have to do this. Okay, so now we have the requirement, we have some screens, we know what to do. Great. So, and then they also have a navigation. right? When you click on a particular category navigation, you get to this category page or whatever it is, right? So that is what we want. Now this is deployed version. You see this is deployed version. This is our actual version. The code which is available in GitHub repository under the online course UI, okay, there is already episode 6. After we build this, I will update this branch so that whatever we see in this video is what you get in this code. Okay, so let's stick to that and get aligned to that. Now if I download the code, it is right now like this. After we complete this video, whatever you see here is what you will get it from here. Okay, so let's keep it that way. Now we do not have this, whatever you saw in the deployed version, we do not have this because we are going to build it. If you click it, nothing happens. It's not even clickable, right? There's no other page, nothing. So we are going to do all of these things. In my way of teaching, we will always go with what is required as per the project. Not like you learn every single basics of Angular and then start building. This is not never going to happen. Okay, this is very hard in order to achieve those kind of things. Like you will lose, you will get lost at one point of time. So what we will do, we know the requirement, you don't know anything about Angular, and we will see how to learn and what and all concepts are required. We will apply those concepts. That is what we will be doing it. All right, okay, hands on deck. Let's get into the demo. All right, so we need to create a component. Let's start with the first component called category component. So we'll try to recap. ng generate component, and then we are saying we have to have that component inside a particular section. So components, under the components folder, under course folder, I need category component. If you do this, what will happen? Inside the components, there'll be a folder called course. Inside the course, there'll be a category component created, and right now it doesn't have anything, which is okay, right? So all what you have to do is, we know it is app category. So app category, just copy it, and we wanted to keep it in here. This one is a home component, right? So we have to put our stuff here. So what we will do, we will go under home component, under HTML. In order to use a component inside a component, or in order to use a component, all what you have to do is you need to have the selector. So open, put the selector name, close it. Now it will show you that we are using standalone, so this component is not recognized, and then it is asking us the suggestion. Okay, so when you hover and click on quick fix, it will actually fix. You see this, it is asking us to import the app category inside the home component. You can do like that also, but let's learn it. Okay, so if you go here inside imports, here you need to import that component. So app component, if you import it, the error will go away. Okay, I imported a wrong one. It is app category. Okay, so it's category component. You see this? Once I import, this error, whatever error was coming, has gone away. Okay, so we are good. So now let's go back and check the UI. You see this category works, so something has come here. Okay, now before we proceed further, this course is not to teach you anything related to HTML or CSS. We are assuming you know CSS and you know HTML. You don't need to be an expert. The only CSS that we're using here is the Bootstrap. As long as you can go and do exactly what the Bootstrap is doing, we are good. If not, w3schools.com, or there are many sites that will teach you how to learn HTML and CSS. You can go ahead and learn that, but trust me, HTML and CSS are just a static content. Okay, the whole idea of this course is to learn Angular, so we will concentrate on that. Okay, so now in order to get to this kind of a UI, we need to modify this. Okay, so let's say what we will modify. Okay, so the best idea that I will give you is, go to this HTML and first design how you want it to show in the UI. For example, I'm going to paste a just div tag, like just an HTML code. Basically it has a div, it shows some data, and it shows the carousel. You look at this, this is actually Bootstrap card. Okay, so you just need to use the bootstrap content here. For example, I'll just show you one thing alone. I'm going to show you only one thing. So let's go to bootstrap 5 and go to component. Okay, so let's go to component, and then if you look at this cards, see, this is what we want. Okay, so we are looking for this kind of a card. So in order to get to the card, I need to just copy this. If I copy this and place it the way I'm using here, the card will come. So let's see how the cards are looking. Okay, you see this? A big box has come. So I have some CSS. I'm going to put the CSS. Okay, so with the CSS, let's see how it looks. Okay, so it looks nice. Again, we are not learning any CSS or HTML here. We assume you already know, but we will focus only on the Angular part. So I have bought this content. Okay, it has nothing to do, it just has some content. Okay, for example, if I copy paste this couple of times, you see this, I got 3 times. But the idea here is we need to bring up the category details here. Okay, so in order to bring the category details, if you look at here, and then let's say we have an endpoints, right? So let's clear this off. Let's go to home. Let's go to category. You see this? This is the response. Okay, so basically this is the data that we have. We have category ID, name, description. This is what it is showed here nicely, correct? So we need to dynamically take this data. So for this episode, we are going to mock the data. In the next episode, we will see how HTTP service works. Okay, so we have the data. So let's go one by one. So in order to get to the data, what we will do is we have to look for the data that is coming from the API. Okay, so here we are getting array of this model. So basically category ID, category name, description. So what you have to do is you have to first create a model. So if you look at here, I created a model folder and then a category.ts because it's just a TypeScript file. We don't give any other thing, so we just give the name and then .ts, and then we have to write this export interface and then interface name. In this case, it's course category, so I written as course category. And if you look at this, category ID, category name, description, this name is exactly matching with whatever the data is coming. Here the category ID is number, category name and descriptions are string, so we know it is course category. So now let's go to our component, and then we will say here in the component, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to create an array of category, course category. So we will say categories, it's of type course category, and then that's an array. Now it is showing error. There are 2 types of error. So here it's saying, hey, you have not initialized anything. In order to make this error go away, you can put this will tell compiler that I know that I didn't initialize, but I will initialize when the component is hooked up. That is one way of doing. Okay, or we can also assign an empty array as a starting data. Okay, it is of type course category and it has empty array. That is what it means. Good. Now, so let's do this, right? So under the app, we will create a folder called mock data. So we created a folder called mock data, and I'm going to create a file called category mock because we're going to mock the data. Okay, so in real time, right, when the APIs are getting ready, you need to have your development done. So what we will do this. So we will do an export, and then we'll make a name of the the data, and then we will say it is of this type. So if you come here and control period, it will ask you to create a category. So we are saying we are just creating some dummy variable which will hold some data of type course category. So from where this course category data can come, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this whole stuff. Okay, actually if you can run your own web API to get the data, but let's say I am taking the data and placing it here, which means I have the real or sample data to work with. Now I take this copy and then go to our course category component here, and I'm saying, so here in the I'm creating a constructor. So constructor is to do some work before the component is initiated. So here I'm saying this dot categories equal to this one. From where this is coming from where we mocked. So we are done. So if I do a thing, so we assigned some categories. Okay, so here comes the Angular stuff now. Okay, the very first thing that we are going to learn is ng for, which is Angular directive. The directive is going to help us to loop through how many number of times we want. It will try to help to loop through it. That is called ng for. So what we are going to do is, we have this data, right? So how do I know first the data is coming? So I'm going to copy this. I'll give you a lot of tips here. Okay, here what I'm going to do is, I'm going to remove the two extra stuff that we have. Alright, so we removed two extra things that we don't want. Now only one is there. Okay, so here comes the ngIf. So ngIf and ng for both are called directives. Okay, so we are going to use one of the directive called ng for. What it is going to do is, it is going to loop through this array and display the content. Okay, so in order to do that, what I will do, first let me copy this and place it one more time, and then I wanted to repeat this whole body. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to repeat this whole stuff, right? I wanted to repeat this whole stuff. So here I will come and say star ng small letter followed by capital letter for, ng for. Okay, so ng for equal to let category of categories. Okay, so what we are trying to do is, hey, we use this directive and then say go through each of this categories array and then store it in this category variable one by one time. So this one is currently showing error because it is telling us it don't know what is ng for is for. In order to get to this error, what we have to do is, first let's go to category and go to imports and imports the common module and the form module. Okay, so common common module and form module. The moment you import the form modules under which this ng for is coming, the error will go away. Now this category, okay, will hold each item of the category. So in order to show the name, what we will do, we'll come here, delete this, and we are going to use something called interpolation. Okay, the one-way interpolation, two-way interpolation, and all is there. They are called data bindings. The first thing that we are going to see is the one-way interpolation, which is, we will open double bracket, we will open double brace and then close with double brace, and this is called one-way binding. So in order to use that, we will say category dot, you see this, those properties are automatically coming. I want this category name. Now description, I don't want it to hard code it, I wanted to go through whatever is there. So again, double brace, close, category dot category description. Okay, so let's quickly see how the UI is now. So let's take a look. So after we put this, what happened? You see this from here, 1, 2, 3, everything that came. So whatever was there in the course category, everything came here. So we were able to achieve the first requirement, right? So it is so easy. So now what we will do is, let's go to this course category component. So let me give you another tip. You take this categories, go to the HTML. Okay, so if you wanted to see what the data is coming, right? So all what you do is open up the double brace, put the variable, put a pipe symbol, and then say JSON. Once you do this, what will happen is, you look at this, you saw the whole JSON was displayed here. This is a quick thing that you can experiment what the variable has actually. For example, if I know this, I know what is this, what and all property is coming, I know, so I will be able to write it properly. Okay, so that's why this is only for like quick experiment, nothing else. We can delete this, we don't need it. So let's finish this. So one component is done. which means this is done. So it is now exactly looking the way it is looking here, right? Everything is done. The second thing is when you click on any of these things, which is explore, it is actually taking you to another page, and then the other page should display some information. Correct? You see this? The other page is displaying this kind of a UI basically. And then if I just go and see what the data is coming for this, let's go back and then let's click on some specific thing. So if I click this, basically it is calling an API. Okay, so we don't worry about this. These APIs are already present. When we call a particular API, it is responding with the courses that is related to that API. So we need to fetch this information and then display like this. This is what our intention is. So we will build the next component which will have UI like this, and then we will use this mock data to show this UI on screen. That is what we are going to do next. So in order to go to that page, first let's create a couple of components and then I'll explain you one by one. So we need a component called course by category. So I'm going to create that, and then we will also create one more component, and that component is named as browse courses. Okay, basically we are going to browse the courses, so we need such a component. Okay, so two component. All right, so we have these two components created, right? So what we are going to do is let's go one by one. So let's imagine the development team, the backend team is developing the API, so they know what is the outcome of the API. So just to mimic that, I am going to take these, which is the data, sample data. Okay, I'm going to take this as sample data. Imagine the backend development team or anybody who wrote the story in the development process gave us, okay, this is the data, build the UI. Okay, so now based on these things, so basically what it is, it is sending us an array of course data, which means a course model will have all of these properties like course ID, title, description. You know, whoever watched the backend API, they know what I'm talking about. Basically, whoever has not watched, just watching the Angular, that's absolutely fine. There is an API that is returning this data. So we need to have a similar model in the UI side. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and show you what I did. So let's minimize this. Let's go to model, and there is a model called course.ts. So this course.ts have this exact details. So for example, there is a course interface. So export interface course ID, title, description, thumbnail, price. You see this, all of this stuff, including session details, an array of session details. This is what it is showing. So this one has all of these details, including the category, user rating, all of those things. We don't need that many details, but basically these information is what we need. Okay, so I created such a model here. So this model is sufficient for us to show the UI that we are building. Okay, so now let's go to the mock and then let's create a mock. Mock means like the real API is not ready, so we are just assuming the real API is not ready, and we're going to build a mock. So let's go to mock, and here let's say right click new mock dash courses.ts. So let's create a file, and inside this file what I'm going to do is I am going to create a mock, like let's say export constant, let's give it a name, and this is of type course, which is an array equal to, we need to copy paste the item. I come back here, I take the whole code, like it's just a sample code. Okay, we don't need to worry about anything, and I'm going to place it here. Okay, so everything got added here. Instructor user ID is not there, it is coming, but our model is not having it. So let's go fix it. Go here, instructor user ID number. So now error went, so it's matching. Okay, great. So we are good here, everything looks good. Okay, now we have a model data. It could be some different course, it could be some different category, right? All we want is we need to first build the information. Okay, so now Alright, now let's do one thing. Let's go to browse course, and then because this is the place where the course is going to be displayed. Okay, so I'll come here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to say COURSES courses, which is of type course of array. Okay, I will initialize with an empty array, and then what I can do in the constructor, I can specify what is the data coming from. So for example, this dot courses equal to mock courses. All right, so we got the mocked data. Okay, so for good. So once we got the mocked data, what we are going to do is we are going to showcase this information into the UI. Okay, now if you look at this HTML, basically I brought the simple HTML. Okay, the way I want, I just designed the HTML. It doesn't have any of the Angular stuff. Okay, let's first take a look at how this is looking. So it's called browse course. So what we will do right now, as we have not developed anything related to the routing, which we are going to do now, we need to first see how this is looking, right? So let's do one thing. Let's go to home component. This is our testing component kind of. So here, after this, what we will do, we will say app browse component. Okay, so we bought this component here. So let's take a look. We are in home. If you scroll down, great. So this is a template. Like I just wrote the HTML which have this, which has this, which has this, like which has everything, like, but there is no data at all. There is no image, there is nothing, right? It's just a template. So basically, always remember, whenever you have to build something, you need to first design this HTML. Okay, you have to first design this HTML that looks like what your outcome is going to be. Okay, after that only you need to start building it. Okay, now we have learned data bindings and directives. We're going to use those two concepts and fill up this page. Okay, if you have not seen data binding or directives, go ahead and see these two videos that I will put it in the description, but I assume you already know this. Okay, great. Now we have this data, right? So we know what is the properties inside this. So let's take a look at this. Okay, so here what we are going to do is we need to repeat this. We need to repeat this div n number of times, meaning how many courses that we have, these many courses we need to repeat the whole tag. So now here comes our Angular directive ng for. Okay, so the moment you put ng for equal to, we need to say let course of courses. So where is this courses coming from? Here, courses, right? So spelling should be good. Course of courses, which means this tag is repeated. Okay, this tag is repeated. We have not done anything. Let's just go take a look. Okay, so there's nothing coming here. Ideally what will happen is, because we are running this, it did not even get to the data that we saved. So in order to refresh it, just stop the server and run the server. Why are we doing this? Actually what happened is this mock course which is not compiled yet, that's why it is not showing. So after I combine, it is not coming. There is something wrong that we are missing. If you remember, ng for, in order to use ng for, you need to use common module. Common module is something that is required for ng for to get recognized. Now because we added that, ng for started looking and we got this whole HTML repeated 5 times because course has 5 times. So for example, right, so we have what, course and say length. Look at this, course has 5, that's why you have repeated this 5 times. Okay, great. Now what we do, we know this is repeated. Now we have to fill up all of this stuff, right? So what we can do is, in order to just to have to have the property seen, I will just take the first array and then I will say JSON. If I do this, it will take just the first one and then it will present all of these things. So why am I doing this? I can take the property name from here, like just for reference purpose. See here, image has to come. Okay, if you look at this, where is the image here? Thumbnail. It is coming from thumbnail. So let's go and fix that. So I have an image tag. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use the property binding src that we saw in the demo. Here we say course.thumbnail, and then we will also give an the alternate thing called course.title. Okay, if the image is not coming, the title will come. So let's take a look. Great, see, all the images came, right? This is what we are doing. Now we have to fix all of this stuff. All of this stuff, if you fix, everything will look pretty. Okay, so next is the title. So in H2, I'm going to use the title. So course.title. Okay, so that is done. And then we will use a price. So price is here. So we will use a price, but we are going to call a function called format price. We send the price, but we didn't format it, which means there is a method missing here. Let's bring that method. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to write a function. Basically it accepts a price which is of type number, and then it just changes to fixed, like after the digit only 2 digits will come, after the dot decimal digit. That is what we are doing. Okay, so we send the price and we format it. Great, so the price formatting is done. Now let's do one more thing, description. So let's add the description, the course description. So here you go, I added the course description, and then we have to add all of these things, right? So I'm going to quickly copy this so that it is easy for us, and then I'll explain you. Okay, there's the same binding. So I'm saying duration, I'm taking the duration property and then saying hours, so it will concatenate. Similarly, course type, seat availability, average rate. So you can evaluate basically if the average rating is average rating, you can put it here, and you can also say what is the total rating. Okay, so this is good. Let's take a look at the demo. Okay, almost good, right? So I have this duration, all of this type, this course description, everything has come, everything looks good. Okay, so even the price has come, but what is missing? This one should not come, right? Why is this coming? This one should come only when I don't see any courses information coming up here, correct? So let's fix that. So if I scroll up, I don't need this, so I'm going to remove this. This section should not come. This section should come only when there is no course. Okay, so for that we will add an ng if, and then say, hey, if the length is equal to 0, only then you show this. And then in this case it's the opposite. If the length is more than 0, show this, right? That is what we want. It has to come only one time. So for looking good, everything looks good. Now let's go and check. Okay, so this page looks good. Okay, so the component is built. There are a couple of problems that we need to solve. According to the requirement, we need to go to a different page. You see this? When actually, let's clean this off. So for example, here, from here, so in order to get to this page where we have to display this, we need to go to a different page, right? So here comes the routing. So we're going to go and learn routing now. Okay, and then we have to put this into the right URL. Okay, so what we are going to do is, let's go to this place. So because we're going to build the routing mechanism, I wanted to tell you something. So when you created a new project, if you have chosen that you wish to go with the routing by default, all the router concepts are added by the Angular template automatically. But we need to know what is that, right? So if you come to this app component, okay, there is something called router outlet. Router outlet has to be imported. It's a module, and this needs to be imported in the import section. But where? If you go to this HTML component, like HTML page, you can see router dash outlet. So wherever this router outlet is present, right? In our case, it is supposed to be in app component because that is where the components are getting replaced, right? So that's our main page. So because the router outlet is here, obviously router outlet component modules should be imported here. So this is important. Apart from this, whatever I'm going to show you is the routing mechanism and all of those things. So router outlet only one place will come, and you need to import that in our app component.html and app component.ts. Okay, you have to import here and you have to use it here. Okay, there is something called routing, right? So here you come to this app.routes.ts. This is something that was already created and I already created. So basically what you wanted to know is you need to define the routes here. So if you hover this, it says it's a route of array, right? So we are defining what has to go where. When you click on particular page, what has to do. That is what the routing is. So what we will do, if you look at this, we need to define something like this, right? So we have to define a path. Path means the URL where it has to go. After the domain name, what we have to do for the category. So let's first design a path called course/browse. Okay, and then we are saying which component to load. In this case, it's browse course component. So we will say if someone goes to this path, okay, course/browse, this component needs to be loaded. Let's see whether if that works or not. I'm copying this, going to go here to our location. Instead of home, I'm going to put this. Great, you see this? After it goes to this route, this one started loading, meaning the component that we just built, right, started coming. Okay, but what we have to do is we have to create a menu here. When you click on it, it should come here, correct? Similarly, whenever they click on any of these menu, they should come to that particular page. So how we are going to do is, before we do that, I wanted to tell you something. You go here under the extension and search for Angular snippet. You see this Angular snippet by John Papa? Just click on that and install it. Like you click on it and then say install. The reason is this is going to help us in writing so many things. Okay, so small snippets can easily come. So now let's go to components under core under navbar here. So here we have all of these things, right? We need to define the route. So how do you define a route? If you want to go to this contact us, first you should know what is the route for that. So for contact us, this is the route. Okay, so I copy this, come here under this a link, put a space, a-router link. Okay, this a-router link will come only when you install the extension. If not, you have to manually write what it is going to generate. You see this? It came with a router link property with about us is the link that I'm giving. Remaining and all is just a class. Okay, but if you come to this navbar component, remember under the import, you need to import the router module. Okay, you need to import the router module and you come here and then you define this route. So let's go and check if that route works. About us. I'm going to click this. Okay, so I wrote about us in the contact us. That's very bad. I'm going to cut this. About us is here. Let's go back. Click on it. About us. See, it changed the navigation and a different page came. Correct? If you go back to your navigation, this one comes. So let's gonna fix everything quickly. Okay, so I just quickly fixed all of these routes according to the routes that we have. So which means all the other routes should work. So if I go to about, it works. Go to contact, it works. This works. All of these routes works, right? Okay, now what we are going to do is when you click on here, it should take us to that page and then the browse component should come. So which means we need to go and fix our category component. You remember under the courses, under the category, there is something called explore, but here there is nothing navigation present here. So I'm going to say a-router link and then going to provide course/browse. Okay, here also same thing. Whenever you use this a.router, you need to provide router module. If you don't provide, you will get an error. Okay, so let's see. If I do this, it took us to this page, which means we have to go to this component and remove whatever we were experimenting. So we were experimenting this, we removed this. Let's go back to home page and see everything is clean. The extra stuff that we just did a demo, it's not coming, right? So if I go and click on any of these things, it is taking us here. But what is wrong? Did you notice what is wrong? Right, it is always taking us here, but the data is hard coded. I wanted to pass the category ID and then load this page. That is what I wanted to do. If you remember, sometime back we created two components, right? One is browse course, that's where we designed everything, but there is another component called course by category. So in this course by category, what we are going to do is we are going to do some changes here so that we learn a lot of stuff, new stuff, as well as you know how to make this happen, like reuse the components. Okay, so here is the thing. I am going to use something here. Let's go to this course component category. Okay, so before we fix it here, let's go to our routes. I'm going to go to the routes and I'm going to add a new route. Okay, so the new route is here. The new route says, the new route is course slash category slash followed by, you see this, it's a colon. After this category slash, it's a colon. Anything after colon is becoming a variable. Okay, so category ID is the variable, remember that. And then I'm saying load this component. I'm going to remove this. We don't need this. I'll tell you why. So we remove this. Let's go to this component, and here we are going to fetch the course ID, I mean the category ID. So let's go inside this component and then we will quickly do some fixing. So first let's define a variable called category ID, which is of type number, and we will do a default of 0. Okay, and then let's bring up the constructor. Here's the important stuff. First we will inject something called route activator route. So route, I say activator route, I'm injecting the service, and then I'm saying I will inject another service called a router. Router is not required, so this is fine, right? So I injected it. Now what I will do is there is something called lifecycle hook. Okay, so like if you remember, as we learn, we will learn concepts also. Lifecycle hook is nothing but, in programming language, in any technology that you take, there is something called page lifecycle, right? So the lifecycle hook that we are talking about is a component lifecycle. When a component is created, what and all it will go through, they are all called lifecycle hooks. We will see only important lifecycle hooks. Remaining lifecycle hooks, probably I'll give you some good videos that I've already made. You can go and watch that. But here's the important thing. The lifecycle hooks, in order to do, you say implements followed by the lifecycle hook. There's a second lifecycle hook called onInit. OnInit is the lifecycle hook. The moment you bring this, you see this is coming from the Angular core, and it will tell you that hey, you have not implemented it. Click on it and say implement. Okay, so here what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this dot route dot params map dot subscribe. Okay, so I'm subscribing to the parameters that is coming in the route, and here params goes for, what we will do is this dot category ID equal to, we will get this, like say params dot get. Here's the important thing. Remember, we have assigned a variable name called category ID in the route, so the name should match. If the name doesn't match, obviously it will throw you error. Now this is a number, this is a string. So in order to convert this, what I will do is I will say number, which is an inbuilt function. I will provide this and then say that's it. So the category ID is the ID that will come. So let's see whether the category ID is coming. Okay, so interpolation, just to see the category ID is coming or not. Okay, now let's do one more thing. Let's go to our category component, and you see this, we are sending it to a wrong place. So now we have to change this to the place according to the new route. The new route is course category. Here you go, we change this to course category. Okay, and then after this you can say comma, and then you can pass the category ID. So in this case we have category dot category ID. Okay, so we are passing the category ID to this route. It will automatically match. That is the beauty of this routing. So let's see whether that works or not. Let's go here. Let's go to this one. See, it took to that category, and then we also see 13 is coming. Great. Okay, so now we need to show the data only for the category ID 13. Okay, here comes the next concept. If you look at this, we have something called browse course, right? So here we have hard coded this value. If you remember, we have hard coded this value. We need to filter it according to the courses that is coming. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one thing. Okay, so for example, there is a concept called input output. Okay, passing some value from the parent component to the child component is using input, and if the child needs to communicate back to the parent component, we use output. Okay, so input output together we will see in a different section of the video, but right now we are going to learn something called input. Here is the thing. So we have courses. Now what we will do is we will say category ID, which is of type number, default to 0, and if you put something called @input, if you say input, okay, this is coming from Angular core. You see this? If you say input, which means this becomes an input to this component. Okay, so when this input is sent, what we will do, we will use the lifecycle hook. For example, there are two more lifecycle hooks here: implements on init and on change. There are two lifecycle hooks, so we just need to put a comma here, which I forgot. Okay, so now let's implement both. Gonna implement this. Okay, so we bought both. We don't need to throw any error, but we are going to do something. Okay, so what we are going to do is we will do something like, for example, right now it is assigned with this. Okay, so whenever the course category ID is coming, what we will do, this dot courses. Okay, or in other words, let's say we will have a name called process course. Okay, so let's create one more function. Okay, so what this function is going to do is this function is going to call another function, and then that function is nothing but get course by category. We will pass the category. Okay, so let's do this. So we have two functions. This function is going to call this function. Okay, so here what we will do, this dot get course by category, and then we will pass this dot category ID. Okay, so we will pass this, so it will get the category ID, and what this is going to do is this dot courses equal to mock courses dot filter. We're going to filter according to the category. Okay, dot category ID equal to the incoming category ID. Great, so we are going to filter this, and then we are going to call this function from here, which is this dot this, and then we will copy this and then we'll place it here. Let's rearrange this. Let's go one more time. Okay, so we have a function that is calling another function which is accepting the category ID, because we got the category ID as an input here. Okay, so we got the category ID, we are filtering the category ID, and then we are reassigning to this course table, because this course is the array which is looping it here. Okay, now the reason because of these two this is always for initializing the component, so we initialize this. Okay, if for example if the incoming category ID is yeah, so we are gonna filter this, and the important thing is ng on changes will always be invoked whenever the input value is changed. Okay, so you're gonna see this demo quickly. So I'm gonna copy this component, go to the next component where we were showing this. You remember this? I'm going to remove this. Okay, and then I'm going to use this. If I do this, what will happen? Okay, so it's showing that there's an error. Basically, when you copy this component needs to be imported here. What was the component name? Let's quickly see. It's a browse course component. Okay, so it's browse course component. Okay, let's open this. All right, so it opened, right? So here what we are going to do is, if I go and click here, why it came 0? Like we sent 13. Okay, right now the value is 0. For example, you go to anything, everything is coming as like empty. Why? Because it is filtering the category by empty. So if you want to know what I'm talking about, look at this. When this comes here, okay, we get this category, but we never use this category. So what we will do is, let's say when this is getting processed, okay, so you will know what's happening. You see this, the incoming is 0. That's why we don't get any value. Now in order to get the value, let's go here wherever this we are using this component. So here, look at this. Now our input is always whenever you use an input, you need to use that in a component. So this is the component. In order to use the input, you use the square bracket. That's called property binding. Category ID equal to, let's say, 2323. Okay, so if I browse, what will happen? 2323. But we are supposed to pass 13. Where is this 13? 13 is here, correct? So let's pass the actual category ID. See, 13 came. Great. There is no 13 course. Okay. So let's say Azure, which is 15, and you got the value. Look at this. I'll show one more time. JavaScript is 14. There's no 14, so you don't get a value. So based on what we passed, we were able to show this page, correct? The reason why we had such pages, we can reuse the component. Okay, so that's the reason why we have this page. Okay, so we built a couple of things. Let's do one more thing quickly so that gets satisfied. Okay, so now you have learned input also, right? So what we are going to do is, I'm going to show you one more thing. Okay, so let's go to category component. Okay, in the category component, I'm going to replace this. Basically what I added is, I added something called look at this. Let me show you. I'm going to change the category into different types. For example, I'm going to use the input here also. You see this? I have categories as input. I have view type as inputs. Okay, which means I can pass these values here so that it's easy. Okay, so I can pass these two values, but for now we will fill up these categories based on the mock data. But let's see what this view type is doing. If the view type can be of tabs or list, okay, by the default is list. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to go to this home component where this category is in place. Here I will say this, I will type view types. Okay, view types is the input, so square bracket view types equal to tab. So let's see what happens. This is still same, right? now in order to show this one, look at this. If I go here, it's showing as a list here, right? The same component, the same category component. When I come here, it will show as list. When I go to the home page, it will show as horizontal scrolling. See, it is the same component. But if I go here, it will show like this. If I come to this one, which is a different category, okay, but it will show like this. So which means we have another route, course category. So let's do one more thing. Let's go to routes, and here, so we're going to add another routing, okay, another routing called category component. So the category component is already present, we are just adding this route, okay, so this route. So now let's go to the core navbar, this one, and here we will add something called category, okay. So that way you'll be able to go to this category and see what is showing. So I am going to show a category route, okay. I added a category, this is the category thing, okay. So let's go to our UI. You see this category has come, okay. It looks little bad, so we got the category here. So if I click on category, say it is taking to this and it is showing a different UI. So the different UI is because if you go to this category component, you see this, whenever it is list means if I don't pass this value, the default is list. Whenever this is a list, this code is executed, which is showing in listed form. Whenever I send tab, which is from the home component, this tag is executed, okay. This is horizontal view, this is vertical view. So one component, depending on where you place, how you want to display, you can do it. Other than that, everything looks same. So we can go here and this is also shown. So we don't need this alert. We will remove this because it's of not needed, okay. So I think we built a lot of stuff. So let's quickly recap. We learned data binding, we learned directories, we learned, okay, let's quickly recap. So we learned how to create components, data bindings, directives, routing mechanism, input concepts, and then how you can refactor the code to have a better view. Look at this, we have these many stuff built and learned, right? So this is what we learned this time. Only thing which I haven't shown in this video is course detail view. I think course detail view is something that you will do the same mockup and then create a page. So I'm going to give this as a task, okay, because you guys have to learn in order to get to this thing. So please learn, create a new component called course detail, and then go to my site. You can actually click on any of this cloud servers, go here, like for example, click on this, go to network, you'll find the whole details here. Make this as a mock, do exactly what we did, and add the routing, and see you are able to go to the course detail. So this way you'll be able to create a component, add the new routing mechanism. Whatever you learned in this video, you will be able to perform that in course detail navigation page. That is the task for this video. All right, I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, continue to watch my rest of the videos that's coming for the Angular. There are a lot of stuff to develop. And if you like this video, do subscribe to my channel. If you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section. Give me a thumbs up and share this with your friends, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This video is full stack development video series, and we're building online course enrollment application. This is episode 7. We're building Angular application step by step, and in this video we will be seeing how we will implement the service in Angular 18 and also integrate the NGX spinner and toaster for smooth UX. So a lot of stuff we are going to learn, and this is Angular 18 standalone application. So come, let's get started. So this video is the continuation of episode 6. So in this video, let's dive into the 7th concept. So first thing, we have to install certain packages. go to this terminal and say npm install ngx spinner. So this will bring up the ngx spinner package. This package we are going to use to automatically show the spinner whenever the outgoing calls are going. The next package that we want is ngx toaster. This is to show a nice pop-up message on the top or anywhere in the screen. Okay, so whenever we have to show some nice stuff, we can use that ngx toaster. So you can see these two packages added in the package.json. Next the thing is, go to this angular.json and add the CSS of these two packages so that the respective nice UI will come into picture. Okay, because we have to use their own CSS to bring up the nice UI. So under the architecture, under the styles, we are going to add two CSS. One is for the ngx toaster, one is for the ngx spinner. So I have already copied that what to add. These are the two files. One is for toaster, one is for the spinner. Okay, so after this, generally what you do, you stop the server and start the server again, because anything that you add in the angular.json will not be picked up. So in order for us to get the latest CSS, we need to stop the server and start the server. Right, so let's jump back to what we were doing. So under the core, under the course, like we were building a lot of components, right? So what we are going to do is, we already used the mock data for category, for course details. We were using mock data. Now we are going to use the real-time data served from the web API. So I created a folder called services. Under services, I'm going to create a new file called category.service.ts. Okay, so any service will end with service.ts and category is the name that I've given. So I used a-service. You see this nice whole stuff came, right? So the whole stuff came and we are going to rename this service. So basically it is a class that is exported and injectable. Okay, so you see it is marked as injectable. So I named this as category services. Okay, so we have a class called category service that is injectable at root, which means anywhere within the application can be injected. That's what it means. So I have a property, like a variable called base URL, and I can actually put the base URL, like for example, wherever the API is hosted, that domain URL, I can give that as a base URL. However, our application needs to be robust, that based on where we deploy, it has to automatically change. So the good way of doing is, we already have this configuration interface. So in this interface, if you see, there is something called API URL, right? So we will take it from there. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to clean up this and then take the base URL from the environment.ts file. So this way, based on wherever we deploy, the right URL will be taken automatically. So I'm using a backtick. Okay, that's not single quote, it's called backtick, just right above the tab on your keyboard. Use the backtick and then you can say $, open the parenthesis, like the bracket. Within that you can evaluate any variable. So environment.api URL and then / the controller name. So that will become my base URL. Okay, right now if you see in line number 2, the environment file has been taken from a incorrect place. We don't want to take it from the prod. All what we have to do is, we should always take it from the environment.ts file, because in the runtime, I mean, like when we do a build, it will be replaced automatically with the right environment file. Now in the constructor, we need to inject a service called HTTP client. So we will make a private HTTP colon of type is HTTP client, and then we are going to build one small function that will call the API. So get categories is the function name, and that is returning observable of course category array. So this API is returning course category array. Okay, we already saw the APIs, so we know what is the return type. So that's why we put that as a observable of course category array. Don't put any, always try to put whatever is coming. Okay, so now this .http.get, and then we are casting the incoming, like the data that is coming from the API, we're casting it to course category array, and then in the parentheses you just need to pass the URL. So I pass the URL, the method is done. So there are a few more things that we need to do. Let's say, for example, if I go to app.config, we need to do something here. But before that, let's see why we have to do this. So I'm going to run the project and see what happens. Okay, so now let's go to the category component. So if you look at this, we were using the mock data, right? So we don't want mock data. Instead, in the constructor, we will inject the course category, like the category service. So private category service of type category service, that's what I just wrote. We injected the service. So we will create a function here called get categories, and this category function will actually call the service function. So this dot category service dot get categories. There is no parameter that we need to pass. Important thing is dot subscribe. This is an observable content, which means you just subscribe to it. Once the data is returned, automatically the code block within the subscribe will be executed. That's the whole idea of this service calling. Okay, so we know what is the subscribe. Subscribe is basically like we are subscribing to the calling function, and then we just execute whichever is inside the subscribe logic after the data comes. So we are assigning it back to the categories thing. You see this? Alright, so I ran the project, the application is running, but you can see some error is coming. Basically it says, hey, you're using a HTTP client, like you're injecting some servers, but I don't find that module. Right, anytime you use HTTP client, you need to configure the HTTP client module. Anyone who has used ng model based concept like Angular 16 and below, there is something called HTTP client module you will import in the ng module, but here in Angular 18 in standalone, you need to go to this app.config.ts and you need to put that. You need to provide that dependency injection that I just showed you. Only then the HTTP client module will be loaded. Okay, see now the data, the real data is coming actually from the locally running endpoint. Okay, you can point it to my deployed endpoint, or if you are a full stack developer, you are learning the whole series, run your web API project in your local, and then this will automatically will work. Now similarly, I just created course.service.ts. It's basically course service, right? It's another service that is calling the course controller. So we have same setup here. In this case, I have 4 different get endpoints. One is like we pass the category ID, get all the data of the courses. We pass a particular detail and the course ID, we get the detail, and then we don't pass anything, just get all the courses. Like 4 different stuff. Everything is get, it's all same. Okay, if you know one, you should be able to do everything else. Now after this, what we will do is we will have to integrate this concept into browse course component. So in browse course component also we used mock data. So we will inject the course service and then call the respective service whenever the category IDs are changed. So we will not use this mock data anymore. We will always rely on the live information. So I'm going to remove this. Instead, this dot course service dot get all course, not get all course, get course by category ID. I need to pass the category ID. In this case, the category ID is this dot category ID, and then subscribe to it. I will write something inside the function. So here we are just assigning the data that's coming from the service back to the course variable. That's it. We were able to do the complete from mock to the real service. So I cleaned up this. We don't need that in the constructor. Everything will work. We're going to test the UI. We're going to test the UI quickly. Here is the UI. I am on the main screen. This get category came, and see live data came. If I go inside this, we have to fix that. But if you look at the categories, if you browse a different category, different data is coming because it's actually calling the endpoints, right? So we were able to achieve these 2 things. Okay, so now the next part is we will add the nginx spinner and the toaster thing. So let's go under the service. What we are going to do is we are going to create a new file for our spinner thing. So for spinner, right, what the idea behind this is there is something called HTTP interceptor. It will intercept all the HTTP calls that's going from your application. So idea behind this file is we are going to create a spinner interceptor, which is nothing but the HTTP interceptor. This interceptor will intercept every single call that goes outside. So a-http. So this actually brings up a piece of code we saw in the previous video, the extension that we are using, right? Angular snippet extension. So this is the class. This is the class. I named it as HTTP request interceptor. It implements the HTTP interceptor. So this one, whatever I'm highlighting, is what we have to implement. Okay, so the idea behind this is whenever there's a call going outside, this class will come into picture. Okay, so here whenever we intercept a request, we show a toaster message, we show the nginx spinner automatically, and when the calls are finished, we will close everything. That's the whole idea. Okay, so I'm going to bring up two things in the constructor. So let's go one by one. Okay, whatever you saw, it's okay, we don't need that. The very first thing that we have to do is we need to first configure the nginx spinner and the toaster configuration. Okay, so in the app config.ts, so we have to do that first, then we'll come back and write the constructor here. Okay, so let's go to the app.config.ts. okay, so here pay attention. Here we need to do some configuration to support these two modules. So after the provide HTTP client, I am copy pasting a piece of thing which is similar to what you do in ng module. So provider is HTTP interceptor, and then the use class is nothing but our class. Okay, so that we have configured. We are saying, hey, go through this pipeline, this is the interceptor, just go through it always. Okay, so the calls, if you don't configure it, that class will never get hit. After that, in the after the import provide forms, you have to provide the configure the nginx spinner module and the toaster module. So this nginx spinner module is coming from the nginx package. Sometimes it doesn't show from where this is coming. You need to manually do an import statement, which I'm going to do. Okay, so I'm going to use the manual import statement of this nginx spinner module and toaster module. See, the error went away. Now similarly, according to line number 18, we will add another line that's for toaster. The code that I put is, we are configuring the toaster module and we are doing some default setting. We are saying it has to show only for 3 seconds in the top right. Okay, and prevent the duplicates. There are configurations. We also have to use the browser module and browser animation module, so that these two packages that they rely on, these two will automatically work. Okay, so after we configure all of these things, that's it, the configurations are done. Okay, so for us to proceed further, let's go back to the interceptor. So we went back to interceptor. Here let's inject those two things in the constructor. So in the constructor, we're going to inject nginx spinner, nginx toaster. Okay, toaster service and spinner service. So constructor, open the parenthesis, and then say private spinner, which is nginx spinner. Okay, inject spinner service, you have to inject the service, comma, you need to also inject the toaster service. Okay, so we have kept a name, toaster service, and then just open the bracket. So it's a continuous thing, right? So once the constructor is done, I'm going to copy paste a piece of code and I'll explain you. It's very easy. So here, okay, we will first initiate the spinner.show. We will just start showing the spinner. Okay, and we will tell you where to put the spinner. Okay, so this is the code behind logic that we need to put. As soon as this interceptor is hit with any outgoing calls, we will start the spinner. We'll show the spinner, and I'll show you when to hide the spinner. So now we copy paste this piece of logic. Basically, we're using some RSJS operators like map, catch error, finalize, right? So we're going to use a pipe symbol and go through the calls. Whenever the call is going and coming, like coming back, if the response is coming back, we show a toaster message called request successful. If it get into a catch block, which means there was an error, so we show a toaster that it's an error. In the finalize method, right, try catch finalize method, we will stop the spinner at any cost. Whether it is success or failure, we have to stop the spinner which was started showing up. Now where do you put the spinner? Go to this home component, or like actually we should go to the app component where the router outlet is present. So we are putting the spinner at a very apparent level, because we don't want to put this at like each component level and show. We want everything to wire up automatically. So we put that component spinner there, and then we also import the nginx spinner component in the import statement of the app.component. Right, so after we do, see, this already started working. So whenever I go and go make a call, you see this, there was a spinner just coming and going because the API was very fast. You are not able to see the spinner. See, it just came and went, and then you can also see the toaster in the top right. So you can go to all of these things, it's coming right. I can even put a breakpoint to the backend like this and show quickly. See, I put a breakpoint to just show you that actually it is spinning, because this is in a debug mode. I'm able to make the response delayed. But if you execute this whenever the calls are going, and if the APIs are taking time, you will start seeing the spinner coming up. You would have seen it in my real website, but that's how you configure these two. All right, so now I will leave you the rest of the work. The course detail work is already, I have kept it, but I want you guys to try change the mock details of the course page, like whatever you learned in the previous video, right? You can use it here as well. So I will leave it to you this way. All what you have to do in this video is, after you do all of these things, go to the course detail and actually inject the course service that I'm doing, and practice by yourself that you're able to call the course detail data instead of the mock data, and do everything. Okay, so here what we are doing here is, I'm adding the same thing. I'm injecting a course service and then making a function. The function is calling the course endpoint, like this dot course service dot get course detail, and then pass the course ID. It'll get you back the data. See, that is what I'm doing. So whatever we saw in the initial category and the course, browse course, is the same. So you'll be able to get the real data. So I'm going to put this course ID here, which is enough number type, initialize with 0. It's okay. So now we will remove this dot course. We will assign this course ID here. We're using the course ID. Everything looks good. See, there is nothing else I changed. So practice this course detail by yourself. Though I have given you the code, basically you're injecting the service, calling the service, passing the course ID, get the data. That's it, the real-time data. Now whatever you saw that I just copy pasted, basically just to preserve the space on the UI. Like for example, let's remove this. We don't want this. So let's go inside this. You see this data, just to preserve the space between each paragraph for text, I kept that code, but everything else is working. So I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. There are more interesting videos coming in Angular to make a full stack development series. So stay tuned, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series, and we're building online course enrollment application, and this is episode 8. In this video I will walk you through how you can configure the lifetime free Azure SQL, and we will also talk about the network settings, SSMS connections, and database setups, all of those things in the video. So without delay, come, let's get started. So I'm going to show you how you can set up the free Azure SQL server, but trust me, this has some limitations, like you cannot use beyond a certain limit of SQL at one point of time, so it will pause not to incur any cost for you. However, I have two solutions for you. Watch till end of the video and I'll explain you what are the other two options to keep you free in the Azure. Alright, so log into the portal.azure.com. I have logged in with my email ID. I hope you have an account already. If not, just create a free account, right? Now, if you go and see, there are multiple things that you can do. You can do a SQL server, SQL database. Basically, a SQL database can reside only in a SQL server. Okay, server, it's required, only then you can first create a database itself. Now whatever you're seeing is, I already have a server and I already have some database. Let's create from first, right? Search with SQL database and you will land here. See, create SQL database. You can see clearly I have not used this offer, that's why it is showing up. If you haven't used this per subscription, this is free for per subscription only one time. So if I apply the offer, basically they are saying this free 1 lakh a week or seconds is free and all of those things, right? Now we will start with the basic information, the subscription and then the resource group. So I'm going to create a resource group based on the applications to keep all of the resources together. So online course RG, this is the first Azure resource that we are creating for this online course enrollment application. Now, if you look at this, this is our database name. So I'm going to keep the database name as is it. You can do whatever you want to name it. Now, the next one is the server. Like I said, server is required. We need to first configure the server. So I'm going to create a server, and it clearly says it has to be a lowercase. So let me give everything as lowercase, and then once you do this, there will be a check mark coming up, which means everything is correct. So in our case, I wanted to keep it unique, so probably I will add LSC, which is learn smart coding, in the front. See, this becomes a tick mark. So that is our server name, and I'm choosing a location based on the offer that you availed, right? So that offer that we availed, it is not in East Coast, so I'm going to choose West Coast. That's absolutely fine, right? This is just for your understanding purpose. Watch till the end of the video. I'll give you other two options to keep you free. Now, SQL Server is authenticated based on three types. You see this? One is Enter ID base, which is Azure only can use it within the Azure. The second one is Azure as well as the SQL authentication, and we will go with the third one because we need a username password to connect this from our local also. I'm going to give admin login username and a password, right? So when you do this, don't forget to save this. I have saved it in my notepad. Now if you come back, see, this is the predefined thing that is selected, which is given as free for us. Okay, you see this based on what is there. This is the option. There are two options now. When you choose this, you can pause the database when the limit is fulfilled. Okay, which means they don't take any amount from you. As soon as the free limit is done per month, done, it will pause the database. You cannot access the database. The other option is you can also use to pay as you finish the free usage. But okay, we don't do it. We select as free, and then the next one's networking. Networking, basically you need to able to access this from the public endpoint also, like from our local also, you should be able to access it. So I'm going to choose a public endpoint, and then there are two more options, right? So private means you cannot do, so I have to go with the public. And here, firewall rule, network firewall rule. Firewall rule is like a blocker, like, you know, it will protect your server. So basically there are two options. One is we're saying, hey, Azure to Azure, can we use it? If you say yes, yes, any Azure resource can use. But think of this, if you also have Azure resource, can I allow you to use? No, right? That's why I will say no. Can I allow the current public IP, like my current IP, which is my system IP? Yes, it's going to add it by default. Now, once you configure those things, and then security, you say no, you can click on the ledger database and you go inside this and disable it. We don't really need it, right? You know, we don't need to store the digest because this is our basic application. We're not like really doing any business here, so we don't need to have those traces and all for the database. So once you have these configuration ready, and we will go to the additional settings. See, can I use the sample database? No, we are going to create it. We just need the database, right? Come to the tag is for tracking purpose. If you have some resource, if you want to know where it's getting built or how it is utilized, this tags is going to help you. Okay, anyway, our resource is free, but you should know as you progress with the Azure, you should know why tags are used. So I'm going to tag this as the application and the application name, and you see this estimated cost is 0. Like I said, only because of the offer I used. Okay, so you can also do the same thing. Like I said, end of the video, I will definitely let you know without this what you can do to make it free and easily up and running in the database, like in the server. So deployment is in progress. It takes some time. Let's go to the resource. It's done. Here you see this server name. You need to copy the server name. This is our unique server name, which is our SQL server name. Okay, so lsc-online course.database.windows.net is the server name. I copied it. If you go to connection string, you can see connection string for various application, for Java, for ODBC, PHP, Go language, everything. So we're going to use the ADO.NET, so SQL authentication. So we need to use the second one. The second one is the one that we need to copy. But if you see closely, the password is not given. I will be replacing my password that I saved in my notepad. Okay, so I'm going to copy this connection string, keep it in my notepad. So you also do the same thing. Now let's go to overview. So you can see, other informations here. You can see what is the free amount, like 1 lakh week or seconds remaining. So which means, like, seconds means how many hours? Probably 24 hours or something. Based on the usage, it will get utilized. Anyway, so now what will happen is, if you go to the Azure SQL server, basically database or SQL server, you will see that the server that we created. You see this? I have an existing server, I have another server, the two servers. Okay, so great. Now what we will do, if you go to the security, go to server and go to security networking, whatever I'm hovering is my computer IP. Basically, if you have not done that during the configuration, you can come here and say add my IP, and you can specify IP. Why do we need this? Because this IP is now allowed, which means when I try to connect from my local, this one SSMS, right, I will be able to connect. In the second video we saw the database design. We know how to install this SSMS and all of those things. So click on connect, you specify the connection, the server name. You remember lsc-online course.database.windows.net. that is what you need to copy paste, and then you select the authentication as SQL Server authentication. Login is your username and the password, and make it as trust and try to connect. See, right now it is not connecting because I did a mistake in the SQL Server name. I copy pasted literally the server also. That's not the right name, right? See, the moment I put it correctly, because the IP is enabled, I was able to connect. Remember, if you get an error, your IP is not enabled in the server's security settings firewall. You need to add it. Now we have the database here, right? If you go here, only simple database is going to come. Here we are going to run our script and make sure the tables and all of the other stuff are added. So I'm going to take the script that I have it in the project. You can also have it, you can take it from the github.com. So once you have these things, we're gonna execute it. So the tables gets created, and you can see all the tables got created. Great. I'm gonna run the insert commands to get the data also. See, data got executed. I'm gonna execute the rest of the stuff. All good. So I have the sample data till we put the real data. We have some sample data. Great. So now if I could try to select any of the table from this database, so I selected this table and I can see the data that I executed. Great. Alright, so now what we will do is we will try to connect this database from our application. So I know already the connections thing. I'm opening up the project that we already have. We built the endpoints, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to this app settings for development.json. See, remember, development.json is for development, but it's okay. Since I'm running it from local, I'm going to just replace this connections thing to see it is connecting now to the Azure SQL server. If I run it, if it has connected properly, I should get the data back. Great, data is coming. So which means from my local IP, like from my system, if I do all of these things, I'm able to talk to the database, which is in the Azure SQL. So you can see the data is coming, so which is good. Alright, as I promised, I told you there are two ways to do it. Let me tell you honestly, right? See, this 1 lakh seconds is nothing but n number of hours. I think it's less than 24 hours or 32 hours if I calculate, right? So basically what happens is this will get paused when you don't access the database. This is okay for starting, but if you really wanted to keep doing this, depending on your country, the database cost will differ. For people who are in US, the bare minimum that you need to pay for a month is $5, which is, if I equivalently see in India, it's 400 rupees. But if you select something from India, maybe the cost is different. Let me know if you find out how much it is. I will not be able to find out, but you can find out based on the region that you select. Now the second thing, right, let's say you cannot afford anything, you still need to have free. There is one way you can do. There is something called in-memory database caching. So we can set up our .NET Core Web API to have the inbuilt in-memory content, which means whatever you see as a preloaded content, we can always make sure that is loaded as a sample data when the application is booted. Remember, what the only drawback with that is you do any operation, it is maintained. But if you restart your server, like in your application, then all the data will be lost. It will only have whatever you configure to have it. That's the only drawback. But for people who don't want to invest anything but wanted to learn, that will be the good option. Let me know in the comment section if you're interested with that. I will make a video of how to do a in-memory database caching. Alright, so this is the video all about this episode. I hope you enjoy this video. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel. Continue to watch this series. You will definitely be a very good full stack developer at the end of the course. So I'll see you in the next video. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This video is all about full stack development video series, and we are building online course enrollment application. This is episode 9. In this video, what we are going to do is we are going to create two resources mainly for Azure web app. So we are going to create and configure two Azure web app in the Azure portal, and these two web app will be used for our Angular UI and the .NET Core Web API. And we will also talk about the important settings and other stuff that is required. So this video will be interesting, and we are moving more towards the Azure now to make sure our applications are deployed in the production and it can be publicly viewed. Alright, so without delay, come let's get started. I logged into the portal.azure.com, and once you log in, search with something called web app. Web app, right? So web application is what it means. So here you need to set up, like here you need to have a basic configuration done. So before we proceed further with the configuration, let me tell you something about the web app. See, in order to have the web app created, you need to have something called Azure App Service. So we always call it as Azure App Service web app, which means a web app can be present only when an app service is present. It's like renting the server for us to deploy our application. That renting mechanism, we are asking what kind of power we are renting them. Okay, that's in short. So we're going to rent a space, a power of the computer, all of those things from Azure. And for that, there are different plans. And that plan is called Azure App Service Plan. And what we create an app is called web app. So you have to fill up the subscription, the resource group name, and then I wanted to just take the name that I already used. So I have something called Smart Learn by Karthik. So I'm going to name that itself. Okay. So here in the name, you need to provide a name that has to be unique. There is a new feature. They have brought up a checkbox. You see this unique default name. So I don't like it. So I'm going to disable it. But this is the name that I want. For API, I'm going to name it as Smart Learn by Karthik -API. So it's going to be .azurewebsites.net. Okay, so now we have to decide what kind of code. So we are deploying the code, right? So that's why it's code, and then we say what is the runtime stack. Based on the runtime stack, it will determine whether it is Linux or Windows, but you can choose whichever you want. I suggest you leave it to the Microsoft, and for Microsoft related things, Windows is best plan. Okay, so the Windows plan I choose, I get to see this, everything is free, right? But sometimes it doesn't show free. I'll tell you what happens, and I'll show you what kind of options are available. So how can I make that to appear, like to change the plan? So let me quickly show you. Instead of this free tier which is already selected, what I'm going to choose is, if I just change the name, you see this, now it's showing up the pricing plan. This is what I was telling. F1 is the version that we are using, the app service plan, but other than that, everything is cost. Okay, for the real application, right, at least S1 plan should be there. You see this F1 plan is free, shared one is D1, B1, B2, all of this thing, then followed by S1. S1 is the minimum recommended for production. That will cost around $76 per month, but we're going to use the free version. That's more than enough for us. So I'm going to head it back to the same region. I'll get this. Even if you don't get it, you can choose F1 after you select the region. Okay, region is where our application is hosted. So my closest place is US. That's why here. Next is deployment. We skip it under the development, like the database will skip it. The next one is the deployment. I'm going to disable everything because we are going to use CI/CD pipeline from Azure DevOps in the next videos. Okay, network, make it as public. Don't choose the application size right now. I will teach you how to choose this in a separate video. so that you can use that even for the application which you do not have a the app insights configured. So I skipped it intentionally to show you how you can create separately also. Tag is important. Give it, go to the create, review and create, and then you hit on it, it'll create. Guys, I have a lot of videos later to this web app, so I will give you those things in the description in case you want it in detail. Go, please check that videos. So we created API, right? Now we have to create a similar one for the Angular. Angular, same thing. It's going to be the app service plan, and we're going to have the web app created. This one that you're looking as the web API, it's default code that is loaded. That's why it's showing you're ready to deploy. Now, what you can do is you can go to this app service plan and you can anytime change this, like you can scale up, and a lot of configurations are there. We will talk about different configurations as we need it in our application, but for now, let's stick to our plan. Our goal is to create two web apps. One we have created, the other one is the for Angular. Same thing. Choose the subscription, choose the resource group. I'm going to put it under the same resource group, online course RG, and this time I wanted to name this as like this, right? It's a web application, right? So I will remove this. I will make just as a node because it is node application, right? It's a JavaScript. See, the moment I choose node, it became Linux. Okay, actually for this also choose Windows, don't choose Linux. I'm choosing it, but I will tell you the reason why. For Linux there is some problem with the routing mechanism that has not been solved yet, so I will still choose Windows. Please go ahead and choose Windows. I just showed you demo that it was choosing it automatically as Linux. Now all of the rest of the stuff is same as before. Fill up everything, put a tag, go to the review create and click, go to review create and click on create. So it will create the Azure web app under the same app service plan, like F1 plan, which is free, and then we're done with these two, right? If you go here, it will show the name of this app, which is Smart Learn by Karthik. That's it, .azurewebsites.net, right? So this is what these two things. App service plan is same, to web app we created. This is the second one. Okay, so now also if you go here, by default there is some default code, it will show up. That's okay. We are going to deploy the Angular code and the .NET code in the next videos. Okay, so if you go to all resources and then go to that particular resource group, see, I have a lot of things, that's why I'm doing this. But if you go to that particular resource group, which is in our case it's online course, all the resource that I create for this application, right, it's grouped under this resource group. That's why I can see the database, the server, these two, the web app that we created. Now we're going to configure some important things under the API. If you go to API under the environment variable and configuration, see, by default it was whatever configuration that you need to do it in the .NET Core was here. Let's go over the configuration. So it is just showing up all of these things, right? These two that I'm hovering, we intentionally disabled the basic authentication. We don't want the basic authentication to be enabled because it is not secured. We will use it in a secured way. So in case if you wanted to do that, you can come here and enable it so that you can deploy it from your local Visual Studio itself. So this is what the configuration is. Environment variable, there are two sections, app settings and connection string. Anything that we have it in application .json, like in our site, you can add it here. For example, if I have something like let me show you itself so it will be easy to understand. So if I go to my .NET Core web project, right, you go to any of the settings, any settings like this other than connection string setting, you see this. Let's go here, you see allow host, that is one of the property in the app settings.json. You can have that name here and value here. If you do that, what will happen, basically when the application is loading, it will take the value from here. When you run the application from your local, it will take the value from your local. So all of this configuration for the application will go here. Okay, I just put a name here, I don't want it, we will delete this, but I'm explaining you what goes where. Connection string is the place where you put the connection string. So connection string name will not change. For example, the property under the connection string, which is db context, that can be different for different people. I have named as db context here. If you look at the settings, you see this. For db context property, this is the connection string. Great. You can see the connection string here. I can apply. Why do we need to do it? We want the production SQL, like the Azure SQL Server connection string, not in your project. It has to be securely stored in this place, because when I give the code, I don't want this to be revealed, right? When you guys like when I deploy it, it has to work in the deployed public version. That's why. So we saw how connection string and the application settings are done. I will explain it in more as we progress, but this is something that we will finish it, so that when we go for the next round of deployment for CI/CD pipeline, it will be helpful for us. All right, I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, continue to watch this complete series to become a very good full stack developer. Thank you guys, I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development series. We're building online course enrollment application. This is episode 10, and in this video I'm going to show you how we can configure the Serilog for our .NET Core Web API, also the Azure Application Insights. Not only that, we will also talk about how to handle the exceptions globally, and we will also record the request and response bodies using the middlewares. So a lot of stuff, and then this will be interesting and very useful for the application. We need to know what's going on with the application. Only then, if anything goes wrong, we can fix it. Alright, without delay, come let's get started. Okay, so let's go to portal.azure.com, and here, if you remember, in the web app video I showed you, I disabled the application insights, right? So the reason is you can also create application insights directly here. Okay, so go and click on application insight, like search on application insights. I have these many application insights. Click on create. Here you have to choose some basic information like subscription, resource group, a name, and where it has to store its log information, so those kind of things. So here I'm going to name this Azure application insights to whatever it is intended to use. So in this case, I will name this as the Learn Smart. I'll name this as Smart Learn by Karthik API, right? Because the backend log is what we are going to capture. So I'm going to name this like this, so it's easy to remember. Go to tags, give it a tag, and then click on review create. Like I said, if you ask me, can I do this when I'm creating a web app? Yes, absolutely fine. You can do it. That's easy. But you should also know that you can do this separately also. Okay, that's why we are saying different kind of flavors. Now we created it, it is getting deployed. It takes a minute or so. So once that is done, what you need to do is you need to do a couple of steps in the .NET Core Web API to make this integration work. Like, in order for us to push the logs from our .NET Core to this one, you need to do the following things. So go to the resource. There's something called instrumentation key. Okay, and then there's something called connection string. So copy the connection string. It has all the information that is required. That's it. Copy the connection string, go to the code, and then we will configure it. So I'm bringing up the code, and what I'm going to do is, so when you get the code for this branch, right, these are the informations that I modified. So in order to proceed with whatever I set as the goal of this video, we need to install the Serilog packages, and then Microsoft extension logging packages, application insight packages. You see the 6 packages. Don't worry, these packages, all of these codes are available in github.com, but you need to know what you're installing in order to make this application work. That is what is important. So look at what I'm doing. Do not worry about the code. Now we have 3 classes. They are called middlewares. What is this middleware doing is, it will actually get the request, and then it is going to add the request in the response body as it is going. And also we have something called telemetric recording. So one is request body, one is the response body, and we are also pushing this request and response body to the application insights. Okay, that's what that code is doing. Now come to this app settings.json. I will expand this. This is what I added. Okay, so what this is doing is, this is, again, I did not invent anything. These are the configuration required for us to open the Serilog mechanisms. Okay, so for Serilog I added that. Now this is important. Take a look at this. I added this piece of logic to wire up the Serilog, and I added the builder.service.add application insights telemetry for the application insights. The one that I'm highlighting right now is for Serilog to log the information to the application insights plus into the local. This one is called global exception handling, and these are for the middlewares. That's it, right? I do not have anything else. So basically we wired up the Serilog and then application insights. So if I come to this app settings of JSON, this is what the code, right? So I'm going to replace the connection string of the application insights here. Okay, I actually copy pasted this from one of my .NET Core Web API, so you can see me renaming the application name. So from starting till end, I took everything, changed only the connection string. Okay, now we are running this application. We are going to hit this endpoint locally, which means the application is going to generate some log, and those logs are pushed to the Azure portal application insights because of the connection string that we configured. As long as you have internet, this by now it should have pushed. So I'm going to do this couple of things. Let's go here. Let's do this refresh. You see this server request started showing up. If I click it, it is basically showing whatever we tested in the local. Okay, this is really important, guys. So application sites are very important. Health logging of the application, so that you know how to troubleshoot, how to fix it. Not only that, right, application sets will help you to understand how many requests are coming, how it is getting processed. If something happens wrong, it can even send an alert to you that exceptions are happening, it's failing. So many monitoring informations we can do. So now anyway, coming back here, you see these are the calls made. You can click on the samples to see them sample. Let me just show you some sample. You can see the URL. You can see the response body also loaded. See, such a big response body. Let's take something which has some parameters. Okay, so let's go back and take something which has parameters. So this one has parameter, right? So course ID. We sent some course ID and then we got some data. So I'm going to click on it. You see the request is having number 2 and response body is also having the data. And then it shows like, how long it took, all of those informations. Great. So this is how you will, log the information and come back to application insights and view how things are going, how many logs are coming, those kind of things. So I will give you related videos in the description. Feel free to go take a look at that. Now I will show you how you could have done this in a different way. So for example, if I go to this Learn Smart, like the app name, you see this application insights is showing as it's not configured. It's not connected. We're using it, but it's not connected to each other. So click on it, click on enable, and it is asking you, can I create a new one without knowing that we already created? And there's an option here that you can also choose a one which is already created. So either I can create a resource like this, or the other way around that you saw in the initial video, like the starting of this video, or you come here and click on select existing resource. Here it will list down every single application insights that we have. So I will choose the one that I want to have this interconnection, and then this is .NET Core app. So click on instrument your application and click on .NET Core. Choose everything, like for example recommended, and then interop application, say okay, profiler on, snapshot debugger on, local variable, just literally on everything, so it captures more information including the SQL Server commands. So the moment I choose this and apply, everything is now integrated. This is equivalent of creating the Azure App Insights as when you create a Azure web app also. Okay, both the same. So I'm just giving you different flavors. You see this, there are some failures, there are some successful requests, all of those things are coming. So I can see the failure of this SQL because you remember I was configuring the free SQL. It's basically showing I already met the month free. That's weird actually. Maybe it was executing for more than 24 hours. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna replace this with a real database which I'm paying it for. That's okay. But you guys follow either the in-memory caching or use this one and pause the database. Okay, so if I deploy this, which is going to come in the next video, you can see the deployed version and you can see the data coming up from the Azure SQL Server itself. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section. If you're interested with something, let me know. And I'll see you in the next video, which is the CI/CD pipeline for .NET Core and Angular. Bye-bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series and we're building online course enrollment application. And this is episode 11. In this video, I will show you how we can configure the CI/CD pipeline for the .NET Core 8 Web API by using Azure DevOps. This will be very useful as a developer. So without delay, come let's get started. Okay, so the project source code for you guys, it is available in github.com. However, I'm going to demonstrate these in the DevOps, which is dev.azure.com. So my repository is placed in this one. So we're going to see one by one. So I logged into dev.azure.com and this is my repository. See online course API. So if you want to do, you also take the code from GitHub and put it into your DevOps. So once you select the repository, click on pipelines and there you have something called new pipeline. See, these are the options you can choose based on where it is, but we are going to look at the DevOps. So I will choose the first one, but there are other repositories like GitHub and other source controls you can use, right? So and then classic editor, if you go and click on classic editor, that's the old one. So we'll go with YAML. I selected the first one. Here it will ask you to choose the project, right? So our project is here. So if you filter it, it will come. Now this is our .NET Core. So I will choose .NET, which is ASP.NET. Now it will read the the project and it is generating the required code for us. All of these codes seems to be good, like except the publish one. So let's go one by one. First one is trigger this build based on the main branch, and the pool is to specify which image it is using to do this building, and then some variables declaration. Okay, and now next thing is a step by step. First it will install the NuGet packages. It will restore the packages into the solution, and then it will do the build. That's what all of this configuration is. So once all the build is done, there's a test that get performs, but the last step is that I'm going to copy paste. Basically after the build is done, we have to zip the whole stuff, like the whole build content, into a zip file, and that is what this step is doing. So what this step will do is it will just make a zip file and it will it will just zip as a zip file and put it into a drop folder. The artifact name is drop. Okay, so this is what the build is. That's it. We just need to give a name, and I'm going to commit this to my whole main branch itself, right? We need that this YAML file for us to make this DevOps to work. So I'm gonna save it. It's asking me, can I commit in the main branch? Yes, of course. I'm gonna save it. Immediately the job got triggered. So this is the first job. It will take few minutes to finish. See, I just fast forwarded it, and these are the steps that you can see. Everything is success. Now we just have the build. The next step is the release pipeline. The first one that you saw was continuous integration. Continuous deployment is what we are going to see, which is the release pipeline. So here is our build pipeline. Build pipeline name is online course API. Okay, now there's something called if you go to this project level, go to the pipelines and then go and click on release. Now it will show all of the release that I already have. I'm going to click on new, say new release pipeline. Alright, so here we are going to deploy this into our Azure DevOps. So I'm going to choose the first one, apply it. Okay, we have these things. First one is the artifact. Artifact means the one that was built, that's the content is called artifact. So when you choose the project, like the build name, the artifact is automatically chosen. You say added. Now let's click on this one and select this one. This one is basically we are enabling it for the continuous deployment. Whenever the build is ready, the deployment release pipeline will get triggered. Okay, we will see in that. So click on the task, and here you need to do the task. So this one, let's go one by one, right? So first was the name. You can choose whatever name. Say in our case, it's just only one thing we are deploying. That's why I'm naming it as production. But generally speaking, it will be dev, QA, stage, production. I have a similar video which has 4 deployment in pipeline. I will give you that in the description, and here you can go take a look at that. Now here, the Azure subscription, right? Because we're going to put this into the Azure. In the previous video we created the Azure web apps, right? So you can choose the Azure subscription here, or let's create something called a specific service principal. Service principal I have already explained in one of my video. I'll give that also in the description. But if you look at this, the moment you choose, all of these things will come. So let's do this one by one, right? So if you look at into our resource group, we have these 2 applications, right? Whenever you choose correctly, those things will show up. If I choose Windows, it will show up. So what we are going to do is we are going to first create a new subscription, like the new service principal. If you go to this, your name, the organization and project, under settings, there is something called service connection. So you click on service connection, a list of service connections will be displayed. So click on the service connection, these kind of list will come. And here we are going to create a new connection. See, I can use my existing connection, but this is a brand new one, so I have to create it. So basically here you will select Azure Resource Manager, which is RG we call it as, right? So Azure Resource Manager, next. And these are the authentication mechanism. So we are going to choose the service principal and choose as automatic, so it will help us to finish everything by itself. Now it is loading the subscription. See, the scope level and all is at the Azure level, but you choose your subscription and subscription gets loaded. It will ask you to re-authenticate to make sure that you are the one who's using it. Or it is also another fact that if you have login of this DevOps in one place, and if you have a portal on a different login, that's why, just to make sure where you're connecting, it is prompting you to log into the Azure portal to get the permission. So because for both of the Azure portal and this DevOps, I use the same login, it is easy for me. So I'm gonna authenticate myself. Once I approve this will be authenticated automatically. Actually, I'm doing this as we speak. The authentication app is prompting me. See, once I am done, this will automatically come back to this original place. Now here it will list down based on the subscription that you choose. If I have 2, so I'm choosing whatever I want. It will list down all the resource group under the subscription. In our case, our online course RG is what I want. I selected. Now let's give some meaningful name. So basically what we are trying to do is we are creating a secure service principal, meaning for the Azure DevOps to communicate with the Azure portal. We are creating a secure a way, and we're also telling, hey, this whenever we use the service connection, only the resources under this resource group are allowed to deploy anything. If you want to use this service connection and deploy to some other website under your own subscription, it won't work. It won't even list down. Okay, so we're going to choose this, and then you can hit on save. So this is a service connection, which is a service principal identity to securely communicate from Azure DevOps to portal without password, okay, without credential. You should understand that. So if you don't know service principal, I will give you in the description link. Go please take a look. It's just a 5 minutes video. All right, so I can click on grant all permission and click on save. Oh, by mistake I clicked on back, but it's okay. So when you come back, it is still listing down. Great. So I'm gonna quickly do this. Okay, so I click on save. The service connection is getting set up for us. Okay, so the new service connection that is dealing with only that resource group and all the resources under the resource group. So if you come here and refresh, whatever you just created will come here. So I'm choosing that. After I choose that, see, it is listing down only the resource that is available under this resource group, because both of our UI and backend web app is Windows. So that's why if I choose Windows, it is showing 2, but if I choose Linux, nothing will be shown. Okay, so we will select whatever we want. Here in our case, the first one is the API one. So I selected, this is good. We will save this under a folder. I'm going to save this and then come back to the agent. So here, if you scroll down, you need to go to the next step. So if you choose the last one, deploy Azure apps, you have to select the deployment folder. So if you scroll down, this is the place where we have made this bundle. So you choose this bundle, like the zip file that we made it available based on the build pipeline. Once you have this packages folder selected, we are all good. Let's go over all the tabs. There is nothing that we need to do here. So let's recap. We made the stage, we selected the artifacts, we configured the service connection so that it can communicate with the Azure portal and open up and deploy this code. Okay, this is what we did, and this is called a release pipeline. So once all of these things are done, we will save this and trigger a release. So you can click on create release. See, first time alone you probably have to manually do it, but every time the build is triggered, we have already enabled continuous deployment. If you remember the what do you call that, so you choose that one and then we enabled it, right? So here, if first time you deploy it takes few minutes. Basically what it does is it will go take the zip file, unzip it, and then copy that and open up a connection to this website behind the scene, right? It's all happening behind the scene, and then it will deploy all the content, and it will set up the starting file, and it will do everything that it has to do to make the website up. So once the website is once the deployment is done, the website will be up. You just need to go and hit on the URL and the website will be up. Fully configured the CI/CD pipeline for our .NET Core Web API, and this is very simple. It's easy to do from DevOps, and I'm going to use the DevOps for this one. So go ahead, try it. I hope you enjoyed this video, guys, and in the next video I will show you CI/CD pipeline for Angular application so that we can deploy that. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, and if you have any questions or comments, let me know in the comment section. I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series, and we are building online course enrollment application, and this is episode 12. In this video I'm going to show you how to configure the CI/CD pipeline for your Angular 18 application, and we'll be using Azure DevOps as our source code and the deployment strategy. So this will be very useful as a developer. It's good to know about the DevOps concepts. So without delay, come let's get started. So I have logged into the portal to show you what we did in the previous video. So we have, I'm going to browse all of my resource and go to the particular resource group, which is online course RG. If you're following my video, you'll know what I'm talking about. So we have these resources we created, and last video we saw CI/CD for the .NET Core application. So this one, the one that you're seeing, is our Angular application. So we are going to do the CI/CD pipeline in our Azure DevOps. So log into dev.azure.com. So before we go ahead and do it, right, there are a few changes that you need to do in the Angular application, right? So what we are going to do is we have to go and do some modification. Go to the package.json, and I added these things. So basically this is the command that we will be using to build the application. And here what it is doing is we have two environments. One is production and the regular one, the dev environment. So all what we are doing is for environment.prod.ts, all the production related configuration will be there, and then there is one file called web.config. I added this file will support us for the routing mechanism. If you directly hit a URL, that is what will help us to redirect. Okay, now go to the angular.json, and you have to say that, hey, when you build, copy this web.config file also. That is what we are putting into the asset. We need this file to be in the deployed content, like the built content. Now go back to pipelines, click on new pipeline. So we have, once you choose this, right, you have an option of selecting which repository, like which is the source code. For here, we are going to choose the YAML file, the first one, which is Azure DevOps, and I'm going to choose the project, which is Angular. And then you help this one to figure out, okay, this project is Angular with Node. So based on what you choose, this initial setup will come. We're going to modify this so that it is built properly for our Angular application. Now, what we are doing is, the first one is says trigger. Based on the main branch code changes, if something got changed to the main branch, trigger it. And then we are saying which VM that is using to build the application. Okay, Ubuntu latest, which is Linux. And then there are a couple of steps. First one is we have to install the node package, like the node.js, right? See, whatever you did for your local environment is what we are going to do there also. So we're saying we need 20 version, install the node, that's called install node.js. And then the second step is installing the Angular CLI. Exactly, we are mimicking this, like we have to do this exactly on the build server also every time it has to do. So after that, right, the first is node.js, the second one is the CLI. Next we have to build our project. So I changed the script name to meaningful name, the display name. We're doing the installation of the dependencies. The next one, whatever I'm doing is, if you remember, npm run build prod. Build prod is the script name that's there in the package.json, right? So we are saying run that script. In order to do that, we have to say npm run build prod. It's there in the package.json. You see this line number 10, right? And I also ran that same command in the local. See, just to show you, if you do that, it will build and generate the file. That is what it is doing. Okay, so now these three steps are done. After the build content is ready, we need to zip it and make as one available file for us to put it as the artifact, and then later in the release pipeline we will be extracting it and putting it into our server. Okay, the one that I've commented now is for running the test cases. So in real time, in applications, in organization, there are projects which will have the test cases also. That's why the script is. But in our case, we don't have, so I've disabled it just for the understanding I've put. The last step is the zipping of content and putting into a drop location. So if you see the path to publish, actually disk dash some name, right? So if we go to angular.json, it will have disk / your project name. In our case, it is online course, disk / online course. And not only that, there will be another folder called browser. Inside that browser folder only, all of these contents are actually built. Okay, you can run this command npm run build prod in your local and see how it is working. So that's why I named it like this: disk / the name of the project / the browser. Okay, this is coming from the angular.json. Now it knows where to take the files and zip it. So that is called the name of this called drop. That's the artifact name. And then the build is good. You can commit this to the main branch, which I did. So the YAML file is ready, which will help us to build the project. Now this is what the build step is. So it will do one by one. It will install node, install CLI, and then build the project, create the content. Everything is good. See, first time I failed because I'm just showing you error. When I ran the first time, actually the code was not available, whatever I did, right? I missed to merge the code. So the second time I did it triggered properly, and this time it's going to be successful, because as long as you have the build prod script in your package.json, whatever we have it on our YAML file will work. Okay, now this is what the content. See, under the drop you have all of these contents including web.config. So this is what we now have to deploy to the server. So now we know our artifact has all of these content that is supposed to be delivered to the website, right? So we have it. So now let's go to release, click on new release pipeline, and whatever you see now, this is the starting place. You need to first choose where you have to deploy. In our case, this is Azure App Service. I selected it. Give a meaningful name. I'm going to give as online course CD pipeline. Like, it's basically a web application, so I'm just giving a meaningful name. So online course web and CD pipeline. Okay, you can name however you want. Now the first thing is the artifact. So click on add an artifact. Here it will list down the project and then the build pipelines. So build pipeline, in our case we have to choose the UI content. So that's why online course UI build. So basically you're selecting the build content that only will have artifacts. Click on this button and then click on enable. So basically this is for the continuous deployment. Whenever new build is ready, this, if you enable, automatic release will be created. Stage is nothing but the environment. See here we have only one, that's why it is production. Let's go and click on the production one and then first configure it. Okay, so here you have to choose the Azure subscription. So we are going to deal with the available Azure service connection. So we need to establish the service connection between this Azure DevOps and the Azure portal. So I already have this kind of service connection set up for our resource group. However, we will do it from first, but basically that I set up based on the previous video for the .NET Core. Now if you go to this project, right, your organization, and then tutorial is the project, under settings, under service connection, you will see a list of service connection. So service connection and service principal identity, like service principal, all of those concepts, I have it in a video. I'll give it to you in the description. Go take a look. First, let's create a new one. Choose Azure Resource Manager, and then you choose service principal automatic. Okay, what this will do is it will allow us to create a token based one. So here first it will prompt you to log into your Azure portal. The reason, because this DevOps, right, whatever you logged in, it may or may not be the same for your Azure portal. That's why it is asking you to log in. In my case, both are same, so I logged in. Now the resource group will be listed based on the subscription. I chose the online course RG, and then I'm gonna name a meaningful name. The reason you have to have some name is, when you read that name, you know what connection this is all about. So this name, if you look at this, what I'm doing is online course resource group service connection, means the resource group related to the online course, like online code resource group, all of those resources you can use. Click on grant permission for all the pipelines, which means any pipeline that uses the service connection should be able to talk to the resources in the group. And it is setting up the connection. Once the connection is ready, let's go back to the place where we were trying to set up. Do a refresh here, and the one that you choose will be listed here. It will list down the one which I chose previously as well as the new one. Let's go and choose the one that we just created. So I chose that, and then you need to choose the app type. It could be a Windows or a Linux. See, if you have created a Linux web app, then you have to choose Linux. See, if I choose Linux, nothing will be showed. The reason, because I do not have any Linux web app created under that resource group. But if I choose web app as Windows, I have two applications, like two web apps created. One is for .NET Core, one is for the Angular. So both will be listed. You need to make sure you choose the right one. So I'm going to choose the second one, that is meant for the web application. So we are so far good. Everything looks good. Now the last one is, if you click on this deployment service, you need to select the package. Click on this hamburger symbol. It will ask you to choose which one. You see this under the drop, all of this content is there. Just select OK. Okay, looks good, and everything looks good. We don't need to do anything else. Run on agent is all namings. So what I'm going to do now, okay, so here there's something called pre-deployment and post-deployment trigger. So basically, before automatically the release pipeline has been deployed to the version, you can choose to have pre-deployment approval. In the previous video, I did not do. That is one of the example that if you don't want to do, you don't need to do it. But if you choose this and then choose the approver, so basically I'm going to choose myself as approver. But in a real world, managers or the team lead or those kind of people will be there. So I will choose that appropriate name and then say okay. So what will happen is, it will not automatically deploy. Every time it will send an email, you need to come and approve it here. Okay, that's what it is. So I'll show you that how you need to approve it. So I'm gonna do this trigger. You can also choose post deployment, but we do not have many stages like dev, QA, stage, production, so we don't need to have the post deployment. However, I have a similar video where I deploy this Angular application to 4 different servers, right? So I will give you that also in the description. Take a look. Let's save this under a folder so that we create many release pipelines for the same project for different environment. It will be under that folder. It's only for organizing, nothing else. Okay, so everything looks good. The first time we can either create a release or we can trigger a build which will automatically create a release. So just for the first time, let's create a release and the release will kick in. You can click on the release and see how the jobs are happening. Because we did the pre-approval step, see, first time it will ask you to deploy and then see the approval come. The approval button will come only because of the pre-deployment approval strategy. We did it, right? That's right. You need to approve it. Once you approve it, you can go to the logs and you can see it will download the artifacts, open up the connection. So you can see it will download the artifacts, open up the connection, and then deploy it. So let's go. Let's wait for a few seconds. See, it is doing whatever I just described. It's downloading all the facts and it is connecting to the app servers and it is going to deploy the package. That's what it will do. It will be pretty quick. See, it's updating the app servers, successfully updated the app servers. So done, right? So let's go and click on this one to see whether it works. Okay, crazy, it's deployed and we got an error. Great. The code is deployed, right? This is basically what happened is in Angular, instead of pointing to the production URL, it is pointing to the localhost URL. That's why it is not able to connect. I will tell you what was wrong in our configuration. So if we go to this angular.json, we have this environment.json, environment.ts and environment.prod.ts, right? You need to specify in this place under the configuration that, hey, when a production build is triggered, replace the dev.ts with the dev.prod.ts. This one, file replacement. So this one we forgot to do it, so it did not replace. Instead, it just built with the content that is present in the environment.ts, which is pointing to the local environment. So I'm gonna do a check-in of this code. What this will do is, after this, I need to actually approve it and merge it to the main branch. Okay. Once the code is in the main branch, the build pipeline, release pipeline, everything is going to get triggered. So let's go quickly. I'll show you how I prove it. My own code. It didn't trigger it, right? So because I was explaining, I did not do it. So let's go to this UI code. Let's go to this pull request. See, it's already there that there is some new code. Okay, so I'm going to create. I approve by my own code. That's very fancy. Alright, you approve your own code. Nowhere it happens except your own project. Anyway, so see, the moment I merge the code into the main branch, it triggers the build. And let's fast forward. Build is done. Release pipeline is also triggered. Only thing is we need to approve. If you have not set up this pre-approval, it would have deployed by now. So I'm going to refresh it. It's deployed already and it is really calling the web API that we deployed in the previous video. So .NET Core Web API also was deployed to Azure and you can see it is actually calling that endpoint. So let me click something and show you what it is going. See, it is calling the actual deployed version of the endpoint, right? So we were able to deploy both applications so far to the production. Now what will happen, right? Going forward, any code that I check in, it will get automatically deployed to this so that you guys can see the live changes as we progress with many episodes. All right, so I hope you enjoyed this video and you're gonna see all of these things, much more stuff that we will do in this full stack development. If you have liked this video so far, give me a thumbs up, put your comments in the comment section, share this with your friends, and don't forget to subscribe. Alright guys, I'll see you in the next Azure AD B2C interesting video. I'll show you so many stuff this time. Alright, bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We are building online course enrollment application and this is episode 13. So I'm going to show you how you can implement the authentication and authorization mechanism for this .NET Core 8 and Angular 18 application using Azure Active Directory Business to Consumer, which is also called Azure AD B2C. And this time I will show you from start to the end, very basics, and walk you through in depth of how you can do various important steps in these things. So this will be useful for your full stack development. Without delay, come let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you, so don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. Alright, so all what you need is you need to have a Azure login. So I logged into the portal.azure.com. It is free. If you have not done so, please feel free to do it. Once you have done it, go to the search and say Azure Active Directory. So here's something called in the marketplace Azure Active Directory is there. So click on it and click on create a new Azure Active Directory. There is a link also, but that's something to link with your existing stuff. So let's do the first thing, create a new tenant. Okay, so here you need to fill up the basic things like some organization name and all of those things, right? So let's go to the basics and then see in basics, because you choose this path, only one option is available. And then the second one, right under the configuration, organization name. See, we are dealing with online course, right? So I want my organization to be recognized. So I'm going to use this as Smart Learn by Karthik. The reason why we have to have this name, is people should recognize you. So especially, right, organization name, you can name it with like a space. It's a readable content. But initial domain name, which will be the one that you will see in the URL, so it should be something good that people should recognize. You see, it is smartlearnbykarthik.onmicrosoft.com. That relates to my website itself. Choose the location, and this domain name should be unique. So because I'm choosing this subscription, like I have multiple subscription, choose the resource group. Everything is set. Click on create. It will create. It takes a couple of minutes. I'm gonna fast forward it. Once it is created, there are multiple ways you can go through it. Okay, so what you can do is click on this profile and click on this directories. So here, this is the directory that it started showing up, right? So after some time it starts showing up. Click on switch, then it will take you to that directory. I have other directories also, but see, this directory, when you come, it will show everything as like, please start your free trial. Don't do any of those things. Okay, basically this is a tenant, Azure AD B2C tenant, and whatever is popping up is basically, as of this recording, October is the deadline for MFA. So anyway, you also guys do it. So coming back to this, right? So when you have a ADB2C tenant here like this, it will initially show there is no subscription. That's why it's asking you to start a free. Don't do any of those things. Click on Azure ADB2C in the search and go to this place. Okay, so you can see the domain and all of those things. Now if you look at in the left side, right, you have some app registration where we will be doing the application registration, some policies, securities, and all of those things. We will explore one by one, but this video is very specific to authentication. Click on users. This is the place after people register by using your application. You can see those coming up here. Okay, and I've told several times, Azure Active Directory is no enter ID that's been displayed everywhere. Anyway, now let's start from first, right? So Azure AD B2C, and you have the app registration, identity providers. See, identity providers or these identity providers, if you have any username, password of any of these things like Facebook, you can log in with your Facebook email ID and password, which I will show you later in the video. API connectors are very useful. That is what our episode 14 video, very interesting video. All right, stay tuned. Now company branding, you can brand your user-friendly UIs and all of those things. So let's start with the first one called user flows. User flows are nothing but policies. Okay, for our good sake, Microsoft has already created inbuilt policies like this. You can see all of these things are inbuilt policy. Microsoft strongly suggests use their inbuilt policy unless you have very specific flow that you need to design for it. Okay, I'm not going to do all of those things because this itself is enough for us. Click on sign up, sign in. That will be our first one. There are two versions. One is the recommended version and the standard legacy version. Go with the recommended version. Like I said, try to use as much as possible, right? Unless you really have a different requirement. Once you do this, you will land here. See, B2C_1_ is the prefix. After that, I'm giving a name called sign up, sign in. Remember guys, do a small letter. Do not give a capital letter here. Identity providers. We haven't done any of this with identity provider. The only option for us is the internal email. That's why local email. The next is multi-factor authentication. I'm going to choose as email for now. Later you can choose, and then I'm going to switch off it, because as if you switch on, every time that you log in, it will force you to have a MFA setup. Like it will ask you code, this, that, and all will be very annoying. We will do all of those things to secure later. But then these are the options, right? Now the next thing is important thing called user attributes and token claims. See, basically, as we deal with this mechanism, right, there are two things: collect attributes and return claims. Collect attributes means that you're collecting some information from the user when they're trying to register. Okay, so we have all of these inbuilt collect attribute filters. You see this city, blah blah, so many things. So what I wanted to collect from user is the display name, first name, last name. That's it. I don't want to collect any of the other information. Depending on the application, you can collect these things, or you can collect it later also. Now I'm collecting only these things. Return claim means in the encoded content, right, what kind of information needs to be sent it back. That is why it will be useful for the application like Angular or the .NET. So I'm choosing whatever I wanted to send it back in the claims. That is why it is called return claims. You create it, the user flow will be created. There are two more user flows which we have to create. So click on the user flow. The second one that we have to create is the password reset, because people wanted to reset their password, they forgot the password, all of those things, right? So we are going to create the similar setup. So you give a name, password underscore reset. Please make sure you give whatever you name, but everything small letter. Okay, again, only the local email ID that we can go with it. That's why I'm choosing it. As we progress, change the identity, we can choose more options. Now again, this is nothing to do with the input, because you're just resetting the password. That's why only return claims are available. So create it. The last one, last but not least, is the editing of the profile. Meaning you created an account with your display name, username, last name, first name, and all, right? In case you wanted to update it, change it, where will you do? That's when this profile editing user flow is coming into picture. So again, all of these steps are same, but here, right, remember, if you wanted to allow user to modify something, choose that as collect attribute. So in my case, I am allowing user to change their display name, first name, and last name after creating the account also. That is why I selected these three as the collect attributes. Okay, return claims, you can choose whatever you want. Okay, now these three flows are created. Now we have two applications, right, Angular and the .NET Core. So we have to go and register those applications in order for Azure to know what we are dealing with it. Now if you go and click on all application, there will be something like this. Please do not delete that, everything will screw up. Now click on new app registration. Here what we are going to do is we are going to create first two application that is meant for our local development. Okay, so I'm going to give a name, and I'm going to also give some prefix to identify what is this. For example, the one that I'm trying to give now is a new application registration for the API. So I name it like this, and then I will also give a prefix called dev. So I know this registration is meant for development environment, something like that. Okay, now this is what the name is. Supported accounts, there are three types. Okay, single tenant and multi-tenant. Single tenant means user who are within my organization, like Smart Learn by Karthik. They only can register, they only can use the application. We don't want that, and I don't want any other user in any other Azure directory to use it. I want users like you who use Facebook, Outlook, and all of those things to come to me. That's why we choose the third one. Now redirect URI, this is a web application, so you choose web, and then choose the the URL. It should be HTTPS URL that is running from your local. Okay, so that's what it is running, and then click on the grant admin, click on create application. So once the application is created, you will see a overview which will have the client ID, the object ID, tenant ID, and so many information. We are interested with the client ID, so we will be copying this later, but just stay tuned. These are the redirect, the client credential, all of those things, basic things will be displayed here. You can also modify here. Now we have to first expose an API. So our API needs to be accessed by our Angular application, right? That's why we have to expose our API. click on expose an API, and there is something called application ID URI. See, this application ID URI should be unique. If you look at the domain name smartlearnbykarthik.onmicrosoft.com, okay, after that I might be registering like 100 application, right? So it has to be unique. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to follow some convention, naming convention. So first thing is I will first give my application name. My application name is Learn Smart by Karthik, right? That's the online application. And then followed by I'm going to give a environment name, which is dev/API. Okay, so this will be the unique URI for the dev environment. If it is stage, I will name it as stage. For production, you will see shortly that we will be creating for production. I will name it as production prod. Now the application ID URI is created. That will be unique. Unique means always unique across the world. Okay, now we have to create a scope. Scope means within what kind of area the Angular application is allowed to access. Okay, we'll be configuring this scope in the API, but let's say I wanted to create a scope called user.read. So right now I have typed just read. I'm going to delete this and quickly create a proper one. So the first is the scope, right? So I'm going to create a scope. Scope is nothing but a portion which under the consuming application can be used. So that is what called scope, right? Within the scope only you have this something like that we say, no? So scope is user.read, which means basically any incoming request that has the scope will be able to read the endpoints. That is what basically means. Okay, so we can protect the endpoints based on the scopes. That's the actual idea of the scope. Okay, now I'm creating like this, and I'm going to create another scope called user.write. See, again, this portion, please remember, depending on the application and where the scopes are being configured for different controllers and endpoints, that you can create any number of scopes, and you can limit your APIs to have those kind of scopes. But our application is a demo application, so I'm just going to create only two scopes, read and write, just for the demo purpose. Okay, basically if the scope is not there, API will be rejected. That's what it is. We will see all of those things. So I'm giving two scopes, and scopes are getting created. Okay, so you might have to copy these two things, or we'll copy it later also. Okay, so instead of writes, let's have it as write. So in case you create, you can also update it. So see, the scope got updated. Good, right? All good. Okay, so now let's go back to the app registration and create on another app registration that's now for the Angular UI. So here I'm going to name a same name, but a meaningful name for the UI. So let's go and do it one more time. I'm going to copy this name and change it. I'm a lazy guy, right? Let me know I'm lazy or not in the comment section, but click on app new registration, and then I'm going to change this as UI. Okay, just for my understanding, it's a dev project, this is an application, and this stands for the UI. Again, now click on single page application under the redirect URI. In local, our Angular application always run in this port, that's why I'm copying it. In case you run it in a different port, make sure you put that port name correct. Grant admin consent, do a register. Don't forget to choose the third account type for the supported account types. Okay, we have to have the third one as the one. Now this Angular application is what is consuming the exposed endpoints, right? So whatever you see in the overview, we will come back, we will have to copy something. So now what you do in this case, we have to click on API permission, click on add a permission. Now click on APIs my organization uses. It will list on all the app registration, right? We did. So I'm going to choose the dev API. You see this, the one I'm choosing is the dev one, and then it shows all of those exposed APIs. Click on add permission. Remember, after this step you have to click on grant admin consent for this application. Okay, then only all of the status becomes green. Right now there is no admin consent. You see, now it becomes green. Good, so far good. So we created two registration, and this is what is there in the overview. Now let's open up the Angular application and I'll show you what are the changes that I made. Okay, so go to this environment.ts client ID. This client ID is nothing but we will go to our UI, copy the client ID here. So I copy this. This is what you have to do, right? After you finish the setup, come here, change to your ID. Read scope and write scope, change it based on the scopes that we created. Go to the API, go to the app registration, go to the API registration, and go to the expose API. Okay, this is what whatever I just said is what we are doing it. So let's go to expose API and copy these two things. I'm going to replace this. Whatever you're seeing is my previous application. So I'm going to replace these two. Okay, now the endpoint, all these are changed, all good. So environment.ts, which is meant for our development, local development, has been changed. You can see it is smart learn by karthik.onmicrosoft.com followed by the tenant name. All of these things are good, right? So this is what we copied. Now go to this app.config.ts, go all the way through up. I'm gonna enhance this to read a little bit more. Okay, I'm gonna make it bigger. Let's close this out. Oops, sorry. All right. Okay, so let's go to this app.config.ts and you can see these configuration, right? So here we need to change it. You see this, the three policies. This is what exactly three policy names that we created in the Azure app ADB2C. Go to the user flows and you copy exactly the same name. Not even one single spelling mistake should be there, including the case. It is case sensitive. Do not create with a capital letter. That's my experience. So copy paste all of these three things here correctly and then come to the authority. Basically this is the one that tells where to go and find the user flow. So I'm going to change this name. You see this, smart learn by karthik.b2clogin.com / the tenant name, smart learn by karthik.onmicrosoft.com. You change all of these things according to how you created and come back to authority domain and change it to the domain that you created. Here it is b2c login.com. So remember, these are the important changes that you need to make. Any one single mistake here will make sure your application is not working. So make sure you do it correctly. Okay, so repeat these things. Now Angular side, most of the stuff are done. Now what we are going to do is we're going to go to this UI. Okay, now it's API, right? So I go to this API and you can see all of these endpoints. You can see all of these token endpoints. Internally, these token endpoints will be called. Okay, so anyway, now the reason why we came there is to copy the API details. So from UI perspective, Angular perspective, these things are done. Remaining code and all is not really important. So this is the the environment, the development environment. We will similarly have the production environment. Basically we need two packages, which is also there in the package.json. So before I forget, right, so this app.config.ts, if you come to this place, this is the interceptor, the msal interceptor. Basically if it finds an endpoint going out with this URL, okay, it will try to add these scopes into this URL, which means basically behind the scene it will call the token endpoint to get the token based on these scopes, and then that scope will be appended in the request, which you will see shortly when we see the demo. Now let's go back to API, copy this client ID, and I'll show you what changes you need to do in the .NET Core Web API. Okay, so I'm going to open up the .NET Core 8 online course application, and here if you go to app settings.development.json, under this you see this, I copied the Azure ADB2C section. Okay, so here what you have to do is instance ID, right? Instance is the name of the name that you created. So in my case it is like that, and then domain name is smartlearn by karthik.onmicrosoft.com. The first one is .b2clogin.com. okay, don't confuse it. Now sign up policies, scopes that we just copied, right? User.read, user.write, all of those things. Client ID, you see this, there's a client ID that we will change. The only packages we need is microsoft.identity.web. That is the only package that I inserted. Now coming back to program.cs, we will copy one piece of authentication logic, which is authorization and bearer token authorization, right? So you see this builder.service.add authentication. So I have just name a region. You see this that I'm highlighting? That is the authentication schema that I specify. We are saying, hey, take this configuration from the app settings dot development.json here from here. So basically, based on these values, it knows how to bind it and it knows how to validate it. Okay. So this is done. Scroll down all the way through. There is two middleware that we need to configure: authentication and authorization. Once you're done with this in the program.cs, we are done with the three items like packages, configuration, program.cs. Coming back to the controller. See, I have a new controller called user admin controller. I mark this as authorized attribute, which means this controller can be invoked only when a token is there, like the bearer token is there. And I can also specify the scope that in order for them to talk to that endpoint, they need to have the scope. So just for a testing purpose, I created this user admin controller, and I am just showing you what you need to put in the attributes. Now, if you see those two other controllers, right, I also put authorize here because right now we have three get endpoints which need not to be authorized. So that's why I named those as allow anonymous, which means no restrictions, anybody can call. Because from UI perspective, without logging in also, you should be able to browse through the courses, right? That's why, though at the controller level I set authorize, the method level I say allow anonymous, which means it will override the controller authorization and it will treat as no authentication, no authorization. Reason is, down the line as we develop, we will be building update like the insert, update, delete commands like post, put and delete. Those needs to be authenticated. We will build that, right? At the time we will add the scope. Now third one, completely anonymous, so I named as allow anonymous. Now coming back to production, I copy pasted the same thing. Here we will be creating a new set of app registration for the production, and we will be replacing the client ID here. Okay, that also we will see shortly. Okay, so now let's go to the app registration. Now I'm going to do exactly same thing. Whatever we did for the development, it's the same thing. There is a difference. I already deployed my application and this is the production URL, right? So remember, if you want to do it for a different environment, you have to copy this environment URL and then you have to put that into the redirect URI. So redirect URI should match from where it is coming. So for production, this is the URL. I come here and I put this one as API return direct, like return URL. So API registration is done. You know how the redirect URL is different than the local one. Then exporting API is exactly same. If you remember, I was showing you, it will be the application name / environment name. In this case, it's prod / API. So this also makes our application ID URI unique. So that is done. Let's add the same scope, user.read, user.write. Those two scopes should be the same, right? Of course, because you cannot have different scopes for different environment. Our application won't work. The code is same, so it has to be same. Only certain things can be changed. So I'm going to quickly create this user.read, user.write. First is done. It takes some time, right? So click on add scope, user.write. So those two are created, and let's go and quickly create the production app registration for the UI. So I'm going to copy this and change this into the production. Okay, so remember there's one more change here. Okay, so if you remember, what we have to do is everything is same except the redirect URI. So single page application, and in this case I need to choose my production UI URL. So this is my production UI URL. So I have to do this properly. Remember, this is important. Okay, so I do this, grant admin consent, click on register. Rest of the work is same. Now rest of the work, what do we have to do? What we have to do is click on API permission, click on add permission, go to this, choose the production API and choose these two, add permission. Don't forget to click on add admin consent. Okay, so that's important. Without the consent it won't work. So click yes, everything turns green. I'll go to the production UI and API. So we are going to copy this client ID, go to this API, copy it, go to this production settings, replace this guy, done. Everything looks same except the client ID. So API is good. Now let's go to the UI production environment.prod. I'm going to copy everything first from the development because everything is same except few things. So I'm going to first copy paste this, and then you will see me changing dev to prod because except this single thing everything is same. So either you copy paste from there or I'm used to it, so I know exactly what is the URL. Good. This looks good. See, this is production URL. This is easy to miss, guys, so pay attention. Now the client ID, we need to replace the client ID. I'm gonna go to this UI production. Where is that? Okay, copy the client ID, come back, replace this one. Okay, so I'm replacing it in the production. Server looks good. Now it's time to run and see the demo. So I'm going to open up this. Okay, so the moment I open up, you see this, it's redirecting. So let's first log in, and you can see the name coming, smartlearnbykarthik.b2c.com. So this is the very first time there is no users. I have to register by myself. Stay close to me. I'm gonna inform you very important things just after this demo. Okay, ideally it should have not redirected us for logging in, but it's okay. I'll show you why. Okay, so I'm going to register it. I got a code. I'm going to give this, verify the code, all good. Okay, so I filled up everything. Click on create. It takes a few seconds to create a user into the Azure AD B2C tenant. So it's done. I don't want to save this because it's a simple password I know. See, now you can see the outgoing call. See, it took the token as the call went off. You remember I was showing you, if it finds the call is going out of this particular endpoint, it calls and gets the token. And if you take this token and go to jwt.ms and decode and see, you will see all of those things. See, you can see see, you can see everything here, given name, first name, last name, claims, all of those things, right? So that's the good way to see jwt.ms. Okay, given name, family name is a new user, true, name is this. Okay, so this is good. So this is what you need to do. Now let's go to this different place. Let's see if everything works. Everything looks good, but have you ever noticed, I'm gonna log off this, it should have not even invoked, right? A user like us. So we saw we have to log in order to get to the website, right? So it was always asking us to log in. But think of it, for a user to just browse what's going on, they don't need to log in. They don't necessarily need to log in. They may not even like to log in. So how do we get rid of this? Though our authenticated APIs are there, we have some anonymous APIs, which means anyone can invoke. So how do we change this? Here's the thing. So I modified a piece of code and I'll tell you what it is. Okay, so now if I go to the website, go to this category, you can see the calls are going on. You can literally see the calls are going on, but there is nothing, we are not doing anything else. We're not even sending the bearer token. You see this? We're not even sending the bearer token. However, if you log in, it'll ask you to log in. So this is so you can also log in, but you no need to log in if at all you don't want to, right? So that's what our intention is. So let's see, if I log in, also it will work. If I don't log in, also it will work. You can see now after we log in, also it is not sending any token. Okay, which is okay. I'll tell you why it is doing that. So this is the code I modified. So if you come to this app.config, let me enhance this. Okay, so all what I did is, if you come to this app.config, earlier this piece of code was there. So what this is doing is, it is kind of an interceptor. You see this msl interceptor config. So basically what we are doing here is, hey, if the outgoing endpoint is there in your outgoing call, if you intercept that there is a call going out, add the scope. If there is no scope added, the MSAL knows how to trigger a login automatically. Now I modified this in separately. So basically we are saying, hey, if the outgoing call is going, if it is a get call, don't do anything. If it is post, put, delete, patch, which means definitely we are doing something with the CRUD operation, then I need to have a token. If not, I don't need to do. That's why all the get calls that is happening is no more authenticated. The MSAL is allowing it to call. See, if the server is also protecting it, it would have denied it, but we already marked it as allowed anonymous, right? You saw, that's what it is doing. So there is a big example that I showed in the e-commerce application where multiple microservices will have different scopes going on. So let's not complicate, but this is a simple thing. That's why we're doing this. As we progress in this course, there will be some endpoints where only authenticated user can be able to do it. So we can protect that either from the route guards and also from the API side. Okay, so if a particular user is not having a particular role, we will decline the request. So that also we can do other than the scope and the claims, right? So this is what, guys. So this is our ADB2C for our online course application. You saw from start to the end. Let's summarize. You need to first create an AD tenant, ADB2C tenant. After you create a tenant, you need to create user flows. We created 3 user flows. Then you go to the app registration and create 2 app registrations. One is for the UI, one is for the API. From API, you will expose an API with the scope, and then from the UI, you will consume the API, which is API permission, right? So after you do that, copy all of those important credentials and URLs, then put it into the respective project, like the UI project and the backend project, and then if you run, it'll work. Now we just logged in, right? Because this AD tenant was new, if I go to users, there'll be one more user which I logged in as my Gmail account. You see this? There's one more is coming up. This is the inbuilt one. This is the one that I logged in. So this is how you will see, and I hope you enjoyed this video. In the next video, what I'm going to show you is we are going to configure some Azure functions and do some API connectors in this ADB2C, where we will also include the roles for each person who's logging in, and that you will see in the claims. With that, we can do a lot many stuff, right? So stay tuned. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends and in your circle. If you have any more questions, let me know in the comment section. I'll meet you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We are building online course enrollment application, and this video is episode 14. In this video, we will be seeing how to enrich our Azure AD-B2C tokens with custom claims via API connector and Azure functions. We'll be using .NET Core 8 for building the Azure functions, and in this video, it will be a lot of things that you will learn related to the Azure and new concepts. So without delay, come let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you, so don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. So whatever you're seeing on my screen, this is the website where we have deployed our online course enrollment application. I've named this as Smart Learn by Karthik. Alright, so what we are going to do is first I will demo it, then you will know why we are doing this and how to do it. Okay, now as per this application, there are 3 types of people can come in. One is student, one is the instructor, one is the admin, right? So we have 3 roles. Admin is the one who will administer this entire application. So they will have their specific screens and other access controls and all. Instructor, when we build React forms for the course and sessions that instructor can add, they will have their own privileges. Similarly, students who can enroll and start learning will have their own privileges, right? So how do you bring these roles of the users into this application? We do not have any roles or group concepts in Azure AD business to consumer concept. We do not have it, but you can still build the same logic with a new concept called API connectors. That is what we are going to see. For example, if I try to log in, and I will show you the claims. Okay, so let me try to log in, and I am currently given role as admin. I'm currently given role as admin and instructor. Okay, so where do I find this? If I go to claims, you see this. There are two extra properties that is coming as a claims. My user ID. So this is the user ID, user profile ID in the database which is sitting in Azure. These are the roles. I am given admin and instructor role. I'm not a student. So based on the user who logs in, right, they will have their own role. So how do we bring up these things from the database? So these roles are driven by database. How do you bring this for a given user? That is what we are going to implement. We have to bring these specific information into the claim so that we can do many authorization logic in the UI, as well as we can send this information to the API to do further logics, right? That is the whole idea of this purpose. So how we are going to do this is a new concept called API connector. So come, let's take a look. Now let's assume few things before we proceed. Okay, so I am going to build a function to HTTP trigger endpoints. Okay, let's assume I have a repository called online course function that will have two endpoints. Okay, that is what we are going to assume. So also one more thing that we are going to assume is, let's say this two endpoints has been deployed to the Azure function. All right, so let me quickly go and to tell you how it is done. So if I go to the function first, let me show you the function. Okay, so I have two functions. You see the sign up validation and update user profile. Now these two functions, I'm gonna explain you the coding, like what it has been done and all. Okay, however, in the next episode you will see how to create this function in Azure portal, and using CI/CD pipeline, how you can properly deploy this here. That is what we will see in the next video. Because the video is going to be a little bit longer, so I'm going to split this into watchable duration. Okay, so that's the idea. So we have two functions. Okay, now let's go through the function first, then I'll tell you what and all changes you need to do to get this working. All right, so I have opened up this function. Okay, so this function is built using .NET 8, and to be precisely, this is isolated version. Like there are two types of hosting in Azure function. One is in process and the other one is isolated. In this isolated hosting model, what you need to understand is, so in isolated hosting model, okay, your function runs in its own process and separate from the Azure function host. The flexibility provides it more controls over the environment, including the ability for you to use your own .NET version or the configuration. It has better isolation, meaning it offers enhanced security and isolation, reducing the risk of issues in the Azure function host affecting your whole functions. And it has a lot of extensibilities, like you can customize your startup middleware, similar to how you do in .NET Core apps. So those kind of things are available. If you have watched my Azure function videos in my channel, they're all in process, and this is isolated hosting model. We should learn something different, that's why I chose this. Okay, there are use cases for this, like specifically, like I said, custom middlewares you can build. It is applicable for the more modern .NET applications, where a lot of latest features you can enable and which may not be supported in the in-process model. And it is also suitable for the complex microservices, right, architecture, but we do not have such thing. But you should know why and when to use these things. Okay, so remember, our function is isolated version, like isolated hosting model and .NET 8. Okay, that is what it is. So I'm going to show you how to create the functions in Visual Studio and then explain you what has been done. Okay, so this is my existing function. So let's say you go and click on new project, and then when you choose this one, like let's say new project, it will ask you what it is, what are you going to do. So Azure function, you search with Azure function. So this is just for demo, so I named it like that, but you can give a proper name. So when you get the code out of this video, you will see the proper function names and all. So click on next. It is going to ask you a few more information. You see this is the place you need to choose what you want. We have choose .NET 8 isolated long-term support version. It also has an in-process model. You can choose that. Earlier it was not coming. Actually Microsoft has updated somehow. It is showing both. Earlier only isolated model is forcefully being used. Anyway, so we're going to choose this one, and then by default you have to choose a type of trigger. So people who don't know about Azure function is nothing but on-demand serverless. So I will explain you what is Azure function as we create that in the portal. But basically Azure functions are nothing but a tiny pieces of endpoints. Like they're all endpoints that can be triggered based on certain events. It can be triggered by URL, which is HTTP trigger. It can be triggered by a database change. You can see a lot of different things are there. These are the type of trigger, like when a function needs to be invoked. That is what the Azure function. So Azure function is nothing but a small piece of logic that is written as a function. That function when to trigger is what we will choose, and we are going to choose HTTP trigger. And if you further go and do a click create, it will create a function like this. Okay, now let me explain you a few important things as you create this project, then only you will understand what has been done here. Okay, so whenever you have a function here, what you need to know is there's something called local settings.json. This is the place where you will put some configuration like property and value, where how we generally do in .NET Core app, where you have app settings.json, same thing. Okay, but remember, local.settings.json is applicable only for locally running function. When you deploy this settings will not be deployed. You have to configure this in the function level in the Azure portal itself. Point number one. Now it will have the default dependency. So if you double click here, it has all the default packages here added. It will tell you what kind of thing that we are using, all of those things, right? So they're all basics. So and then if you click the function that was created by default, you will have a function and a type of like a function name inside a class. Okay, so we will learn about all of these things. And if you go to program.cs, it's exactly same. It's the middleware and the services that you can configure here. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to explain you what I did in the project so you know better. Alright, so I have opened up the function which is completed. Okay, but I'll explain you what we are going to do. First thing is, I literally copied the entities from the previous project. So basically we had our API project. You remember the API project? If you're following the series, you will know where is this online course web API project. From that project, under the core application, you see this entities. I copied this literally, like every single classes, right? So it has all of these things. If you open up, the only thing I changed after I copied is I changed the namespace. This namespace will reflect according to the project. Other than that, I didn't do anything. So all of these classes I copy pasted. Why? One of the function is going to use entity framework core in order to talk to the database to get the user profile data, to save user profile, get the roles and all of those things. So that's why I copied all the entities. We will be able to build more functions here that can talk to those entities and do some more work as we progress in our series. Okay, next thing, go to models. I created a model folder. I created two models. Profile model. This is nothing but a profile model which will be used to send the data back to the user. Okay, great. Now there is another model called response content. The response content CS, right? It will have these properties. You should not change any of these properties other than these two. Okay, now we have created two properties called user roles, user ID. Okay, so imagine you have created these two. Other than this, whatever is here, you use it. Basically, our ADB2C will be sending the information here, which we will see shortly. Okay, so we will assume somebody is going to send a request of this type. I will explain you as we progress. Okay, now coming back to this local settings, I have DB context which is pointing to my local database, but when we deploy we will be changing to the Azure SQL Database connection string. And then I have basic authentication user, like two properties, basically username and password. Okay, you can have this different when you deploy to the environment. Okay, but for understanding purpose there is a basic authentication added here. This property is, I will come here, this property is one of the endpoints properties, so don't worry, we'll come there. Now let's go back and see what else we did. Going here, I added these three packages. I added entity framework core, entity framework core.sql and newton.json. Once you add these three, you'll be able to use the JSON as well as the EF core in our project. So far good, I didn't do anything else. Now let's create two functions. The first function is user profile function. Okay, so what this user profile function is doing, a class name. Okay, this is just the property, a constructor where we inject I configuration and a logger, nothing else. Okay, I configuration is used to read the content from this local settings. That's why, not only that, environment variables also can be consumed. Okay, so far good. Now here is the important thing that you need to know. I'm going to expand this. You see this, we have our first function and this is the function signature. Basically we are saying we have a function name called update user profile. That's the function name, so you have to put like function and the name, and it has to be unique name. We are saying it is a type of HTTP trigger. In HTTP trigger there are three types of level. One is anonymous, function level, admin level. Okay, so the difference between these three is there will be different keys based on what level you choose. That's called authorization level. So we are going to choose the function level authorization, so that like if this endpoint is exposed to you, you cannot invoke unless I give you the code. Okay, that's why we are protecting this with the function level authorization, and we are saying it is a post only HTTP post can be used. Okay, and then the route, the name of the route is update user profile, and then we are also giving the request and the context. Okay, so for good, context is not used, so we can remove that. Now using, okay, so what I'm doing here in this whole piece of code is very simple. Don't, it looks so big, but it's really simple. First thing, we get the connection string, store it here. Okay, and then what we are going to do is we are going to create a connection string like the option builder, and we are going to pass the connection string. Like this is exactly how we will configure our SQL server in our .NET Core app. Okay, after you do that, you will pass this option, because if you look at this, in order to get the instance of this DB context, it is expecting an option, and that is what we are building. So we're building the option, passing it to the DB context, creating an instance of a DB context. Once you're done with that, all what we're doing is we are reading the incoming body. If body is empty, it's not having whatever we expect it to have, then we reject it. Okay, so all of these things are rejected. So we try to serialize the incoming request, and if the incoming request is able to serialize, everything is good, we can proceed from here, like from here. If not, we are sending, hey, please provide this, please provide that, like that. Like it's basically a validation. Now we will use the DB context table name dot first or default. We will try to take a particular record for an incoming AD object ID. AD object ID is there in the Azure AD B2C. I will show you now. Basically, it will be unique for each user under our tenant. Now, if we see some results coming out from the database, which means the user has been created already, it will go to else. It will update the new information like display name, all of these things. If not, we will create new thing and add it to the DB context. Finally, we will make a save. So this will either update or do a create, like insert statement, either insert statement or an update statement, depending on what we get in this line. Okay, for new user it will go into if. For the existing user, when they try to log in, it will go into the else. This way we update their display name, first name, email ID if it is changed. Okay, great. So after we save it, we call the user role table and then get the roles for that particular user. You might think user was just created, do we get a role? You're right, roles initially will not be there. I'm going to build a separate admin screen where you can insert the role for any users. But let's assume users are having role. As they progress, you'll get the role and we will send back this response. When you send back this response, you will fill up the user ID, you will fill up the roles. So this function is a HTTP trigger function that will just send this response, the user profile response. That's it. Now we have another API. This is important. Okay, this is the, again, this is also an HTTP trigger function. You see this is HTTP trigger function. Its name is sign up validation. So sign up validation is the name and this is the function. Okay, what this is doing is it will receive a request in our this format, like in our response content format. So all what we are doing is when the incoming request is coming, we are trying to deserialize and see whether it is matching our response content model. Okay, if it matches, we are good. If any of the properties that is required, if it is not there, we are showing it is not there. Okay, that is what we are doing. And then all of these things are not required. The only thing that you need to know is this is all like easy to understand. It's basically some validation. All what we are trying to do right now is after you receive the property, so which means, for example, you will go to this response content. You see this, what and all you will receive? You will receive username, title, all of these things, right? What else we will receive? You see this? Okay, so what we are going to receive is we will receive object ID, we will receive display name, email, given name, surname. This is all dynamic. How do I know I'm receiving this? Because in AD-B2C, in the previous video, you saw how you can receive custom claims, right? The claims that is collected from the user as well as the claims that is written in the token. So basically, these names correspond to the claims, inbuilt claims, that is inbuilt attribute names that has been collected. So once I receive this, all what we are doing is we are going to call the inbuilt the API that we just built, right? The previous function, we're going to call that function. You see this, it is going and doing this work. So it is going to call this function using HTTP client. You see this, it is going to post the data, and once the data comes, you will receive the data. Okay, so we will call this, and then when we are responding back, we will be responding like this. Response content, the same, whatever request is received, the same model, only you have to pass it back. But when you pass it back along with this response content, you can add the extra things as a claims. So you'll always include extension underscore followed by the name of the attribute, which we will see in the portal. So we will see these two things. We added the data and then we are sending this response. Okay, now one thing that I missed to mention is we have to validate the incoming request. Can someone call this function? No. So here there's a function called authorize. So the incoming request is being validated whether it is properly called. What we are doing is, if the incoming request has a basic authentication, like see username and password coming in the request, we will verify whether the username password that is coming here, right, it is matching with the username password that we have configured, this one. If that matches, the request is success, and then further whatever I just explained is what is done. Function wise, that's it. Okay, let's quickly recap. We created two HTTP trigger function. One is to save or update the user profile. The second one is sign up validation. The sign up validation is a function which is invoked by the Azure AD B2C. So let me just show you how it looks. So if I run the application, it will be like this. See, two functions. Both are HTTP trigger and both are supported by HTTP post. So for good, so let's assume you understood this. You can take the code from the GitHub repository, but it is very plain simple thing. Okay, now here is the next important thing that you need to do. Okay, so assume we have these two functions, right? So let's go inside this function. Like I said, how we can deploy this function, I will show you in the next video. Both the videos will be released together, so you can watch both the videos. Now, if I go to that function, go to get function URL, it will show you like this. You see this three keys: default key, host key, function key, and then master key. We will copy this. Okay, if I copy this, basically what it is doing is, see, you see this, it is the function that's to call. It has some code and all. So now what we will do, we will go to Azure portal. We will switch it to our directory. So I switched to the AD-B2C directory, the tenant that we created as part of last release, like the last video. So I go to AD-B2C and you see this, there's something called API connectors. Okay, so what we have to do is, first we have to go to API connectors and then click on new API connectors. You have to give a name, sign up, sign in, validation, and provide the copied URL. Okay, so this is the endpoint URL. Now here is the thing, you see this authentication type basic. Here you need to say admin and name is Karthik. Basically this admin and Karthik is for your understanding. You have to actually give a secured username and password which nobody will know. Okay, whatever you are giving here in protection is what you have to configure in the Azure function also. That also I'll show you. So once you're done with this, do a save, and there is a API connector added. I added already previous one, so that's why 2 is showing, but both are same. Next thing, go to user flow, click on sign up, sign in user flow. Here you can see API connectors. What you have to do is there are 3 types. You see this? This is the federation thing. We don't need it before creating the user, which means like if very first time when the user is not even created in the Azure, what functions you need to call. But we don't want this because if it is not created, we will not have the AD object ID, so we cannot do anything. So our right way of choosing is this one. It's in preview state. Go here and choose the function you just added. Okay, I am adding the one that I created previously, and then that's it. Save it, come back. Next thing, before we forget, go to AD-B2C, go to user attributes. If you see, attribute type is inbuilt, and I also have something called custom. Basically what you have to do is click on add, create the name that we have it in the response content, like user ID, and this is a string and some description. Similarly, user roles. So from where these two are coming? If you look at this, because we created user ID and user roles, we will name this as extension underscore user roles, extension underscore user ID. If you have a different name, let's say employee name, then you come here and add as employee name. Okay, remember whatever you add here is what you have to give it in the response. Once you have these two added here, next thing is you need to go to again user flows, go to sign up, sign in, go to user attributes. This is the user attributes. I think we should go to application claims. So in application claims, along with whatever we added in the previous video, you need to check user ID and user roles. Remember, I'll repeat one more time. You have to choose this only in the application claims. Okay. If you do a check mark on these two attributes at the user attributes level, you see this, it's not checked. If you do, what will happen? When the user is trying to register, they will be showing two text box that user needs to enter some value. That is not we want. We want this information to be sent from our side in the token, but user will not know. So that's why you should add it in the application claims. If you're done with all of these things, most of the work is done. Okay. Now if you log in, what will happen is the ADB2C will call this Azure function, and then it will do all of the function work and then return back with the claims that we want. If you think why we have to add Azure function is, this is a simple piece of code. It is running on the serverless platform, and Azure function, I think 1 million request is free for us, which means it's more than sufficient for us to use it for free always, right? Not only that, Azure functions are super fast. We don't need to worry about anything. Microsoft will take care of everything. You can also have your own endpoint, the web API endpoint, which does the exact same thing, which is achievable, but we have to make sure our endpoints are up and running and it is super fast. If it is failing within few milliseconds or something, this ADB2C will fail. That's why it is better to have this added in the Azure function, right? Now, I will summarize one more time, but remember, the next video is also important for you guys to understand how this function is created in the portal and deployed in the portal using CI/CD pipeline. Not only that, during that time I'll explain you what are Azure functions, what kind of cost effective stuff that you can do, all of those things. Now let's summarize. Our video is all about enriching our token with the custom claims. Why we want custom claims? So that role-based authentication can be implemented in our Azure AD-B2C, which is not present by default. It is present in Azure AD and AD B2B, but not in B2C. Okay, that's why. Now, in order to enrich the token with the custom claims, what and all we did? We have two Azure functions hosted in the Azure serverless platform. Our AD B2C, we have two custom attributes which is added as the custom claims, like the application claims. We configured that to be in our user flow, sign up, sign in user flow. We created API connector, added the new API connector function, and invoked, we just did that integration with our sign up, sign in user flow. If you're done with all of these things, perfectly this will work. Okay, now one thing that I will show you in order to make this work, like extra things. So if I go to the function, what and all I have done. Once you deploy the function, in order for you to bring up everything that is there in local settings, like local.settings.json, you need to come to the function app, come to the settings, go to the environment variable. This is the place you can configure those things. So I will show you how I configured. Go to app settings, and I created, if you click on add, you can create a property and a value here. So I created, if you look at this, basic auth password, basic auth username. You see this, the name and value was same here, but I created these two things which is present in the local settings. And one more thing also, right? There is something called update profile URL. Update profile URL property, if you look at this, we have it in the settings. So basically this URL is nothing but the URL of one of our function app. Okay, here the URL is pointing to local, but when you deploy, you create the same property name, but you have to copy the actual URL. So from where do we copy? I will show you that momentarily, but you have to copy this URL. So after you're done with these three things, go to connection string, create a property called db context, and then the value. Click on apply, click on save. Make sure these three properties are here, because Azure function will read these things from here only. Okay, now if you go to overview, if you go to update profile endpoint, go to get function, copy this. Okay, so this time we're copying this one, and this is what we went inside the environment variable and updated into this one. Okay, so remember, this is, I know this is a little bit tricky, you have to follow step by step in order to succeed, but this is an awesome thing. So I will give you the links and repository details. Watch this video one more time if you didn't understand, but if you have any other specific questions or troubleshooting, let me know in the comment section. I'll be more than happy to help you. Stay tuned, watch the next video, how we will create Azure function and deploy this using CI/CD pipeline. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends. I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series, and we are building online course enrollment application. This is episode 15, and in this video I will show you how you can create Azure function in Azure portal, and using Azure DevOps, how we can create CI/CD pipeline and deploy this code automatically to the Azure portal. Come, without delay, let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you, so don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. In the previous video, we saw how you can enrich the ADB2C token using the function. So this is the function that we have to now assume that how we can create it and deploy to the Azure portal. Okay, so you learned what are functions and how to create functions. However, we haven't learned how to deploy it. So that's what we're going to do. Go to the portal, portal.azure.com, and after that, click here in the search and says Azure function, like function app. You'll see something like this. You click on this. I have all of these functions app. Everything is free, meaning like I have more than 1 million requests for a given time. I think it's free, which is more than sufficient. So you can see everything is free. I'll explain you what is Azure function. So click on create, and it will give you this kind of an option. First of all, Azure functions are nothing but a small piece of code that runs on a server. Okay, which means this is exactly like how you have your web API endpoint. Think of that. It does one work, right? It does something. Similarly, this is a small function, a logic written that does some work. Now that work, you know how to trigger, when to trigger is based on the type of Azure function. We have different functions like HTTP trigger, Cosmos DB trigger, timer function, this function, so many functions. Like even if something happens in database, you wanted to trigger something, you can do it. You want something to be triggered based on a file is uploaded in the Azure storage account, you can do it. Those are called triggers, types of trigger. What we saw in the previous video was HTTP trigger function, which means it has a unique URL that can be triggered using HTTP calls. Okay, now coming back to Azure functions, you have these options. Now Azure functions are called serverless functions, which means you don't need to worry about how this has been running, but basically behind the scene, this is exactly like app service plan and web app. Microsoft Azure will do all of those work behind the scene. First of all, we have to choose the hosting plan. Hosting plan, if you go with consumption plan, which means Based on how much you are utilizing, you will be charged. Like I said, for the first 1 million records for so many seconds, it is free. You can go to portal calculator where you can see those kind of things, but consumption plan is the best plan. Okay, and it shows you difference. You see this, what is there, it knows when to scale, what kind of instance, how many instances it can scale, all of those things, right? You can have your dedicated app service plan, which means you need to pay for it. You can have higher plan, premium plan. Those are applicable for the companies who really want it, but for us, consumption plan is best. So I will choose the consumption plan. So you understand hosting plan difference. Once you choose, again it will bring up to this situation where you need to fill up the information. Now I will quickly explain you important stuff. You need to choose the subscription. You have to choose the resource group. After that, you need to give a function name. You remember, though your functions are created by you, they also sit behind a website, which is Azure App Service Web App. That's why it is asking you to create a name like this, Azure Websites.net. Okay, so I actually created like this learn smart by Karthik functions.azure websites.net. You need to have this unique name. I created it. You know what you're going to deploy, and our stack is .NET. Here you choose which version. .NET isolated, in process. You remember I was explaining about isolated and in progress. I was explaining about isolated and in process in the previous video. Basically ours is isolated, that's why I choose this. You choose where you have to host it, and then storage. For Azure function, it is mandatory, it has to have a storage. Okay, so it will create the storage to generate the logs and other stuff, and then you can also configure this this diagnostic settings, and then go to this network, click on enable, because we need to access this from our public endpoint. That's why it has to be enabled. Monitoring, yes, of course, Azure App Insights are beautiful, so enable it. Deployment, we will see how you will deploy easily using CI/CD pipeline from Azure DevOps, so we will disable this. If not, you can also, if you have this code in GitHub, you can actually enable this and choose the repository from here. Again, disable the basic authentication. We should not leave any loopholes that can be accessed, so we will not do that. Tag, we already know, it's basically for tracking purpose. Go to the last step, click on create. Once you have this created, you will end up like this. Okay, so you will end up like this. So it will have the URL, it will show you in the overview what functions you deployed. When you first time create, of course you will not have this. After you do a CI/CD pipeline, you will see the functions getting deployed, but basically there will be functions here. Okay, there are other important things. If you look at this, there are log streams where you can see the logs, and if you scroll down, let's talk about the important stuff. Application insights. Okay, and you can go here if it is configured. If not, you can choose when to configure. So let's go back, I'll show you. If let's say you have to configure manually, you can click this and choose which one to configure, or you can change also. Okay, so you can choose which one to configure and say apply, it will get configured. But as we did create it when we created the function itself, and you can see for the last 12 hours as I test, you can see the logs are coming here. Okay, so all of those logs you can see these are called by the Azure AD B2C. So this is how you will see. Now let's go back to function overview. Let's go back to function, comes to go to the overview, and you see these two are the functions. Okay, so these functions you can test it from here as well. Like if you can literally go here, go to the integration, and then no, I think you should go to code and test. You can actually do a test and run, give the input, run it, and it will run. But we are not going to see those things here. I'll show, or maybe give you the links of Azure Functions video, detailed videos I have, what are functions, how to create various functions, how these functionality works, those things. In this video I'm going to cover important stuff, so you know how to go into the APIs, go to the logs. Actually, if you have done the previous video, if you go to logs for you to debug, whenever for example, let me show you lively. Okay, so logs are open, right? So I'm going to log out this application, log in. You'll see what I'm seeing. So I'm going to sign in. You see there will be logs coming here now. You see, as the login process is happening, that is calling the function, and you can see logs are happening here. So this is the best way of debugging. You can see live logs coming up here. Okay, so these are the important stuff. So we are good. Now let's jump back to the CI/CD pipeline. dev.azure.com. We already saw this our side. This time all the repositories I have kept it inside this source control. For you to take, of course you will take it from here, but we are dealing with everything from Azure DevOps. Okay, now what we are going to do is, under this repository online course function, all the codes are here. Okay, go to pipelines, click on new pipeline. They'll be interesting and easy. You see this, these are the code. It is asking where is your code. Okay, you want to create a pipeline, fine, well and good. Where is your code? I will say my code is in Azure repo GitHub itself, like here itself, and then I'll try to filter it. I'll choose the function. Here's the important thing. We are not building any ASP.NET Core. We're building .NET Core Azure function. So if you click this, so many interesting stuff will happen. It is trying to load the subscription because it thinks you wanted to deploy this to the Azure function. And then I am seeing my 2 subscriptions because I have 2 subscriptions. If you have only 1 subscription, it will show here, or you might even be triggered to log in, which is okay. I logged in, it already knows that, that's why it is showing me. But for you, it might even ask you to log in. If you log in, it knows what to show here. Once I choose the subscription and continue, it is asking me to authenticate myself, like prove me that my subscription is this. Alright, so after I proved, it is now asking the function name. See, I have 2 functions. The function that I'm interested in is this function. I choose the function name, leave everything good, validate and configure. This is a very interesting part. I didn't do anything other than what I just showed you, right? It is beautifully giving me the whole YAML file, which will be from build to the end, like deployment. The only thing that I need to change here is I want this to be triggered based on the main branch. So let's go over this, right? So it is basically having which branch, some variables holding the Azure subscription ID, function name, all of those things, and stages, right? You see this, these are all like build stages. It's basically building the application, and then finally it will come to the deployment stage. Basically this YAML file can be a separate one, but it itself created everything together. So it's going to have all of these functions, and it knows where to pick up the build content. If I do a save and run, it will trigger a build, but I will show you the existing one which is already there. Okay, this is my code. You see this is what we saw exactly. Okay, so when we trigger a function, what it will do is I can run one more time. So I can choose this, run it. Basically it will be like this. You see this, stages. First is build stage, second is deployment stage. How this will look, I'll show you. Okay, let's go back to the previous thing. That will be easy to show. So I will open this. You see this, based on the YAML file, it is taking all of these things. It is building, preparing an artifact, zipping it, keeping it ready. Go to the deployment step. It will take the artifacts. It will deploy to the Azure app. Now one thing, in case when it comes to deployment stage, if it tells it you need to permit, that the app needs permission to deploy, just go here, click on permit and proceed. One time work. After that, every time that we go and like the function gets triggered, this will be automatically done everything, and Azure functions gets deployed into the function here. Okay, so in this video we saw what are Azure functions, how to create an Azure function in Azure portal, hosting plans, and then how you can deploy this Azure function code from CI/CD pipeline using Azure DevOps. In the previous video, I showed you, again I'll repeat in this video also, you have to go to this environment variable and configure these properties and connection string based on what you have it in the connection string here. So anything that is in local settings.json, these properties will not be there. You need to create these properties. You look at this property, this property, this property, and connection string property. This will be pointing to the real database which is in Azure. You need to configure these things, only then your Azure apps function will work. If not, it won't work. If you are stuck, I've also showed you how to debug, how to show the log, go to the app insights and figure out what's going on. Or I suggest a simple way to rewatch my 2 videos. You will not make any mistake. On top of it, if you're still struggling, let me know in the comment section. I will help you out. And this video is done for now. I will talk to you in the next video, next interesting video in episode 16. So stay tuned, enjoy all of these things. Let me know how you feel so far with all of this video series. To like the video, share this with many friends and in your circle. Don't forget to subscribe. I'll see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We're building online course enrollment application and this is episode 16. In this video, we're going to see something interesting which we haven't built at all in the channel. So what we're going to do is, we're going to see how SQL trigger works in Azure function. So when a record is updated or inserted into a particular table, it is going to trigger Azure function and the Azure function is going to read some data and send an email to the user. So come, it will be interesting. Let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you. So don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. Alright, so the feature that I'm going to show you is already deployed to this website, which you all know. So if you go to this website and make sure you log in, when you log in and go to request a video, you will see a screen like this. So I built a feature just for you guys or for this application usage. Like you can come here and you can ask for a particular tech video that you are interested in. So for example, I want a video which is not in the channel or I don't find anything anywhere in the web. You wanted to learn about it. So you come here and choose a topic, choose a subtopic, whichever you want, and then fill up a short title, description, and then hit on submit. Once you do that, you will see your own request here. Not only that, for example, right? So I created, as a user, I created this request. You can see, this is a description and response is something that as an admin, I will be able to send it. Okay, I'll show you that in a moment. And then you can also see like this, right? So a lot of requests. So you can actually ask anything that you want. The technical thing, it is there here. So that's what this request is all about, right? So if a user is not an admin, they cannot go here. You can see it's denied, and I'll show you as admin how it will look. So I'm going to log off. I'm going to log in back as an admin. So I logged in. If I go here, I will be able to see every single user's request here. I can actually edit and I can update the response if I'm changing the status to, like, say reviewed, whatever it is, right? Which means I will be able to respond to you if everything is done. Probably I will make it as published and then I'll give you the video link and all of those things. So I will be able to update the request. Okay, so that is what it works. So this feature, right? So why am I showing all of this feature? We're going to build this feature in the upcoming episode, but as of this episode, this data is saved in a table. All right, so I created a table along with whatever we have. So the table name was video request. it basically has who's the person who's requesting, which is the foreign key, and then other important columns, right? Topics, subtopics, title, description, video response, and all of those things. So basically I created this table. Okay, the data are going to get inserted here as user is going to fill up this information, or an admin updates a particular request. There is an update going to happen on this table. What we are going to do is we are going to trigger an email via Azure function using SQL trigger. It's a new one. We haven't done that. So we're going to do that, and I'll show you what exactly you need to do. The source code is available in GitHub, so don't worry about the source code, but let's understand one by one. Now, let's say you created the table. Okay, if you want to do by yourself for a different table, just follow this, right? So as long as you want to do, you need a table, and then you need to enable the tracking in database under table. So for that, this is the script which is available. So basically we are saying alter the database and enable the change tracking, so that it can trigger the details, like we enable the change tracking for the database and we enable the change tracking for a particular table. Okay, now here comes the interesting thing. So this is our existing Azure function project. Okay, this is there in the GitHub repository. Okay, all what you have to understand is we need to create a function, and then the function is going to call an email logic, and it will be sending an email. What we want is we need to have a SendGrid account. SendGrid is the software that we are going to use, okay, which is giving a free 100 emails per day per user. So I have registered already. I have shown this video earlier. So come here to my channel, look for SendGrid. You'll be able to see this video. So follow this video. Just set up the SendGrid account if you have not done. Okay, so you just need a SendGrid API key. So once you're done with that, let's come and build the Azure function. Okay, so I created a class called video request trigger that has a constructor. In the constructor, I'm injecting a couple of things like logger, email notification class, and the I configuration. So we will take a look at what is in the email notification. Okay, so let's go there. Let's first understand what is there here. So this has just one method, which is going to send an email confirmation. So if you look at this method, okay, what it has is it is expecting a video request entity, which means I updated the latest tables here, including the table that we created, which is video request. Okay, so it is expecting a video request, and then it is expecting a username and a email ID. Okay, so these three are the input parameter for this method. What this method is doing is it is reading the configuration of SendGrid API key, which is in the local settings, which I will show you. So it is going to read this configuration from the local settings here, API key, and then the from address also in the local settings. So let's go to local settings. What do I have? I have the from the SendGrid API key, right? You need to replace your key here. So I have these two, which means I took all of these things from the configuration, and then what it is doing is if the incoming request object is having a status called requested, which means it's a newly submitted request, I'm formatting the subject and from according to that. Okay, so we need to use the SendGrid message. From where the SendGrid message is coming, it's coming from SendGrid and SendGrid mail DLLs, which means you need to install two packages, these two packages, SendGrid and SendGrid dependency. Once you install these two packages, you'll be able to use the email address class and the SendGrid message. So let's recollect. I took all the configuration details like the SendGrid API key, from address to address and all, and then based on the incoming data, if the status is requested, then it is a new request. I format the SendGrid message with the from and the subject. After that, I'm saying the content type is HTML, and then this is the content. So I pass this to a method this method is again going to format our content. Okay, so based on the object, it is just simply formatting the mail content. It will return a plain string. So once the plain string comes, we have the content here. We are putting a log, and then using the SendGrid client, you have to attach the API key. That's super important. And then invoke the method send the message. Done. This will send the email. But who's calling this? Let's go back to our starting point. So we have a video request trigger class. We have a function. So all what you have to understand in this function is, after you open the parenthesis, you have to specify what kind of event this function is called. SQL trigger, that is the event that needs to be invoked. So SQL trigger, syntax is, you have to specify the table name, you need to specify the connection string. DB context is the connection string which is available in this local settings. You see this? So it knows how to read the DB context from here. And then it is I read only list of SQL change of T type. In our case, we are dealing with video request table. That's why video request is here. Okay, it's a list of, it's just a read only data. It's a list of read only data. Okay, so this is the foremost important thing to set up a SQL trigger. Inside this is basically how you need to do, what you need to do, the logic. So let's understand one more time. SQL trigger is the one, and that's coming from Microsoft Azure Function Worker Extension.sql, which means this, I think it is in preview state. It's wonderfully working, right? So we use this feature, and then what we are doing is we are going to go through the incoming read-only list. For every single change request, we need to assign it to a variable, and we pass this variable to the send video request confirmation method. So in order to send, we have the video request. Good. We don't have username and user information like the email ID. So we use the DB context, query it from the profile table, pass these two information into this one. So from where this DB context is coming? It's coming from this method. Let's go here. This is a common method which is basically taking the connection string, formatting the option, and generating a DB context class. Okay, that's it. This is the only single thing that you need to do. Now, what are the other things you have to do? Apart from these things, you have to make sure you have these three more configuration: SQL trigger, max batch size, polling interval, and max changes per workload. So polling interval, every 1 second it will poll and find out is there any request, any table record got changed. If I change this to 60 seconds, like 60,000, every 1 minute only it will poll. So if there was a record, if let's say if there was a 10 records modified, the 10 records will come back when you poll the next time. Okay, so like that's the polling interval. So we are polling every 1 second, so we can increase the size also. So we want all of these things, all of these 5 settings, and then yeah, so remaining and all is already present. Okay, so for good, that's it. So after that, what you have to do was, when we deploy, so we already have set up the CI/CD for this. So alright, so let's say you are deploying this one, right? As soon as the code checks in, this gets deployed. In order for us to make this work in the deployed state, like in the production state, you have to come to this function and then go to this environment variable. Like I already said, whatever you have newly added, the properties, you need to add it here. So I have added a from, I have added a SendGrid API key, I have added these three. See, you see this SQL trigger, max size, and profiler, polling interval, right? So whatever I added there, I have been adding here as well, because Azure will always take it from here. Okay, so that's the only thing. After you do these things, in order for you to view, say, let me give you a demo. Okay, so this is the new one that's got deployed. So I'm going to go to the app insights. You see this application insights, and let's go to application insights. Let's trigger it live so you will see what's happening. Okay, so this is application insight. So let's go to the log. Okay, so let's go to function. Let's go to that particular one, which is this one. So I go here and I go to the logs. Okay, so now I'm going to trigger it. Let's say what happens if I trigger it. Okay, I'm saying it's in reviewed, submitted. Let's say you see this detected, and then the data is coming up. Okay, so the function got called, and you can also see if I do one more time, see the new request got triggered. So this is what will happen. It will be able to send an email, everything will work good, and you will see email like this. So you'll see email like this. Okay, so just a bonus. So if you go to the same class, I also added a HTTP trigger. You see this, there's another function which is basically HTTP trigger, and in this trigger somebody is going to post a model of video request type. Okay, or maybe they are just posting only the ID, like I'm trying to post only the video request ID that got updated. So what this method will do is it will actually read the ID, go talk to the database, get the particular data for that ID, and then again it will going to call the same method to send an email. So from where this has been sent, if you go to our new project, the API project. So in our main API project, I have added a new controller called video request controller. We will be watching about this CRUD operation endpoints in the next video. But basically in this video, whenever there's a update or create that's happening, we'll be able to call that Azure function from here, which I will show in the next video how to do it. But that's what this all video is about. So this video, let's recap. We are doing SQL trigger Azure function, which means whenever there's an update or a record inserted in a particular table, it gets triggered, and then Azure function will read the data, receive the data, and then it will process the data. It will basically send an email to the user, right? So that is what we have seen this in this video. I hope you enjoy this video. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends. If you're looking for new exciting videos, go to this website and request your own videos, so I'll be able to process your request. Alright guys, I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We're building online course enrollment application. This is episode 17. In this video, we'll be covering the complete CRUD operation in our .NET Core 8 Web API. And whatever you're seeing on my screen, this is the entity. So video request is a new feature I introduced in this application. Basically, a user can request for their own video if they don't find it in our application. Or in other words, basically this is built for you guys to request your own videos to me so that I can build and release such videos, right? So this is a feature as part of this application, so user can come in and do. I already showed you a demo. In this video, I'm going to cover the complete CRUD operation in our .NET Core 8 Web API. What I've taken is, I've taken a new feature called video request. Basically, user like you will be able to request your own video. You can choose a topic, subtopic, give a short title and description, and ask for a particular video which you don't find it or which you're really looking for it, right? So such videos will be honored and I will be creating for you guys and releasing it. So as part of this application, this is a feature. Basically any users who's registered can request for it. Okay, so that's what this feature is. So what we are going to do is, this is an entity. In this we are going to create 3 get endpoints, 1 post, put, delete. So we'll be covering this all operation with EF core with start to end. It will be interesting. And I'll show you all new stuff that I've added and lot of important tips as we go, right? So this video will be interesting. So without delay, come let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you, so don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. Alright, so let's start from the basics, right? So from very basics, whatever we have to do, let's do it. Okay, so I'm going to go to the database schema and I'm going to tell you what I did, right? These things is what you have to do it from your end. So there's a smart table that I added, a new table called smart table. Basically, this table holds application name. The reason why I added this is for my own purpose. Basically, I want to use one database for n number of applications that I'm using it or going to build it. I don't want to create new database from my side. That's why I introduced this table. This table will just hold the application name. For example, it will hold online course application. That's one entry. The other entry is we were referring to the expense tracker. So it will hold expense tracker as the application. So as we build many application, I wanted to store the application names here. I'll tell you why. Okay, now because I'm going to use one database with many tables for different application, I wanted to centralize the user roles in this place. So in this user role table, like we have user profile table, role table, user role table, right? So in this user role table, what I wanted to introduce is I introduce a column called smart app ID. Basically, the smart app ID refers to the smart app table. Why am I doing this? Because the database is one, might hold different applications table. The user sign-in process is common. So I wanted to assign different roles for different users based on the application. So for online course application, let's say you registered in my website with your email ID. When you come to this app, you might have a role called student. But same if you log in to the expense tracker app, your role might be different. That's the whole idea of this centralized thing. Now, if you ask me, should I do this? It is up to you. If you're following me and if you want to build more application as we progress, you can do this. Or if you avoid this, that is also okay. But I suggest you follow exactly what I'm doing in order the application to work. So if you have any confusions, just drop the table and run the whole script that I have given one more time. That will reset everything. Okay. Now, basically, I'm going to show you in the query editor. I picked up all the 4 tables. Okay. If I join like this properly, like I'm joining the user profile with user role and smart app and the role tables, I'll be able to show you what users I have, what role they have. So let's run it. You see this? Basically, these are the different people having different roles and for which application it is showing, right? So that's the whole idea. If I run this same query in the production database, basically I am running that in the local database. This is what I see, right? See, today I have these users with these roles, but they are meant for the online course application, right? So that's the idea. So this is the schema change I did, and as an instructor, like if I log in with Learn Smart Coding, I'll be an instructor and an admin. Okay, now let's move on. After those changes, all of these insert statement will be adjusted to insert the app ID also. Like I said, don't need to worry about too much. Okay, we are currently dealing with the dummy data. So if you are confused, just delete the database, rerun the whole script, everything will be set properly. Okay, that's what we have to do. Now, as part of this video and the previous video, if you remember, I created a table called video request table. Okay, if the video request table is getting a record added or updated, in the previous video we saw how an SQL trigger function triggers a function based on this changes and it sends an email to the user. Okay, so you have to definitely try that. So the same table, so I'm going to recap one more time. This table has these things. The only thing that we have it in the table is the relationship between a user. That's where the user ID is coming. Now, whatever you're saying from 462 to 471, basically, again, those two are enabling the change tracking for the database as well as for the table. And again, that was part of the previous video, episode 16, SQL trigger Azure function. Okay, so now we reviewed all the new entities, the schema stuff. Next is, based on the current schema, let's update our entities. So copy this from the readme file, adjust your database name and the server name. What I'm going to do is I'm going to rename this folder under the core application as entity1. I'm going to go to the physical location. After I go to the physical location, basically I'm going to open this location in the command prompt. The easy way is select that, input cmd, automatically it will open like this. Okay, so if I run the command that I can just copy it, what will happen? It will create entity folders and all the entities, right? That's what this query is doing. This is what we learned. That is what the query is doing, and this is what we learned so far, right? See, it created. Now this will have all the new tables and all the stuff. Okay, so let's go and see what is this. Okay, so this table, we never had it in our script. From where this is coming? Okay, this is a new table. I'll explain you from where this is automatically coming. So basically this one and this one, these two are not something that we created. Okay, so based on episode 16, right, actually Azure function created this automatically. Azure function wants to track, based on the SQL trigger that we did, when was the request table got updated, when was the function called, what was the changes happened, all of those things which Azure did by itself. I did not do it. So here's the point, right? These two tables are no longer required. It is not safe to have these tables in our entity, because in a project, in a real world, accidentally people can misuse it or use it. If the reviewer didn't find it, it will be a mess. So anything that is not required or not used, we're gonna get rid of it. So let's go and explain. You see, you can see az_func dot, that's a different namespace. The namespace that we have is this dbo, database object dot table name, but this one, the namespace is different. Okay, so those two tables I'm going to delete it because we don't need it. Clean up, done, good. The rest of the stuff is what the new table is. Now I'm going to copy the whole stuff, which is the DB context, from here, and then copy paste it in our real DB context, which is in the data layer. So where is that? Okay, here is that. Copy the whole stuff from there, which was newly created, and replace it here. Okay, and then we need to clean up this location also. So the namespace is good. We don't need to copy any of the namespace. Everything is same. See, the namespace is same. We just need to remove the whole entities-1 folder because they are all old entities. We don't need it. So I'm going to remove the whole entities-1 folder. We don't need to replace any of these things. So that's what you're seeing. So I'm going to delete this. Good. I'm going to delete this because we don't need it, because we have it in the data layer. So remaining on $, is good. See, error went off. Now let's see what happens the next. So let's clean up this also. This table is not required, so we will remove this entity. This is also, we have to remove it. And because we copy pasted, there is another item that we need to remove, this connection string. So this all is not required, right? So we will keep our stuff clean. So this is also not required. This all came automatically based on the table that we have in the database. So the schemas are cleaned. Now if I build and run, we will run and we are going to build all of these endpoints, right? So this is what we are going to do. So let's take a look at how we are going to build all of these things. So we have to start with the repository layer. Okay, so always it's good to start with the repository layer so that we can go from back to the front. But before that, let's go to the core, and under the models, let's create the model that we eventually use it for our controllers. Okay, so the model that I'm going to use is the video request model. The video request model is almost same to the video request entity, but it will have some extra properties, or it may not have some other properties which we don't want it. So this is the model. You see this, everything is there except username. Username is the property which is there only in model, which is to send back the user's name, whoever has requested. However, when we receive it we will not use it. Okay, this is only for the return type because the model is same. We will be using it for input as well as for giving it back to the users. And whatever you're seeing as required and string length, they're all basic data annotations. Data annotation will ensure the properties are validated. So if you send 100 characters where it is restricted to 50 characters, it will reject the found bad request automatically. Now if you look at this entities that we are talking about, the video request entity, in the database when we created such table, we also mentioned each of the properties should have these values like 50, 4200, 500, all of these length. That length is what I have put into these properties, because during we receive the data from the users, we'll make sure we receive correctly. Okay, so these are the basics of the data annotation that you can use. Advanced stuff I will show you in a separate validation video. But if you look at the response on the video URL, they do not have required attribute because they are again not going to be received from the user. We're going to send it to the user, like to the UI. Okay, so now let's time to create an interface. I'm going to create an interface called video request repository. Here what I'm going to do is I'm going to paste 6 different methods, the signatures. So basically it is going to be used, the first one, right? Get all async. Get all async, just to recap, async means asynchronous method. In our tutorial, every single is asynchronous method. There is no synchronous method we have written. So the first one is to talk to the database table, get every single item. Second one, based on a particular video item in order for me to edit or update an item, right, as an admin. The third one, based on the user, they need to see only their request. That's why by user ID. The fourth one is to add, fifth one is to update, sixth one is to delete a particular item. Anyway, we're not going to delete anything, but you need to cover all of these things. Apart from that, there's another item called patch. I will explain patch and update difference, but we have these things to perform a CRUD operation, right? Now, the next part is we have to implement these things. It's pretty easy. Okay, so video request repository, I'm going to copy this, create a new class, and so I created a new class. This is a public class name, and then colon interface. Control period will give you an option to refactor it. So we will implement all of the signatures. Everything is done. Now let's start coding one by one for the repository. First is we have to inject some service like the database context. So CTOR space, like if you tap, it will give you the constructor. I'm going to inject online course DB context. Okay, so once we inject that, it has been created. So now let's start with the first one, get all async. So again, for asynchronous method, you will add a async and await in the asynchronous method. So context dot table name. Okay, so what we are going to do is let's rename this context as underscore context just for the convenience purpose. Okay, so I'm going to use that variable underscore context dot video request as the table. So the moment so we will say context dot table name dot include, and then we will include the users table, because this table is having relationship with the user table, like the user profile table. So we will include that, and we will say dot to list async. Any async method needs to be added an await and an async on the signature. That's what we have done, and then you can directly return it. Okay, so this method is done. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and go to the next method, just change some little bit. So here you can say dot first dot default async. That's another method where you can specifically query it. So v dot request ID is equal to the incoming ID. So this will give us a particular request, like the video request, based on the ID that we pass. Again, async await for everything. I'm adding it. The last one for the getters, get by user ID. Again, it's same. We're going to include the users, and then here what we are going to do is we are going to remove this one and then say so context dot video request dot include. We will include the users. Then we will apply a var class. When you apply a var class, you can specify any properties inside that. So user ID equal to user ID dot toList async. You can do a dot toList after you apply the var class. So this will format the query, which will filter the request based on the user ID, and then it will return a list of items. Okay, this error is because of the async and await. So we're going to add the async await. This error will go away. All right, so the error gone away. We're good. And then let's start with the add and then come back to update. Okay, so add is basically you will have to add an item to the entity. So underscore context dot the table name dot add, that will expect a an object of that particular type. So see, because the incoming is the video request entity type that is matching the table, it can directly add it, and then you need to call save changes async method that will commit the changes. Like basically it'll execute the insert statement and the record will be inserted. That method will return the number of records that got inserted, like affected basically. So then we will return whatever we executed it. See, when this happens, right, line number 24 executes, what will happen is the new ID that was created will be auto-populated by the entity framework, and that's how you get to know the video request ID. For update, it's same. Use the update method, pass the incoming ID, the object. The object should have the ID also correctly. Once you send everything, you can execute the update statement. Delete, it's very easy. We need to remove an item. So again, what we have to do is so in order to delete, first let's verify the incoming ID is existing or not. So we will query it by the existing method by passing an ID. If we get an object, which means it does exist, and then we can remove it. Basically in the upcoming videos where I will show you how you can improve the code much better than this, I'll show you how to refactor these things, because I wanted to show you in a real world what will happen, right? Not straight away getting to a point. So this is absolutely correct, but we can write much better than this. We can avoid this checking at the repository layer. We will add the layer in the validation layer itself. So okay, so we'll do all of those things. So again, it's same. If the data exists, we will remove it, and then we will call a save async method that will automatically make a delete statement and record will be deleted. Okay, now repository layer is done. Next is the service layer. Now if you remember, in the initial APIs that we developed, we were developing the course category and the categories where we have to manually map the properties from database properties, like the table properties, to the custom made model properties, right? We were doing it manually. Now from this video, I'm going to show you something interesting. Using AutoMapper, you can actually map the incoming model to the entity and entity to the outgoing model. Okay, that's very easy. We don't need to do this, whatever I'm showing you, all of this manual mapping, we don't need to do, because if a table has like 20 columns, how many times you'll keep mapping, right? How many times you'll write it? We don't need it. So we can use the AutoMapper to automatically map the properties. The only condition here is when AutoMapper is used, basically it goes with the property name. If there is a mismatch in the properties, it won't map, but there is a way to configure for the mismatched properties where you can, I will show you that also. Username is a property which doesn't have in the entity table, but we have it in our written model property, right? So I'll show you how those things works. Okay, so that is what we are going to do with the AutoMapper. So just to recap, AutoMapper is to map the object to object. The properties will get mapped automatically as long as the names are same. If the names are different, we will need to map it manually. Okay, right. So let's first install the AutoMapper package. Go to the API layer and install the AutoMapper NuGet package. Okay, because we're going to use the AutoMapper in the service layer and the API layer, we will be installing this package in the service layer as well as in the API layer. I will come to this API layer why we need that package. Okay, so installation of the package is done. Let's create a new class, a new folder. Let's first create a new folder called common, and I'm going to create a class here, a class called mapping profile. Okay, so this is the place we will configure how we will map the object to object. This inherits from a profile class that is from AutoMapper, and here you need to specify create map source and destination. Source is video request, destination is video request model, and similarly in line number 14 vice versa. Okay, so from where to where we are mapping it. Now if you closely look, the written model is having a username, but the source model is not having username. How do you tell AutoMapper that okay, AutoMapper will try to find username in both the side, only one side is present, you don't know how to map. So we are telling AutoMapper that hey, destination property username, map it from source properties first name and last name. So like that it will automatically populate. Okay, so in the return type, in the other configuration we are saying there's a user object in the video request, just ignore it. That's what we are saying. Okay, so AutoMapper, after we do this, we have to go to the program.cs and integrate the service, and we have to go to the program.cs and we have to configure the service for the AutoMapper. So for that, go to any of the place where the service is configured, like let's say after the controller, just say builder.service.add AutoMapper and then pass the type of class that you have configured it. So here we have configured mapping profile as our class, so I'm saying type of mapping profile. Alright, so after that go to the service and let's create the service called iVideo request service. Okay, so this service will again have the same 6 methods which we have it in the database layer. The only difference is from here we will be automatically sending the video request model, not the video request. Okay, the conversion the conversion happens at the service layer. Okay, so I'm going to send video request model from the service layer. Okay, all of this method, if you see, it accepts the video request model, sends the video request model. The transformation that the repository layer will understand, that transformation is done using the AutoMapper in this layer. Okay, now let's create a class called video request service, and I'm going to change this to public class and inherit the interface, which will force us to implement the interface. So colon and placing an iVideo request service will allow us to implement the interface. Okay, so I'm first creating the constructor. I'm injecting the repository. So for good, I forgot to include the interface till now, which I will do it shortly. So next is we will inject the mapper. Okay, so you have to inject imapper and then the repository and then configuration in order to read some information, so which I will come to that point why we need this. And then finally the logger, logger of the particular class that we are working on. Alright, so all of these 4 came. So let's inherit the interface. Once the interface is inherited, it will allow us to implement like this, which we have done. Now we are going to write one by one for these services. So first let's understand one thing, then everything else you will easily understand. So let's go to get all async. So here we are declaring a variable and then we are going to call the repository layer get all async. See, this will return a list of video request, which is an entity type, right? This is what we are going to convert into video request model. So it's easy. So what we will do is we will use the imapper, the AutoMapper that we used. So mapper dot map, and then see, it is the intelligence only is telling us what to do. So basically we have to return list of video request model, that is our destination type, and we are passing the source, which is video request. Now because in the mapping profile we already configured what converts to what, like source, destination source, we converted 2 things, right? Based on that, it will figure out itself, okay, what was passed, what was asked, it will automatically map every single thing easily for us. So this will save us those many lines of code that we would have written it manually to map it, right? So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just rename this repository and I'm going to copy paste the rest of the implementation. Okay, I'm not doing anything else. I'm just putting an underscore in front of those two. So I actually copy pasted all the implementation, and if you look at this implementation, everything is same. For a get ID async, instead of map dot list of video requests, it's just a video request model. So basically, remember one thing: mapper dot map. You have to cast to the destination model and then pass the source. Basically, destination pass the source. It will know how to map. Okay, it could be any way. So this is the only way you should do it. It's very easy. It is no hard and fast rule. It's very easy. As you do it, you will understand. Okay, and if you see the create, we are getting the video request model. We convert into video request. In this case, map, if you see source destination is properly sent, that will convert into our video request model. That we will send it to add async method. We will get back what? Video request only will get back. But when we are returning it, we map it back to video request model. See, two mapper is involved here. Okay, so source and destination, just be careful. What you put in source destination is what you will get it back. Okay, that's it. So line number 51 and line number 53, it's a good example of how both the source and destination concept is used here. Okay, so mapper helps us to finish all of these things. Delete is again same. You just pass the ID. The rest and all is taken care by the repository layer. Now coming back to update, again same thing. We'll try to see if the incoming ID is present. If present, we will proceed. If not, we will be throwing an exception. But remember, in the validation logic in the upcoming videos, one of the video I'll show you how better you can write validation at the front end, like at the controller layer, so it doesn't need to do all of this work. Okay, so we'll teach that also as part of this video series. And the reason I'm doing on line number 65 is there is a flow where admin needs to update your request. Like you submitted a request, your ID is there, but I need to update a response. So I need to assign back your ID so that it doesn't change your request into my request. That's why line number 65 is present. But other than that, everything is same. Again, this is a business logic. Okay, so this is a specific business logic that we have written in our service. Now we should not forget to add the service configuration in the program.cs. So I'm going to put both the things, repository and the service. Line number 118 and 19 is what the service configuration. Next is our controller. Right click on add controller, go to API, create an empty API controller and give it a name, video request controller. Okay, so now the controller is created. So we will inject in constructor. So constructor CTOR, put a tab, you will get a constructor. We will inject I video request service, because from controller we will call the service, right? So we will inject that and then we will do a control period. It will give you like this option. You can implement the field or the primary constructor. It's up to you. Everything is same. Now let's write the first method. Okay, if one method you understand, all the other methods you will understand. We have to write a method and that should return a task of action result. Whenever there's a task in front of that, put async so that it becomes a asynchronous controller method. Okay, now this one returns I enumerable. I enumerable means a list of video request model, because our endpoint is get all async. Get all async means you will retrieve all the request, all the records from the database. If you mark this method as HTTP get, it becomes a HTTP get endpoint. HTTP get endpoint is, remember, it can be sent in the browser. It need not have any body in the request. Get will never ever have body in the request. This is one of the interview questions. Okay, if you know, very good, you should be able to answer it. Now get request is URL based, so anything that you send will be in the URL itself. It could be a query string parameter or directly as a URL. In this endpoint, there is nothing that is in the URL, just a direct link. So what we will do is we will call the service layer and get all the data. I'm just renaming it. See, I'm getting all the data and I have to return a 200 status code, right? So 200 status code is to use OK result. OK result will send us 200 status code. let's run this and see we received the data. So from starting till end, controller, servers, repository, everything worked. There's no flaw. Now let's implement the rest of the endpoints and then we'll quickly go over it. Okay, so the first endpoint, that next one is to deal with the ID. Whenever you have to specify an ID, you have to specify that one and then put the same name in the method. So remember line number 31 and the method signature ID should match. The second endpoint is user/user ID. See here also user ID is matching with the signature because that's how the MVC will match the name. This one is get user ID. Now whatever we saw is all get endpoints. Okay, everything is returning and okay. Next is interesting one which is called HTTP post. HTTP post means a request will have a body. The body will have a JSON format content which we will send it to the server to create a request. So in our case, video request model type, that kind of a payload, like a model which will have that kind of a payload, will be sent from our UI to this Angular, from the Angular application to this backend UI, backend.NET core. So when you're receiving it, right, as long as the property name matches and the content, everything matches, the auto binding will happen. This is called auto binding. Auto binding means property to property. So the model object will be automatically filled with the data according to what you send. As long as the parameter is matched, it will automatically bind. That's called auto binding. Now once you receive the request, we call the service create one, send it, and then remember for HTTP post, as per the REST implementation, you're supposed to return 201, which is created status code. So this HTTP status code called 201. That's one of the interview question. They'll ask you for create, you need to send 201. So why we are bothered about these numbers is, if you implement everything correctly, the client who's consuming your APIs will know what to do. If they see a 201, they know it was a successfully created request. Okay, if you hover it, it will tell you, see, it is returning a status code 201 whenever we use created at action. So basically, created at action means it will format an URL and send it back to the client that this request was successfully done, which is 201, and it will give you a link to access, which is the ID. Next is update. For update, we will use HTTP put. Here what we're doing is the ID and ID will match, and then we will also send the model to update. Okay, so you will again call an update and then return a OK result. If the key is not found, we will throw not found. But basically, like I said so many times, we will see how to improve this kind of a logic. Like there's no try catch, we will implement without try catch. How you will validate the incoming model. Okay, so those things we are going to see in one of the special validation video. Will be very interesting and useful for your productive development. But for now, this code is absolutely fine, industry standard code, but I will also show you much better than this. Okay, so that is what we will see. So for now, update will have the incoming request is received, send it to the update. If everything is good, we will send it back the data. If not, we will throw 404 when ID is mismatched. For delete, you need to use HTTP delete attribute. ID should match. You pass the ID, and then it is a no content result. No content means 204. See why no content? The resource is deleted. There's nothing you can send it back. So as per the REST standards, for HTTP delete, 204 is good to go. No content is what? 204. Remember it. There's another one called 202. 202 status code means the server is acknowledging that we received your request, everything looks good, we will process it. Whether it is processed or not, that's a different story. Okay, so each status codes are applicable based on the implementation. As we progress for a different the controllers that we will do in the future, we will show you such thing. One thing that we haven't done is HTTP patch. HTTP patch is another fifth important REST call. Okay, that is to patch a particular column data or particular item within a complete entity. That's the difference between update and patch. Update means many properties of a given entity is updated. Patch means it's like particular resource, particular item. Like for example, only short title is updated for a given entity. Patch is used. okay? But if you want to update topic, subtopic, description, all of those things, then update is used. Now we are trying to recollect whatever we did. We finished all this repository layer, service layer, we remembered how to do the auto mapper, we will created the all of these things. So when you guys take this code and test it, you test it with create, update, delete, the way I showed you earlier also. It will work, but in the next video when we use the Angular version, we will directly call off these endpoints from the Angular and see how beautifully it works. Okay, so the code that you receive, again, it's completely tested, deployed in my site, which is perfectly working. So we'll do that. There's one more last action that we have to finish, which is the admin based control. Okay, so I'm using this. For example, I'm going to create an iUser claim interface. Basically this is protected resource, right? So I'm going to see who's using this, like which user is coming. So in order to use that, we can use the HTTP context accessor like this, the way I'm showing. Okay, there is something called HTTP context.user.identity. Because we implemented Azure ADB2C, user.identity will have the claims. Claims are nothing but all of the information that is present in the JWT token. That's what will be claims. Now we can use all of these things. The object identifier is one of the claim name, which will send you the user's unique AD object ID. Okay, similarly extension underscore user roles, extension underscore user ID, they're all custom claims that we built. If you remember, we were building all of those things to send it back. So we will have those things in the incoming JWT token, so we can use and read it and find out who the user is. Okay, that's what these methods are doing. Okay, so the idea behind this, whenever you are submitting a request, you will be able to submit a request, but you cannot update a request. But when I log in and do as an admin, I'll be able to update the request, which means update I will be able to use, right? So only I am allowed, like an admin only should allow. That's the whole idea. So I'm going to inject this iUser claims here, figure out who the user is. Okay, so we are going to implement one simple logic in one of the endpoint alone. Okay, so this endpoint, what it will do is, first it will go and read incoming claims and see what role do we have. So like you remember this whole controller now marked as authorized, which means only authenticated user can use this controller. Okay, we have to be logged in. If you remember the previous video demo I was showing you, you need to log into the website in order to submit a request, right? That's the whole purpose. So here what I'm doing is, for the get all, right, let's mark this controller as authorized, because like I said, only logged in user can call this one from the application also. This is not allow anonymous, it's authorized one. So for get all, I'm checking the admin role. If admin role is present, then only I will call get all. If not, I'll fall back to this mechanism. But if you see the other endpoints, right, other endpoints actually, as a user, if you know the URL, you will be able to call even though you don't have admin rights. Actually, if you call the API directly, you'll be able to do it. Whatever I'm doing right now is just a scope. It will check whether the read and write scope are present. Obviously read and write scopes will be present. Okay, but here's the tricky thing, right? All of these endpoints, delete all of these endpoints, you can actually use it. So the best way is, in the upcoming video I'll show you how you will protect it from the backend as well as from the front end. Front end is protected with the auth card, but like I said, if you know the bearer token, you can call the endpoints behind the scene and delete the request. Okay, so we will not allow any user to perform this, so I will put some restrictions. I'll show you how to do all of those things. So let's quickly take a demo. I go to website, and if I logged in to my email, see, I cannot go to this website, right? I cannot go to admin section. But if I log out and log in as an admin, I'll be able to go to the admin side. So like this is what I said, right? So being an admin from the being an admin from the UI, I'm able to do all of the restrictions, but behind the scene our API also needs to be protected properly. Doesn't matter UI, we cannot just rely on UI. Okay, so that is what is important. See, let's debug and see. Let's go inside. let's go inside and I'll show you how the claims look. See, the moment it reaches this, you can see 17 claims. All of these 17 claims are here, right? So whatever you see in the UI claims, that is what is coming here, and these are like decoded automatically by the framework and from our JWT bearer token. Okay, so the bearer token is giving all of these claims. It will figure out the user is having what role it is. So the user is having 2 roles. So I'm an admin, so I can go and call this method. But when you log in, actually the code logic will go to the else block because you are a student, you're not an admin. Okay, but of course you do it in your application, you change, but if you log into my site, that is what will happen. Okay, so I'm going to put restrictions to the rest of the endpoints. This is a security risk or a security leak, or I would say a flaw in the application, right? I just showed you and I proved you there's a way you can actually invoke these endpoints. So we will have to restrict that, which we will do it in the upcoming video. Alright guys, so I hope you enjoy this video. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, and if you have any specific questions, I strongly suggest to put it in the comment section, as well as go to the website and request for your own video. I will definitely honor your video request. Please be specific of what you want. Give me some detailed description. Nobody will see except me, and you'll also get an email confirmation as long as the request is started processing. Okay, so next video, let's touch base on all of the Angular parts which was not covered yet in this video series. I'll make sure all of the Angular stuff is now covered before, so that people who are interested in Angular also will be able to learn Angular 18. Okay, stay tuned and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series and we're building online course enrollment application. This is episode 18, and in this video I'm going to show you something interesting. We'll be seeing how to implement the health checks and liveness probe in .NET Core Web API. So without delay, come, let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you, so don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. So we are building APIs in a robust way. However, there are important aspects like health check of the system, health check of the application, and all of those things, right? Including the database and other stuff. We need to monitor that. So implementing health check and liveness probe in a .NET Core Web API is an important aspect of building a reliable, resilient application, and particularly for containerized and cloud hosted environment. It is very important. Health checks help monitor the status of your API, while liveness checks ensure that the API is running and responsive. So we're going to see step by step how we can do this in our .NET Core Web API. First thing is, go to the application that I've opened. You can get it from the GitHub. So what we are going to install is a package called ASP.NET Core healthchecks.sql. I'll tell you why this package is required. Other than that, everything is included in the application's the default SDK itself. Now let's go to the program.cs. Okay, so in the program.cs, if you go all the way through up wherever services are configured, what we are going to do is we are configure a service. What we are going to do is we are going to configure a service. So builder.service.add. So builder.service.add health checks, and then that's the inbuilt method. It's coming, and then on top of it, we are also adding .add SQL server. We are passing the connection string, a simple head query, a name, because this is SQL server, so I'm just giving you SQL server. If we are using more than one database, we can be specific to this, like what database we're using and all. Okay, and then failure status. What happens if the SQL server check is failed? We can say it is degraded, and then we are just giving a tag, and at one last thing, there is one more thing that we are configuring called memory consumption thing. So add check, there's a memory that we are adding, and then we are calling a method and passing the size of the memory. We will go to this method in a moment. Before that, so the health check is configured, and this one, right? Basically what we're doing is, instead of calling and querying through API to check the database is live or not, this is the inbuilt feature that has been developed. So what we are saying is the service itself will be able to open a connection to this connection string and then a particular database. Even if it has to run a query, it will execute this query. This is not a mandatory. Okay, we should not put any heavy queries here. Okay, all what we have to do is we have to see whether the database is connected and it is working. For that, opening a connection to a database should be sufficient for us to confirm the database is working. That is what this is doing. Okay, so we are checking a memory consumption thing, and then there's a class that we added. If we go inside this, basically that is implementing iHealthCheck interface. iHealthCheck interface is coming from Microsoft extension.diagnostics.healthcheck. What we are doing is, when the health check method, async method is called, we are checking the memory of the system, whether it is within the threshold or outside the threshold. Okay, and then we are specifying the error message. Okay, this is done. Now let's go all the way through down where we have to configure the middlewares. So if you come here all the way through down, the first middleware that we are configuring is map health checks. That's the middleware we are calling. We are using /health, and then we are passing an option. We are saying, hey, use this class, like health check options. We are passing a class for the response writer, meaning instead of it is writing by itself the way it want, we are saying write it the way we want. If you go inside this health check response writer dot write JSON response, we wrote this nice one. Basically we are generating a specific meaningful name of like a data of the JSON, like we are specifying the status, and then there is a result property which is having the key and some values like status, description, exception, duration, and then we are writing this. What this will help us to do is, whenever you call this endpoint, it will be able to format the response in a way that we configured. So this is done. Second one, health/live. This is the second endpoint. Again, here we are saying what has to be used and what this is doing. So basically this endpoint, if you call, all what it will do is, if it reaches this endpoint, it will return the status, and that's it. Basically we can confirm that app is running. Whether the API is working or not, we don't know. App is running. Enough. Third endpoint, health/ready. This is also same. As long as the tag is ready, like we're just running this to see whether the application is ready or not. Again, we're using the same response header to send the data back. Other than this, I didn't do anything else. Okay, so if I run this, what will happen is, so I'm running this locally. So let's say I will take this and go here /health. See, it is giving us this kind of a response. Basically it is saying the server is healthy and the memory is good. So let's say my application memory is going up, it will give you unhealthy. If the server is down locally or my remote server is down, it will say unhealthy. So basically it is checking what other endpoints we have. We have something called live. It is giving a response that the application is live, the app is running. Okay, and then the last one is ready. So it just checks the server. Okay, so why are we doing all of these things? Any application, right, especially APIs, we need to know, like, you see, in a real world, in a real organization perspective, think of this. If you're doing a business, okay, your application should be monitored and should be intimated if the server goes down, like if the application goes down, apart from your configuration in SQL or like in the Azure services. So though application insights can log a lot of metrics, what if the app itself is down? Okay, or let's say the application is running, the next 10 minutes there is no customer, but within that 10 minutes your app was down, like the database was down. You should not be waiting for exception to happen or your clients to come back to you and say, hey, your application is not working. No. Proactively, basically our applications will be monitored by ourselves through certain services, and we will be intimated to make it down, not like make it up. Not only that, the main purpose of the health checks and all is the applications are generally containerized. Containerized means they'll be using Docker, Kubernetes, and all of those things, right, to make application into a container and work it. So Kubernetes, there is a concept which it will be keep polling these kind of endpoints to see the app is running. If the app is not running, it will basically automatically reboot your app. It will initiate a reboot of your app, which you will not know. Kubernetes will do it, and this is called self-healing of application. So there are a lot of benefits you can see on my screen. There are a lot of benefits for these kind of things like monitoring and alerting. Health checks can be integrated with the monitoring system like Azure Monitor. Health checks can be integrated with monitoring system like Azure Monitors and Grafana and so many, and which can raise as alerts when the API is unhealthy. So improved resilience, meaning liveness and readiness probe ensures that unhealthy instances are automatically restarted. Liveness and not sent traffic, which is readiness in environments like Kubernetes, meaning if a app is down, request going to that app will not be served. It will be gone wrong, right? Like it'll give you exception. So those kind of things. There's something called self-healing. So Kubernetes can automatically restart your API when the liveness probe fails, making your application self-healing without manual intervention. And there are two more important things called graceful startup. Readiness checks allow services to wait until the API is fully ready to handle the request, reducing the failure during startup. And the last one is the better visibility. You can understand whether a failure is due to your external dependency like database or something within the app itself through the different types of checks like the memory check, memory usage, database connectivity, and all of those things. In conclusion, all what I'm saying is implementing health checks and liveness probe in your .NET Core Web API improves the reliability and observability of your application. It helps ensure that your API and its dependency are functioning properly and provides mechanism for automatic recovery in production environment. This is the main purpose of whatever we just did. Okay, there are three endpoints that we spoke about during the middleware. Basically, /health endpoint is the general health check endpoint to see if your app and its dependencies are working like database, memory, and all of those things. Health/live endpoint is for liveness check to ensure the app is running. Again, the third one is the /health/ready endpoint is for readiness check, whether which will ensure the app is ready to handle the traffic. Okay, like after the startup. That's why these three endpoints. So these concepts we had never implemented. This is good to know. In your application you should do all of these things. See, the reason we are building this full stack development is to know most of the important application parts and the concepts that you really should know as a developer. Okay, now we also saw how this is working. In the next video I will show you how we can integrate this into Azure Monitor. Not only that, we were using application insight, so all of those concepts we will dive into the Azure Monitor, and I'll explain you more about Azure Monitor in the next video. If you like this video or any of the video in the series, do let me know in the comment section. I'll see you in the next video, guys. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series. We're building online course enrollment application. This is episode 19. This video will be interesting and I'm going to talk about the new concept called Azure Monitor. We are here to set up alerts for the API exceptions and health checks and monitoring for our .NET Core Web APIs. So this video will be interesting and useful, and come, let's get started. So friends, before we dive in, this is the GitHub link where you will find every single project that I'm demonstrating. So feel free to go through and browse whichever project you like. For this specific video, I will post the exact link of the repository in the video description itself. If you would like to follow me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, and GitHub, these are the links that you can click and follow me. I will be more than happy to collaborate with you. So don't forget to follow me. Now let's dive into the video. Alright, so in the previous video we saw how the health checks are very important, and you know how to set up that in the .NET Core Web API. And in one of our series, we also set up the Azure App Insights for our application monitoring, right? Now, Azure App Insights are good. It records a lot of telemetrics. It tells you failed requests, process requests, a lot of stuff, right? But unless you go there and see, you will not know what's going on. What if there are a lot of exceptions happening, or even one exception happening as the customer is, looking into the site, and how will you respond to it? Do you want the customer to come back and tell you, no, it's not going to happen, right? So how do you proactively know what's going on in your application and do something good for it? Now, if you look at my using Azure Monitor, we'll be able to drill down to the errors that we are looking for and send an alert to our email. If you see, after I set up this for this demo, I am getting a lot of alerts. Okay, this is just to show you how the alert looks. You can see it is coming from Azure Monitor alert exception. I've given a name, and it is meaningful that it is coming because of which APIs. It says this is the API on this one. This is the App Insights name, Smart Learn by Karthik dash API. That's the one which is tracking the logs and from where the alert got triggered. And you can also see the details of the alert name, who fired, everything here, right? Signal type, a lot of information. So you can see a lot of information here. This is the query that was returning some results. Because of that only this alert got triggered. So let's take a look at this one by one. All right, so you saw a lot of emails getting triggered here, right? All of these alerts, I'm going to show you quickly from where this is coming. I will show you step by step of how you can create this, but stay for a second. So if you look at this is my Azure monitoring under a particular App Insights. Okay, so under that, so far as of this recording, 75 alerts has been triggered. So which means I got 75 emails. Okay, of course you don't need to send this much of email. This is just for demo purpose. So basically I got 75 alerts triggered, which is showing here. Okay, and you can see all of these details, and then the alert that I have set up is the error. The error is the type of severity that is set up. Based on the severity that you have set up and the alerts triggered, it will show you different things. Okay, and I can drill down inside this. It will show you whatever I got it in the email, what time it got triggered, why this alert was triggered. All of this information will be here. There's something called preview state, like investigate. Actually that is not for us, it's only for the company purpose. The personal email ID, whoever we have, we cannot use that feature. Anyway, that will be rolled out soon to the public also. Now this is what we are going to see. Alright, so now let's go one by one, okay, in order for you to set up this alert. Okay, the first thing is assuming our application, right? In one of our video we saw we have already set up the Azure Application Insights, which means in our web API, if you look at the Application Insights code is there is a lot of logs that has been generated. You can see we are using Serilogs, right? Application Insights has been configured in our application, and Application Insights telemetrics is everything is here. So which means basically we have an Application Insights, and that is logging some details. It could be exception, it could be information, it could be anything. So that's the first step. If you haven't done, if you're watching this video not as part of this series, we will assume you have an application insight. So then now let's go one by one. So if you go to portal.azure.com and if you search for application insights, look at this. I have a lot of applications just because I have a lot of applications, right? So I'm going to drill down to the resource group where my application insights is there. So if you look at this, I have two application insights, one for function, one for the API. If I go inside this application insight, which is what is configured in the .NET Core Web API, you can see for the last 30 days I've been heavily using 1870 requests has been gone, almost 130 is failed. Basically all of these records are based on my local testing as well as the application which is hosted. There also, if there is some exception, all of these are together. Okay, and of course if you guys have used my code just like that, if you run it and you got exception, those exception also will come here. Okay, unless you replace the application insights to your application locally. Great. If you have any questions, do let me know in the comment section right now. So for good. Now what are we going to do is we are going to set up a Azure monitoring here. Okay, there are different ways of going and setting up the Azure monitoring. You can go here and look for Azure monitor, and there is something called monitor will come. You can click on monitor and you can go to log and then further alerts. You can do it. The other way is going to the monitor and the application itself. So let's go both the side. Okay, so you can set up this in two ways. One is going inside a particular resource and then going and setting up the alerts, or come to the Azure monitor and set up from there. Okay, so let's watch both the thing. First thing is go here, click on monitor, come to monitor. After you come to monitor, it will have you a lot of information like this. You can set up so many stuff, right? Let's focus on one thing. Go to alert, and for me, because I've already set up, all of these things are coming. For you, it may not come if you haven't set up. Click on create alert rule. Okay, or you can click on alert rules. These are the existing alert rules, which for one I created. All of these application created by itself, like Azure created by itself when these resources were been created. Okay, so we are going to focus on how we can create. Click on create, and then here it will ask you to choose a particular resource for which this has been set up. Okay, now this is the place you need to drill down and set up a particular resource. So I have 2 subscriptions, so it is showing here. I'm going to expand the subscription. I'm going to expand a particular resource group under which that resource is there. You see here, I'm going to choose this. This is the one that we were looking for. Apply. Once you apply, scope is applied. Scope means this monitoring feature is for which resource. This is for this resource. This is the place where our applications are generating the logs. Good. Next condition. Signal name. There are various things that you can choose, like availability, failed request, exception. So you can choose exception also. If you choose exception, it will ask you the threshold and other information that you need to select. Let's go with exception. Basically, I did custom log search. Custom log search means you can write a query here. So custom log search means it will open up like this and you can actually write queries here. If you expand this box, you'll see a lot of application insights later tables. All the trace informations are in trace table, requests are in request table, exceptions are in exception table. All of these are tables where informations are stored. So based on your need, you can write this kind of a query. Basically, I'm writing in exception table. I'm looking for these kind of exceptions where the type is this one, and I'm asking you to, asking it to summarize by count. If I run this, okay, for the last 24 hours, I'm getting this result. If I change it to last 7 days and then run it, it will give me a different result. You see that these kind of exceptions, I have it. Okay, this is just a query. So basically, all what you have to understand is based on what you choose here, it will come. Okay, so for simple purpose, like for customized one, search log, custom log search is the best option, where you can write the queries to customize your the alert that you want. But let's say I'm going for failed request. It could be for anything. Okay, threshold is static. You have to fill up a logic here. So aggregator type is count. I wanted to count greater than count of 1. So these are the requests. Or in failed requests, I'm interested in all the requests. Okay, and then this is the place which will tell you how to trigger. See, when to evaluate. For every 1 minute, look back period is 5 minutes. Doesn't make sense. For every 5 minutes, look back period is 5 minutes. Does make sense. Okay, because it has to be same, because for 1 minute, every 1 minute you're running, the previous 1 minute is what you need to look. That's what it makes sense, right? You can keep adding conditions, but let's keep it simple. If I create next action, in action here, it will ask you, this is a preview action. Basically, this is the first option is choose. You can actually fill up whatever you want. Like you can give a name. I can choose an existing thing. See, I have already created in the previous one. So let's say I am going to choose this and select. Basically, it will show you what I did. See, I have given a name like this, like whatever the names, and let's go back. For the first time, you can actually fill up a name. So let's say action group, let's say site admin, display name is this one. You can have some meaningful name. Email ID, I wanted to send it to this email ID. Okay, and then I say save. It got selected here. Details you need to specify. Okay, so just for the difference purpose, I am going to say as warning because failed request alerts. So this is number 2. This is the level, the severity. Okay, alert name, failed request for API. So I'm going to give this. You can also choose some advanced option, tag it. Basically you can figure out, you can fill up whatever you want. Next is tag. You can give some tag. We can say alert API prod. Okay, and then go to review create. See, it is evaluating that there is something is missing. Okay, we'll figure out what is missing. Action is missing. It is giving some alerts. Let's go to action. The specified name already exists. Great. Okay, so I am going to choose a different name. Okay, I changed the name because it was already there. If I go to details, go to the last step, everything looks good. You see this pricing? This pricing per month is 0.110 cents, like basically 10 cents per month, which is 8 rupees per month, which is okay. So when this price will changes, if you go to the action and no details. Okay, so if you go to the condition, so based on the condition that we select here, the cost is different, and I'll show you the cost that I was setting up for the first alert. So let's go ahead and first create it. So I'm going to choose the failed request, go here, create it. See, it is getting created, it is done. Okay, let's go back and check the alerts that I already have. If we go to monitor, go to alerts, I have another monitor. Okay, so let's go to the monitor, let's go to the alerts. You can see my alerts. This alert, if I open, basically it will tell you the cost. See, that's because it too much of email sending and too much of thing it is monitoring. That's why the cost is more. Basically I can delete this. If I don't want, I can delete this, like how I'm showing. After you set up everything, even if you don't want to incur 8 rupees or 10 rupees or 0.110 10 cents or something, you can come and delete it. That alert is deleted, which means I will stop seeing the alerts. Okay, I don't want that alert, so I can stop seeing the alerts. And this one is the email that will be triggered based on the second alert that you set up. So in this video, we saw how to set up the alerts in the Azure monitor. We were able to drill down to a particular types of like failed requests or exception using the App Insights telemetrics, and we were able to set up the alerts. So this is one way of setting up. You can actually go to the application insights itself, like a particular application insights, and there also there is something called alerts. So under monitoring alerts, it will be the same thing. So basically you can go to monitor and then choose the resource, like you can do a scope and then select a particular alert, or you can go to the particular resource directly and under monitor, under alerts, you can go and create the alerts rules. Okay, so this is the alert that was already present, and based on the new alerts, like for example alert rules, and if you go inside this, you can see the second alert that we created. This also, if I don't want, I can come and delete it so that I don't incur any charges. Okay, so this is called cleaning up of the resource. So all what you have to know is how to set up the alerts in the Azure monitor. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you like this video, subscribe to my channel. Let me know of any of your questions in the comment section. Share this with your friends. If you enjoy this video series, do post a good comment, and I will see you in the next video. Bye bye. Hello friends, welcome back. This is full stack development video series, and we are building the online course enrollment application. And in this video, I'll show you how we are going to build the rest of the web APIs that is used for this beautiful website. So I'll be covering all the remaining endpoints that is required to build this website, and one by one we will see. So without delay, come let's get started. Alright, so first let's take a look at the website so that you know how many endpoints are used here. So this is the deployed version, I mean the complete version of the endpoints. We have contact controller, we have one endpoint, and then we have a course controller, we have several endpoints. We have another controller, course category, enrollment, review, user profile, video requests. So a lot of controllers, right? We already saw few endpoints that are all related to the get, and then we also saw the complete video request CRUD operation, right? So in this video, I'm going to cover the rest of the endpoints, and then using that, actually this whole website is built. All right, so let's talk about all of these things, right? So there are several endpoints that we just saw, and these endpoints are used in this website. So for example, if I go to list of course, it will show me all the list of course that I can edit, delete, view, or even upload the thumbnail. Thumbnail is the one that you see all of these things, right? So if I, for example, if I go view, this is the thumbnail that I have uploaded. This is the course, right? I can edit this course. So basically, if I go to course, if I do an edit, it opens up a nice reactive form. It's a complicated reactive form basically, but very easy to implement. So I can have all of these things, remove the session. This is how I post the course. I can create a new course, and I can ask you to request a video that you are interested in. You can select these things. This is what we saw, right? The endpoints that we saw, but this is the UI. I can also go and see the others, whoever has posted their videos. I can edit that. I can go to update profile. I can update my biographic information as an instructor. I can also update my picture. I can go to all courses, see all of these things. For example, if I go here, I can enroll. As long as I'm signed in, I can enroll. If I have already enrolled, it says already enrolled. For example, I can also see my enrollment. See all of these things. This is all my enrollment. Like if you log in, you will see all of these things for yourself. If you go to categories, all of these things comes, right? So many functionalities. And literally, if you go to a course, for example, if I go to a course, you can review, you can submit a review. As long as you feel whatever you want to submit, you can submit a review. Let's take a look at the review section also. You see this already, there was a review here. Probably I was just testing it out. So I can submit a review. The reviews will come here. There's a star here, right? You can review it, rating based on what you choose here. So many things are happening. It's all because of these endpoints. So we're going to see all of the missing endpoints, and that will conclude the web API part, and then I will release the complete full course of the web API. All right, so now let's get into the coding. Now before that, what we are going to do is, the existing code is here under the Lens Smart Coding repository. If you go to online course API repository, you will see these branches. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to create another branch. I will probably name that as the last episode number. I'm going to keep that as the final one, and then merge that main code into the main branch. So the main branch code, as soon as you come here, if you take the code, you will get the complete repository. Okay, so that is what you're going to do, and I will appreciate if you code side by side for better learning. Okay, so now let's open up this. Let's little bit enhance. So if you look at this, there are only few controllers and few endpoints. We're going to add more stuff here. So let's start from back. Those who are new, I wish you go and read, or those who are new to this video, if you want to go take a look at the previous video, feel free to go and take a look. But if you're not, it's okay. This also will cover the complete create, read, update, patch, all of the endpoints here. So we have this layered architecture, and what we are going to do is, we're going to start from the back. Okay, so before we get into any of this implementation of the missing part, okay, so I'm going to show you what I did in meanwhile. So if you go to this database SQL, right, this is where we stopped, and I added one column in one of the table. And what I did is, actually I did this. So I added a column called profile picture URL. Okay, so I added a profile picture URL column under the user profile table. So for that, alter table name, add the column data type, default value is null. The reason I put this alter instead of keeping this table name, like the new column name in this table, because whoever has already executed this, they just need to execute this next, so that it will be automatically added. Like appending, as we develop, some requirement came, we modified the existing database schema. That's why we are doing this way. Similarly, I also added another column. Let's say what I added. I added a column called thumbnail for the course table, and default value was null. Okay, so this will have the URL of the each course thumbnail. That's the idea. So I added this, which means this is there in my latest database. Okay, so for good. Now what we are going to do is we are going to bring up the missing part. So let's go to this online course repository. Let's go to this implementation. Here right now this repository has only two methods dealing with just the get endpoints, right? What we are going to do is to complete the requirement, I need to add these many things. Basically, I'm going to have a method that adds the course, updates the course, delete, and then passing a course ID. I wanted to get all the course details. Okay, and then there should be a way to remove a particular session of a course. That's why the session details is basically will have all of these session related information. Okay, because the course will have the course main content and this number of sessions, right? Now if we start with a series of video, one course is video, but that course has multiple videos, right? So that's called session. Now another method that brings us a list of instructor information from the instructor table. And then last one is manually update the thumbnail URL of the course table using this method. Now if I go to this implementation class, which is this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to modify this. Okay, so let's see what I did. So I'm going to first copy the model and paste it here. Okay, so these are the latest model, and here itself we can see, as I copy paste, it will see what I modified. If I double click this, or if I say, you can see this changes, right, from the old code to the new code. Like as I do lively, it will show you the changes in the kit. So let's see what changes I did compared to what you have currently. So if you look at this, under the user model, I added these two properties, nothing else. If I go to course model, I added the whole instructor model class, and I also changed this session to be a required one. Added two more properties under the course model and some more properties here. So it's all like extra properties. Similarly, this is itself is a new class I added up for the enrollment purpose. And then contact message. So basically from the website you can submit a contact information, and then it will come and save it in the table. For that reason I did this. Okay, now this is good. What we do, let's go to Solution Explorer, go to the course repository. Here I'm going to implement the course repository. So I'm going to copy the whole stuff from the developed code and paste it here. This will satisfy all of these things, right? So let's see what one by one. Okay, so everything looks good. The thumbnail is not present. Let's see why. So thumbnail, okay, so thumbnail is the one that we added recently. If you remember, let's go to, you see this is the new one that we added, right? So we need to update the entities as well, which is here. So in order to update the entities, all what you have to do is you do these two in your database, and then you follow this to regenerate the entities. Okay, or you can take the entities from the code that I'm giving, which is equivalent, because our main idea is to understand the whole complete end-to-end endpoints. So if you want to do by yourself, follow my previous video. In this whole course video itself, I have explained how to generate the entities, so you can use this one, generate entities. So let's imagine we are generating the entities, so it will be like this, which I'm doing it. You see this, only these two got updated because these two are the only thing which we updated, right? If you look at this, the only thing that I updated is under entities, I added this property, and here I added this property. Okay, great. Now let's go to the context. So context also should have been updated. So let's see what the context was updated. So the context, after we do this, the update in the context is again it's the same thing. So under this table the new property was added, and so let's add one more thing for the course. So let's say if I go to course, here is the one. So let's go to the context, let's search for course here. Okay, so here only we added that extra thumbnail dot see thumbnail. So we added this. Okay, so this is the extra one that I added. Okay, so looks good. So if you look at this one more time, it was a simple change, so I did it manually. Okay, you can actually regenerate after you update a database. So this is the one change, this is another change. So for good. Okay, so now if I go to this repository, this error went. This is good. Okay, so let's see one by one. Add course, we are passing the course. We go to database context dot courses dot add async. So this is the table dot add async, means you will be passing a course entity, then it will automatically add. After that, call the save changes, it will create a record in the table. Similarly for update, use the update, pass the course. Remember, when you pass the course here, the key, which is the course ID, should have value. If not, this update will fail because it don't know where to update. Same thing, save changes will update the record. Delete, we will first call this method, which is here, to find out whether the course exists. If it is not null, we will use the remove keyword, pass the course, it will delete the record. Okay, we already saw how to use the include. So course has the session details, so we are saying include session details. So it's like a graph. We use the course table and the session detail table. We try to find the course, we return the course. Similarly for session removal, go to the table, remove, pass the session detail object. It will have the session ID, so it knows how to track and delete that particular record. For get all instructor, same thing, simple thing, go to table dot to list, just get everything. Okay, we are going to use this in the in one of the main UI to load the instructor name in the drop down. Okay, now for the course thumbnail, same thing, find the course. If the course is present, update the thumbnail property, save it. If it is not present, we're not going to do anything. So this is good. Okay, so now because the repository is implemented, we have to go to the next step, which is the service. Again, service has only these two. We need to implement the missing part so that the controller will be able to call these services. So these are the missing part, right? So from service only, we will be calling the repository. So we are bringing up add, update, delete, get instructor, and get like update course thumbnail. Now we have to implement these things. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to implement these things so that it will be easy and then it's quick to show because we have done this already. So I have brought up all the code here. Let's go one by one. Okay, so we already know get, these two are easy. Now add course, right? Okay, so when we go and so when we receive this one in the controller, this is the model. So model means basically it's a model. So basically it's a custom model. We receive like this. Okay, so which is inheriting the course model. Course model will have all of these things, right? So we receive this. So what we are going to do is, because this model is not compatible with the database table, we are going to do the mapping. So we receive this, but we convert into the course entity, map the course model to the course entity. So after we map this, okay, we are going to pass it to the add one. That's it. Now everything will be taken care. Okay, so that is what the idea is. So we are going to assume we will be getting the session. If we don't get session, it will be empty one. So we're just converting here. Similarly for update, we get the course model, we receive the data of an existing course. If it is not there, we throw exception, basically we can handle this in a different way, in a very good way, which I will show you in a later video. But let's say we got the data, then we just update every single property of the course, and then here what we are going to do is, see, we are handling the session detail updates. I've given all the comments. So basically what we're doing, we are trying to fetch the existing session and the new session. This line is going to take all the existing session IDs of a given course. This is the new one coming up. So when you are updating, either you will send the same thing, or you might be deleting something. Like for example, so let's take an example, right? So for example, if I go and try to edit this, so this is what the update we are referring to. So for example, let's say this one has already 3 sessions, right? So this session will have each of a session ID. So what if I add a new session and delete the existing one of the session? So this kind of combination can easily occur. So when this kind of combination occurs, what we are trying to do here, logic is, we take the existing one from the database, we take the new one coming out from the UI. So here what will happen is, the incoming one will have IDs and not have an ID. If it has an ID, which means it is there in the table, like we need to go through the update. If something that is coming to our side here on the API side which doesn't have ID, which means they are newly added items. So here this logic, what it is doing is, we are going to update or add here. Okay, so after we remove the unnecessary sessions, see, this removes the session from the database. So whatever, like for example, 1 2 3 ID is there. If the incoming is only 1 2, which means the third one will be removed in this logic, whichever is not present in the incoming but present in the database. Okay, now here this logic, what it will do is, it will actually either add a new one or update the existing one. Okay, so that is what this is doing. And then remaining is all same. Delete is like to call the delete, call the inspector to get the inspector. We're also using the automapper here, right? That's it. This is done. Service is done. So let's quickly go and implement the endpoint here, which is course controller. Okay, so I came to the controller here and I'm going to add the missing piece here. Okay, so let's go through what and all the missing piece that we added. So we added a new endpoint with an HTTP get of ID. So we will name that as get course by ID, which is receiving an ID. So it will call the service, get the details, and if it is not there, it will produce a 404. If it is there, it is going to produce a 200. Okay. Similarly, if you also see, this is like anonymous. Anyone can use this get because there's no code operation is happening, right? It's just a read. This is fine. Now, coming back to this one. Okay, so coming back to this one is the add. Who can add? Only admin can add. So I will tell you how to add the admin service here. So basically here what we are doing is, we are going to make this as HTTP post and make an authorized attribute, which means only the logged in user who is going to be admin can access this. But right now, as you see, it doesn't have any admin privilege. Whoever is authorized to log in, they'll be able to use this. I'm going to show you in a minute how to restrict that. Okay, so basically we are receiving the course model. It is from the body. That's why we decorate this as from body. So this model will be received and we are checking everything is good. If it is not good, we send a bad request, which is 400 bad request. Okay, and then we pass it to the service. We return a okay response. We can also return actually the same model back. That is also okay. When you return back this one, the updated model will have the ID of the course that was created. Good. Similarly for update, we call an HTTP put for update, which is also having an ID in the route. And then same thing. So we will have an ID in the route plus content coming in the body. We will do the same check. Finally, we call the body like the update, and then we send back the response, whatever we update. And in this case, we're sending a no content because we just updated it. We can either send a 200 okay, or we can also send no content. No content will produce 204 status code. Okay, so you remember 204 status code is also a valid one for an update, where we just saying that it is updated, that's it, done. Similarly for delete, we use the HTTP delete. The route will have the ID property, we receive the ID, it is also authorized, only authorized person can actually delete a course. Okay, and then we call the delete, we return a no content. Okay, similarly this is just a get endpoint, so no authorized attribute is there, it is returning the list of instructor. Now let's say you logged in, I logged in, I created the course. Can I allow you to delete the course? Because you just logged in, right? As long as you logged in, you should be able to delete this course. What will happen to my project? Gone. How do I restrict that? There is something that I can do to prevent this happening. So what I'm going to do is, under common, I'm going to add an attribute. Okay, so I'm going to add an attribute called admin role attribute. So under common, I'm going to add, it's not a class, it's actually not a class, it's basically an item of an item. So I'm going to add this class. Okay, so after I add this class, what I'm going to do is, so this class admin role attribute is a class that inherits attribute and I authorization filter. Okay, so I authorization filter have a method called on authorization. We need to implement this. So here what we are doing is, we are injecting the iUserClaim service. iUserClaim is already present here, you can see this. Okay, so this will read the incoming bearer token and be able to get the user roles in the bearer token. Okay, so once we have the claims, like we call the user roles to get the roles. If the role is having admin, which is myself, right, I alone have admin for now, but because I add this check, and if it is not an admin, I will send a 403 status code. So for that, what you should use is, you can use this admin role attribute, which means I copy this admin role and then go to this course here. In this case, it is going to be add course. So I will come here, admin role. If I add this admin role attribute here in all of these places, what will happen? Except me, nobody will be able to delete, update, add a course. That's the one of the security mechanism I'm implementing. That's why even if you go to today's deployed website and try to log in and then use this bearer token to try to call the delete endpoint, which is already present, you'll be restricted. Okay, because you cannot delete whatever I created. I don't want you to delete because I control what I created. That's one of the beauty, right? The security mechanism come into picture. So you should know how to do all of those things. So now we completed this endpoint, like all of these endpoints. Now similarly, there are other controllers that I have, like I'm going to show you quickly. So for example, the other controller is, there is a controller called contact controller. Okay, so what this contact controller is doing, it is doing nothing. It is going to use the email notification service which I added, and then it is going to send an email to me. As like, for example, if you go to contact us, this is done in reactive forms, which we will see in the Angular course. But if you add up everything, and then do a send message, basically that will call the send point. It will send me an email immediately. So if you try posting something, like if you have any questions, try to do it. I will get a notification and I will definitely respond to you. Okay, so try that out. Let's see if this works. Okay, similarly, we have other controllers called review controller. Again, review controller is again same. It has its own review service. For example, it has its own review service. It has its own review repository. Look at this review service, review repository. It is doing the same thing whatever we implemented earlier. Okay, so I have these as a reference for you to understand how the review is working, how stars are marked, all of those things, right? Now, so we have completed review. Enrollment is again same, and more enrollment also is like, you have to be logged in, and then if you're trying to enroll from the website, it will add you as an enrolled user. We already saw this. So if I go to all course, everything is showing up. Let's say I go here, I try to enroll, see enrollment successful. If I try to enroll again, enrollment failed. I can actually go to my enrollment and see the newly added enrollment here. 4 items were there. Initially we saw in the video it was only 3, right? So I can see my own enrollment. So basically, you can use all of these things to support all of these things in the UI. You need these many endpoints. So long story short, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you the whole source code of this web API project, but we have seen whatever is required for us. Okay. There's one thing that I will give you in the video description of how to implement the Azure service to upload an image to the Azure service. Okay, because we have a controller here. For example, we have a controller here called user profile controller. Basically, user profile controller is calling the blob service to upload an image. Because I'm uploading all of this image over there, you will be able to see the images coming up here. Okay, so you're like, for example, if you go to update profile, I'm able to upload an image. So I'm able to upload an image. That's why the image is coming here, and that image will come here. If you log in and you upload your image will come here. Okay, so all of the supported endpoints I'm going to give you here. Everything is going to be here. You don't need to worry about everything. So this brings up the end of our full web API development course. I'm going to club all of this video into one video just for the full course of web API, and you can watch everything and redo everything and see how to build such a beautiful website. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. Share your thoughts with me. If you like this video, do subscribe, share this with your friends. If you have any questions or comments, happy to help you. Put it in the comment section, and I will see you in a bunch of videos of these things developed in the Angular part. So I'll see you soon, guys. Take care. Bye bye. Need a secure and scalable way to upload images from your Angular app to Azure storage? In this video, I will walk you through the complete process from creating the storage account to setting up the API and uploading images, all the way to saving the images in the user's profile. Hello friends, I'm Karthik from Learn Smart Coding, and with over 16 years of experience in IT, I help developers master Angular, Azure, Web APIs and more. Today, I'm showing you how to securely upload user images from an Angular app to the Azure storage using a .NET Core Web API and link it to the user's profile in your database. First, we will create an Azure storage account and set up a container with anonymous access. Then we will configure a .NET Core Web API to upload the image using the storage account connection string. Finally, I will show you how to build a simple Angular component with reactive forms to upload the image from the UI. If you're new here, be sure to hit that subscribe button for more tutorials like this. Come, let's get started. Alright, so you need to log into portal.azure.com. Once you log into portal.azure.com, you'll end up on this dashboard. All what you have to do is you need to go and search for storage account in the search. If you do this, you'll see something like this. Click on storage account, and I already have 4 storage accounts, so that's why it is showing like this. But the second one that I'm highlighting is the one that I already created and implemented it, and that's what is used in the real website. But I'm going to show you from first, and then I'll also walk you through what is inside this. So first thing you have to do is click on create. It'll take you to the blade where you need to put all of the required informations. So here there are a lot of things to be configured, but I'm going to keep it simple. So we will focus only on the important parts. The rest and all I'm going to leave it as a default value. The first thing is subscription. I have 2 subscriptions. I'm going to choose one of the subscription that I use, and resource group. So I will be choosing one of the resource group. You can create a new resource group, and here is the storage account name. For this storage account, you need to give a name within 3 to 24 characters. It should be unique. So this is something I gave. Region, select the closest region. For me, it's going to be US East. I selected. And for primary service, it is asking you for what. I'm going to use this for the blob storage. So I'm going to choose the first one. And then once I choose this, it is asking me various options from the primary workload. So our case is the web application, so I'm going to choose the cloud native, which is efficient app development and deployment. I'm going to choose that, and then you have to choose the standard or premium. We'll go with standard for this demo, and I don't need to replicate anything, so LRS is fine. This is just a demo. And then next, I'm going to leave every single thing here as a default value. And in the second part, advanced, there's something called allow enabling anonymous access on individual container. I'm going to choose this here itself. Actually, if you have not done, you can also choose to create anonymous access in a different way, but make sure you choose this. So for our use case, we have a storage account which will allow the anonymous access to the container, which means without any credential or keys, this should be allowed for public, because user profiles and any images that we use for our website, it's going to be for public. Like, we don't need to do any authentication for that. That's the reason why I choose this. Case to case, it will differ. If you want to secure something and you don't want anyone to access that, you should not be using the anonymous access. Okay. And then I'm going to leave every single thing as default. Make sure you have the hot tag here. Then next, networking, everything default. You don't need anything else here. Next, leave it. I'm going to keep everything as default value. Go to create, review and create. Go to review and create. It is just doing all of these authentication. Everything looks good. Create. So it's going to deploy this. All right, this is deployed. If I go to resource, you'll end up here. Now, under the data storage, there is something called containers. So click on containers. Container is basically a kind of a folder. Think in that perspective. Okay, it's a main folder. So I'm going to create a container. So I'm going to create a container and name it as images. And here you see anonymous read access. Here also you can prevent it, but because we choose the checkbox on the initial creation itself, it will allow us to create an anonymous container. You see this container with anonymous access. So once I choose this, I will say create. It's successfully created. Basically, here is the place where we are going to upload the images. Okay, now if you look at my container, it's the same thing. We have containers under which we have images and site. Under images, all of these images are going to get uploaded. Now the next part is under security and networking. There is something called access key. Go to access key. There will be key 1 and key 2. Basically, we can use key 1 or the connection string. So you are going to copy the connection string here. I can show you because I'm going to delete this anyway. See, this is the connection string, right? You can copy any one of the connection string. This connection string can be rotated occasionally, depending on how much it is compromised. So at least 6 months once or 3 months once it is supposed to be rotated. We will not go deep inside this, but basically connection string you're going to copy from here. Okay, that's it. From Azure perspective, from Azure storage account perspective, only these two changes you have to do. Okay, so before we jump on to the coding of the Angular and the .NET Core, if you go to my GitHub repository, which is here, I'm going to give you the link. You can go and search under the repository online. So you'll see online course UI and online course API. These two will be the Angular and the .NET Core 8 project. So you're coding all of the coding that you see here will be here. So don't worry about the coding. So let's focus only on the implementation. So I have opened up the .NET Core Web API. This is .NET Core 8, and I'm going to open up the controller that we are going to use. So this is the controller which is exposing an endpoint, and that endpoint will accept an image, and that image will be eventually uploaded to the Azure storage. So let's see what and all we need. We have an endpoint called update profile. Okay, what it is expecting us, it is expecting a model which is taking from the form body. So it is expecting a model as an input, and that is been taken from the form. Okay, it's not from body or the request, it's from the form. So let's go inside and see what and all we have. So we have a property called user ID, biographic information which is a string, and then iForm file. This is important. iForm file is the one which is accepting the picture. Now, so this is the model. What we are doing is we are checking the picture is available or not. If the picture has been uploaded from the UI, which means then we use the stream, we copy the image into the stream. All right, after that we are calling a service, like a method inside a service, and we are sending the name and the picture. So the stream we are sending as an input and the name of the file. So let's take a look at what do we have here. Alright, so we have something called Azure Blob Storage Service that I created. In this, what we have to do is we have to use Azure Storage Blob namespace, and that's coming from Azure Storage Blob package. So you need to install this package. Once you install this package, I will explain you what it is here. So what we have to do is in the constructor, we are going to take the connection string. If you remember, I told you to copy the connection string from the access key, right? So that connection string is in app settings.development.json. So basically in the app settings, we have something called Azure Blob Storage, and inside that we have something called connection string. So that is what we are taking it. So we have the connection string, pass that to the constructor of this class, we get an instance of the blob service client. Now in this method, what we are doing is we are going to call a method called get blob container client. That's an instance that we are getting. We need to pass the container name. We already configured the container name as images because that is what we created in the Azure storage account, right? So we have the container name here. We are passing it. If you look at this, right, we're passing it. So once we have that, we will use this method. Actually, this is not required. This is not required because we know for sure the container is created, but basically what this does is it will go and see if the container is not created. It is going to create the container for us, which is images. Now we have both. Next is we will use this instance and call get blob client, pass the file name. Then we get the blob client, and then we get the blob client instance. Now using the stream that we have, we are going to upload to it. If you pass it true here, which means it will overwrite if the same image name is there. That's why it is true. Okay, so if you hover it, it will tell you what is the see overwrite. If you say true, it will overwrite the file, which is what that is what we want. And then we are sending it back the URI. So the who's calling this one, it is calling from the controller, right? So let's call the controller, which is the user profile controller. So once we have the URL back, and then we call the internal method to update into our database. So if you look at this, this is calling the repository, and then repository is in turn calling the user profile table, and then it will update the one of the property called profile picture URL. It will save the changes. So this is what it will finally look. This is the table, and we have something called profile picture URL column, and there it is going to save the image of the URL. Now this is the .NET Core Web API. Coming back to Angular, we have a component under the components. So if you see under the under the user section for this project, there's something called update user profile. So if I go to the component update profile, what do we have? We have some simple things. So we are using the reactive forms, and this is Angular 18 standalone. So in the component, if it is a standalone, it will be mentioned as standalone true. Because it is standalone true, all of the required modules will be imported in the import section of the component itself. So for our reactive form, we want common module, form module for manipulating the form, and the final one is the reactive form modules. Reactive form modules is the one which is required for using the reactive form. Now let's go through the code quickly. We have the form. We have a variable called profile form. It's of form group. And then what do we have? We have some basic variables that is set to preview the image and to see the selected image, right? And then in the constructor, we inject the form filter, and then the service for profile service, like to call the web API that we just built, right? And then the other services, right? Other services like toast service, login service. Login service is basically, it is going to tell you whether you logged in or not. Now we will initiate the form, which is the profile form, using only one biographic. So because in the API you saw, it is using user ID, bio information, and the picture. So the form will just have the biographic information, which is a text of who you are, right? Okay, so for us to upload the image, all what we want is that we just discussed about the form, right? So after this form, we have a method. Like all of the other things are like basic validation method, but let me quickly go through only the important thing. On file selected, onFile selected is an event, it's a function. Whenever the file is selected from the UI, which I'm going to show you, it will take the file and put it into the selected file. Okay, so the selected file, and then what it is going to do is there's a class called file reader. In the file reader, we are initiating a function. So on load, whenever the file is loaded, this function is executed. Basically, the preview URL, which is the local variable, will have the result of the target one. Now, reader.read as data URL. Okay, that's an inbuilt method of this file reader. We are going to pass the selected file. Once we pass this, once it loads completely, your preview URL will have the data, which is going to show you the image of whatever you uploaded. Right now, whenever you hit on submit, what we are going to do is we are going to create a form data. That is only important. Okay, we have to create a form data and then append all the properties. We have 3 properties, if you remember: picture property, user ID, and bio property. We need to, this is the key here. So the key value pair. So key, and then the value was nothing but the bio information value, and then the user ID value, and then the selected file. Selected file is the whole file. Okay, now we will pass this form data to the upload file method. Okay, and that is going to post it to the web API that we created. Once it returns, it will say successfully created. So coming back to this one, this is pretty easy. All what we have is a form with a form group. That's a form group name on ng submit. We're calling the on submit. Okay, the important thing that you need to understand here is the input file. So input of type file, we have a ID and class, and like on change, we call the on file selector. That's the event which is reading the file. Okay, so once we have all of these things, this preview URL will have the data. That is where we show the image, and on submit, it is going to fire that. So let's take example. So let's take a look at the demo. Alright, so this is the deployed version. So I'm going to go to the deployed version so that we can see the real web API. So if I go to the smartlearnbykarthik.azurewebsites.net. Okay, so I logged in. That's why my image is automatically coming. You see this, my image is coming. So I'm going to go to this update profile, which will bring up the component we just discussed. So it has a bio information, which is a reactive form, and we have a input type of type file, and then a preview image. Whatever you select, the image is going to show here. So I'm going to click here, choose the image, which is shown as a preview, right? And then if I do an update profile, the profile gets updated. You see this, the image was successfully updated, but this image is not gone. But if I just refresh, the image got updated automatically, right? Because this is the one which is saved in the Azure storage account now. So don't worry about the code. It's all there in the GitHub repository. And if you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to walk you through the reactive forms in Angular 18. We are going to see 2 examples. One is easy one and the other one is a medium one. Medium one will have both edit and the create option. So stay tuned. At the end of this video, you'll be able to properly create reactive forms in Angular 18. So come, with the delay, let's get started. So before we get started, this video is part of the full stack development video series, and this is part of Angular project. I will walk you through one by one what we are going to do with the application, and then we dive into the code. Alright, so as part of this contact us, this is the simplest form. So we are using reactive form for this page, where user will be able to submit their request as a message, and this will in turn call an API. The API will in turn send me an email, which we saw in the previous video. That is part of .NET Core Web API 8. And this one is Angular 18. So this is the simplest one. So let's go with this one. And then followed by, we are going to see, which is the request video. So this one, again, I've already given the API. So we are going to build this one. And then as per the admin, actually, I will be able to view all of the requests that came in. And I can actually update a request for whoever has submitted the request. So there is an update process happening on the same reactive form. So we're going to reuse the same component and the create. So we're going to see both. So let's start with the simplest one, which is the contact us page. Okay, So I'm going to start very blank so that you know what is missing and what we have to add. So we are on a contact page component. Right now there is nothing other than the basic definition, and the only thing that I have is in the HTML, like I always say, I actually designed the HTML already. So let's close this. If you look at this, it's plain simple HTML. So it has a second section which has all of this static content, and in the first section the only thing that you need to understand is there's a form tag. Inside the form tag we have some inputs, right? And then that's it. It's just the input. It has some text box, again 4 text boxes. The last one is the text area, which will have multiple rows, right? So other than this it doesn't have anything. See, if I hit, nothing happens. See, it just gives question marks, nothing happens. So we're going to build from scratch of this reactive form. Now let's go inside the component first. So in order for us to build the reactive form, what you wanted to know is reactive form is one of the good way of building a form. It has so many inbuilt features, but we will start from the basic one. So what and all we need for reactive forms? For reactive forms we need to import a reactive form module. So because this is a standalone application which is set here, we are going to import the model. Because this is a standalone application which is set here, we are going to import the modules that we want to be here itself. So this is an import section. We import the reactive form modules. If you're using ng module based stuff, then for each ng module, if you import this reactive form, within that any component that you use, it will be automatically included. Okay, so that's the difference. We need this one, and then we are going to use ng for and then ng model. So for those things, what we need to import is common module and form module. So we need these two, right? That's it. We don't need anything else. Let's start with a variable. Okay, so we define a variable named contact form, and then we assign the type as form group. If you look at this, form group is coming from the reactive form. See, it's coming from Angular forms. So we define a form group, that is the important one. And then what we do, we write a constructor and then we inject a service called form builder. So how do you write a form builder? So I'm going to inject the form builder. So private form builder, it's just FB is the short name. Form builder control period will ask you to update. We update, this goes away, this error goes away. All right, now what we have to do is let's write a method called initiate form. So what this method is going to do is it is going to initiate our form. Our form here's this dot contact form equal to, we are going to say this dot fb dot group. Okay, we're going to assign a new group. We open this. So okay, so now here is what you need to understand. So for example, after we build, we are going to call this endpoint. So if you look at this endpoint is asking us to send a request which has name, email, subject, message. These 4 properties that we are supposed to send in the request. So how you generally have to build is those 4 are here, right? So name, email, subject and message. Now here what you have to do is I prefer to keep the name of the property same in both the side, in API side as well as in the UI side, which means name is one of the property. We are saying name that goes, we open the bracket and then we initialize the default value as empty string, and then we can leave it. The name is a mandatory property. So in order to validate that, we will say comma validators dot required. So if you say required, what will happen is actually when we build here, there will be a required property. For example, there's a required property here, right? This required property gets added automatically by the reactive form. That is what this will do. Okay, so remember, whenever we use reactive form, you should add all the validation in the form group itself, not going and adding something like disabled, required in the HTML. Okay, so we have to add it here. Now similarly, I'm going to add the three more properties called email, subject and message. So I'll say comma, I will add email, subject, message, and in email there is a required validator as well as there is a validator named called email. So it will validate whether whatever you're typing is a valid email ID format. That is what the concept is. So now what we do, we have to call this form, right? So in the constructor we will say this dot initiate form. So this will initialize the form. Okay, so the form is initialized. All right, now let's go back to the UI. Okay, it is very easy to implement. Just remember, we are going to take only the simple approach. So always reactive form should have a tag called form tag. So in form tag, after this class or before this class, whatever it is, we will assign a property called form group. So there is a form group property and we need to assign, and that we have to say contact form. Okay, so we are assigning this form group. After that, what we do, we have to go through each of these items. So each of these items means basically the first one is the name, right? So what we do in order to assign the name property here, I'm going to do like this. Okay, there is a property called form control name, and form control name is nothing but the name that you defined in the group. So one of the name is name, that's why I'm assigning name to the form control name. Okay, so the name is defined. Now similarly, we have to define here, we have to define email. So here is email, next is subject, and the last one is the text area, which will be the message. Great, so we have defined all of these things. Let's come to the submit button. When user hits the submit button, we have to take an action, right? So what we are going to do is, we are going to say, hey, whenever the user is hitting the submit button, we will assign that to a property called event. Basically it's an event. So if I open the parenthesis, it is ng submit. There's an ng submit event that is applicable only for the reactive forms. So you can put it in the form section and then you define a name on submit. So on submit is a function that needs to be invoked. So if I come here, I will define a function. Okay, so error went. All right, so let's write something on the on submit button. So on submit, I'm checking if the contact form is valid. What this will do is, because we have set all of these as required, it will expect these values to have some values filled up, not the empty string. So this valid will be true whenever all of these required data are filled up. Okay, so if the form is valid, what we are going to do is, we are going to invoke the API to submit this data. So before that, let's put two more servers injected. One is the contact service and one is the toaster service. So I'm going to bring up these two. So contact service is already, all the services for this complete course has been added. So you don't need to worry about services. So the services is going to talk to the backend API. Okay, so I added these two, and then let's go back and invoke the method. So I'm saying this dot contact service dot send message, send the form value, subscribe to it, and then just show the toast message. Okay, so basically, but if you look at this, the subscribe is showing as depreciated. Okay, so what we can change is, we can change this like this into like this. So we can do a subscribe that was not a depreciation, but we are not using the function inside the subscribe. Instead, we are going to use next. Next is means like if the result was successful, what you're supposed to do, and if the result was error, what you're supposed to do. Okay, so inside the subscribe, there are two named function. That is what we have to write it. So the on submit is done. But look at this, there is some problem here. If I go here, right, these are all mandatory, but I don't give anything, but the button is enabled. If I click, there is nothing happening, right? Nothing happening because it's all invalid. But how do I show that this is invalid? So in order to do that, okay, what we are going to do is, we are going to add a div that will show a nice message that it is invalid. Okay, so I'm going to place that content here, and then I will explain you what it is. Okay, so I'm going to place this code here. All right, so we added a div. Basically it is having an ngf. The ngf is to determine a true or false. Based on true or false, this div is shown. Okay, so we are checking contact form.get, and then we pass the control name. So here the control is name, so we will take the control and then see if it is invalid. If it is invalid, what does that mean? Invalid, it is required but you did not fill up, so that's a form is invalid, right? If the control is invalid and if the control is touched and dirty, meaning you go inside the control and come out, or you typed it and then you cleared it, it's called dirty. Okay, if that is all true, then we are going to fetch the errors that is specifically for required, and then if the value is true, if there is such error called required, then we will show this one. Okay, look at this. Right now nothing is happening. So if we click this and come out, you see this, the error started showing. Now this makes sense for user that you need to fill up this. Similarly, I added the error condition for all the remaining three. You see this? All of these started showing error, but the button is still enabled. We can do some more stuff here to disable the button whenever it is invalid. So if you come to the button, there is something called disabled property. Okay, so we are going to set the disabled property a true or false based on the form is invalid or not. See, the button is disabled because currently it is disabled, like it is all invalid. So if I type something, button gets enabled. The moment I remove it, the button gets disabled, error comes. So that's the concept of this. So if you hit an send button, it will be calling in API and it will further do whatever the API is doing. Alright, so I filled up something and I'm gonna hit send and see what happens. See, it required the token and it sent a request. You see this, the model was sent properly, name, email, subject, message, and then the API also returned success, right? So it was a 200. Okay, so we sent, this is a payload that we sent and we got the response. So I would have got an email as well now. All right, so this is the simplest reactive form. Now let's take a look at the next reactive form, which will have both edit and create. Under user ask, there are three components I kept. Okay, so the video request and video request list are basically these two. So if I go to my request, this is the place it will show all of the requests that I requested, okay, as a user. And okay, so this is the one where it will show all of the requests that I requested. Right now I didn't request anything because I am the owner. It doesn't show up here, but I will show you how it looks. But if I go to admin and say request video request, it will show all of the requests which you people, like all the users who raise the request, is going to come to me and I will be able to do an edit and update the process. Okay, so and then the thing that we are going to see is the request a video. So this is the form that we are going to see. Okay, so video request form is here. Okay, so I already copy pasted the working form, but let's quickly go over what we did. Okay, so now what we are going to do is we will create a form called form group variable, and then we have a variable that has these 5 topics. Okay, Angular, all of these 5 topics, they are all called topics. Subtopics are the list of subtopics that belongs to each of these topics. It is again a variable of string of array. I have a user ID variable, I have a is edit mode variable. Currently we are going to use this form for both create and edit. We are going to flip the form according to edit or create based on a flag. Okay, now in the constructor I am injecting these services. The form builder that we saw, this is just the video request service, which is allowing us to call the respective endpoints. We have the router service, we have the activated route, okay, and we have login service. Okay, router and activated route. The difference between these two services, router service is used to navigate from one component to another component, meaning in a route, like if you want to change the route in the URL, you can use the router to change the URL of the route. But activated route is basically is to read some information about your current URL, that is the route, right? So it helps us to read the current URL. All right, now in the form, in the on init, alright, so now we have on init lifecycle hook. So in this lifecycle hook, as we do, we will initiate the form. So request form is equal to form group, which has these properties, okay, which has video request ID, name, user ID, topic, subtopic, all of these things, right? All of these things in which few are required, few are not required. See, URL is not required, response is not required. Okay, there are not, certain things are not required. So whatever is required, we have adjusted like that. And what we are going to do is, this is the endpoint which requires all of these properties. So if you look at this video request, so if you go to this endpoint, you see this, it requires all of these properties. All of these properties are here. That is what I built the form also. Okay, so don't worry about this, we'll come back when it is in edit state. Don't need this. Okay, so now what we are going to do is, we have a simple method called get topics. Get topics, you pass a topic, it will find the topics, subtopics, and it will return the data. Okay, so it is going to return the array of string. So basically what we have is the 5 topics that we have, right? Angular servers, like Azure servers and all of those things. So all for each topic, these are the subtopics. Let me explain you. You look at this. These are the 5 topics which is populated here. These are the subtopics for this. If you change this, this will change. If you change this, it will change. And for example, if you change this, obviously it will change, right? So these are the topic and subtopic. So get subtopic is the method which is invoked from the UI, which we will see, and it is going to return these data based on what topic you chose. Okay, now in the onSubmit, it is same thing. We are going to get the request form dot get raw value, which will give us all the property values that we have it, and then we format the model, we assign the value. Okay, and then if the edit mode is false, which means it's in a create mode, we call the create endpoint, send the model, do the remaining stuff. If the edit mode is on, we will call the update, send the model, and it is all same. But how do we know it is in edit mode or not? Okay, so edit mode or not, before we take a look at edit mode or not, let's take a look at the HTML. This HTML is exactly same as what we saw in the previous contractors form. Okay, it has the same input, it has the same validation and everything. Like you have the form group, you have the NG submit, you have the form control name, right? Everything is same. What you should know is status is fine. See, status is also hard coded here. Okay, look at this topic. Whenever there's a topic change, okay, on topic change, we are going to pull up the value. So if I go to on topic change, we will set the topic value, and then we will set the subtopic content by calling this method. So we pass the topic, we get the subtopic, assign this. And if you take a look at this subtopic is here, and then see, subtopic is here. So we loop through subtopic and populate the options. So that is what the subtopic is doing, that is what the topic is doing. Other than that, they don't do anything else. Okay, and then rest and all is same. We just have the input controls that will just fill up some response. There's nothing else. Now if it is not an edit mode, which means whenever you guys do, you don't see the video URL and the response, because it is not required for you, it is required for me to edit it. Okay, now let's take a look at the route. Okay, so if I go to app.routes.ts, I have these 4 routes. Okay, like I said, just to view the request, I show this control. Just to view the request, I show this component. For admin, I show this component. Okay, the only thing that you should be interested in is this one. So if it goes to admin / technology / request / edit, and then followed by the ID. Okay, if it goes in this route, I will use the same model, the same component here. You see this? When you go to this route, you will see this component. When I go and edit, it goes to this route. Okay, which will also pass the ID. So look at this. When I go and say request a video, it goes to technology request video route. This component loads. But as an admin, if I go to edit mode, it goes to admin, technology, request, edit, the request ID. 17 has been formed here, but the component is same. Okay, so the component is same. So let's go inside this component and then I will show you what we are going to do. Okay, so we are going to use the route. You can look at this route. Route is nothing but the activated route. We are saying activated route, like that route dot param map dot subscribe. We are subscribing to the parameters here. Here the parameter is nothing but this one. If you remember, we used this in the route, right? So this is the parameter. So we are subscribing to this parameter value. So whenever, and the parameter value here in this case is ID. So whenever we get the ID, whenever the ID changes, the edit mode is set to true, and then we are going to call this method and pass the ID. Because the ID is string, if you put a plus symbol in front of it, it becomes a number. Okay, it is basically casting a convertible string into a number. Now when we go here, we call an endpoint, pass the request ID to fetch all the information, and then we do a patch form. When the request comes back with the response will have the same property with the value. So when you say request form.patch form and then pass the properties, it will auto match and it will update all of the content. Look at this, I did an edit, right? See, everything got updated, and then this got opened because I can change it to whatever I want. Okay, so everything is updated here, and then I'm taking the control and enabling specifically two controls, which is the request status control and the response control. Because response and request status was initially disabled, let's take a look. Response and video request and this status is disabled, right? Look at this, response is disabled, status is disabled. But if I go to edit mode, this is enabled, and this one starts coming because NGF will allow admin to view this in edit mode. Okay, so that's it we are doing. There's nothing else. Remaining is all same. This is how simple it is, reactive forms. So I hope you enjoy this video. The whole source code is available in the whole complete project. If you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, and I will see you in the next interesting video. Hello friends, welcome back. In this video, I'm going to walk you through how you can implement the can activate function in the auth cards for protecting your routes, and I will show you all of these things in a real world application, which is what you're seeing on my screen. So without delay, come let's get started. Alright, so I am showing you a demo where the application has the admin section and non-admin section. So I have logged in as an admin, so I'm able to navigate to any of these sections, which is showing all of these things if you see, right? However, if I log out, however, as a user, if I'm not allowing you to go to a particular route, for example, this user doesn't have access to go to the admin section. So if I go to request video, where the admin alone can go, he will be denied access. He cannot go to that route, it will deny the access. But he can go to other, see, he cannot even create a course because they're all for admin section. But he can go to any other place where as a user he is allowed to go. Even if I go here and try to go to the edit, it pushed it back to the home page, and then it also showed a nice UI saying that access denied, right? So this is what we are going to see and how to implement this in Angular 18. Okay, so I have opened the application. This code is available in the GitHub, so don't worry about the code. Let's focus on the implementation. Under the core, I have a guard folders. Under that, I have something called login guard, meaning at least the user should be logged in. That is the idea. So in Angular 16 and above, there is a different way of implementing the auth cards. So what you have to do is, you have to write a can activate function. So we are going to write a constant of some name, like can activate card. It's just the name given by me that is of type can activate function, okay, which is equal to, it has the route, which is the activated route snapshot, and the state, router state snapshot. These are the two inbuilt parameters that is sent in the can activate function. And inside that, we are going to write some logic okay, which finally it has to return a true or false. Returning a true or false from this function will tell whether the route can be activated or not. Okay, if you return true, which means validation passed, routes are allowed to activate. False means routes are not allowed to activate. Okay, one more thing. In old way of implementing, you need to implement a constructor and then you need to inject any services in the constructor. Here also you can do the same thing. Okay, so I can also have a constructor. Okay, so in the old way of implementing, you can have a constructor, you can inject any service inside the constructor. But in the new way of doing, you can use something called inject. Okay, you can use inject rxjs and then inform which service you want to inject. I am injecting two services called login service and toaster service. Okay, so these two are equivalent of what you inject in the constructor, and this is a new way of doing. That's why we inject like this. If you try to do this inject of the service in Angular 16 and below, you will see error if you don't use the can activate function. Okay, now what we are doing is, if the user is logged in, return true. If the user is not logged in, just show a message and then return to the login page. Like, it basically triggers the login call and then returns a false. Okay, now we have an admin guard. It is of same thing, it's a different name. Again, injecting two things. Here what I'm doing is, here I'm doing some extra logic. Now the logged in person, okay, whose user role can be retrieved from the service, which you can take a look at inside. So basically it is going to return the user's role, which is in the claims. We are using JWT AD B2C, Azure AD B2C. So the token will have the claims, and then if the claim has admin role, we will allow. If the client doesn't have admin role, we should show the error message and then navigate to the home page. If they don't have logged in at all, we will ask them to log in and then return a false. Okay, now the usage for this too is, you need to go to the route, which is here, and then you have to keep the proper route here. So this is the route path. Okay, so what we are going to do is, I'm going to say, in order to go and do a, you raise a request for the videos, you need to at least be logged in. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to use can activate inside a route and then say which guard is allowed. So whenever this route is activated, this will be went and verified. If you go inside this, at least the user should be logged in. Okay, that is what this route guard is. Now similarly, I'm going to do the same thing here, which is at least they have to be logged in. And then for the remaining two routes, I want the routes to be protected for the admin. So let's add all the inputs. Okay, so in order to go to this and this, the user has to be an admin. Okay, so let's see how it works. So let's go to this local. Let's clean this up. I have already logged in. Okay, so I've logged in already. So let's go home. Let's go and see what if I go to headers, just to take the, let's go to any of this request. See, there is a bearer token. I'm going to take this token and I'll show you what I meant about the roles. If I paste it here, you see this, I am an admin and an instructor. Okay, so whenever I'm an admin and an instructor, if I go to this route, it allows me. If I go to this route, it allows me. If I go here, it is allowing me, right? But if I log out and log in with a different user, I logged in with a different user. Now if I try to go to view all the requests, I'm not an admin. So how do I know? Let's take an example. So let's take the bearer token from here so that we can check what it is. So I'm going to take the bearer token, paste it here. You see this time I do not have any role. Okay, basically if I don't have an admin role, I cannot go to admin request. See, right? It is not allowing me to go there. Now let's say I logged out, like user never logged in. If I see few menus went off because they logged off. If I try to go here, see, it is forcing the user to go and log in first. Okay, that is what we implemented. The user is never logged in, it will force the user to log in. So the auth guards are very useful and it will protect your route. See, after I log in, many things came. Okay, so that is what we are going to do. So I hope you enjoyed this and you know how to implement the auth guards in Angular 18. This is also part of online course enrollment application full stack video series. So if you like this video, do subscribe to my channel, share this with your friends, and I'll see you in the next video. Thanks for watching. If you found this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to our channel for more tech tutorials. And don't forget to hit the bell icon to get notified when we post new videos. If you have any questions or suggestions, leave them in the comments below. Happy coding!